I did not think this was going to happen. I had honestly resigned myself to thinking that like we wouldn't be friends.
Yeah, no, me too. I think we should start with a hug. I think that's what we gotta start.
All right.
We gotta start with a hug.
Do we have to be like this really awkward low hug?
Yeah, with the butts out like this. No, holy shit. I can't believe this is happening. This is the most requested episode. We were waiting to do this episode until we had proper context, proper reasoning to be sitting here. And the time was right when we own Smosh again.
We bought Smosh?
So we bought Smosh again.
Oh,
we bought Smosh again. We own Smosh.
We own Smosh now.
Together, we are helming that ship.
But do some of these people even know what Smosh is?
Should we explain what Smosh is for anyone that doesn't know?
Anthony Padilla and Ian Hecox scribbled their ideas on a notepad and then turned them into short video clips, lip-singing to video game cartoon songs. They're now cyberspace celebrities.
We first became friends because we got matched together in a science project. It was 6th grade, and
yeah, like a biology class? What was it? We were drawing a landfill.
It was like we had to do like a drawing of like a landfill, and we were like drawing flies on trash and thought it was really funny.
We draw like spirally poop.
Yeah. And I think that's how we like kind of realized that we had like similar senses of humor.
I still remember that day of just like bouncing off each other and being like, oh, what if we did this? And then you're like, oh, but then if we do that, we do this. And then we kind of just were like building on top of each other's ideas. And that's still the exact same way that we create stuff now.
Yeah.
We made the Power Rangers lip sync video.
Yep.
That was our very first Smosh video that we ever created together.
Yep.
And that was just a product of me having been over at my dad's and I saw he had a webcam, and I'd never seen anyone with a webcam before. I'd never seen a webcam in person before.
Your dad's a secret cam model before it was cool.
He was a cam girl.
Yeah.
And we used that to create our first video.
Several videos.
Lip sync videos were kind of popular on the internet.
Yeah, like lip sync videos were like the first videos to like pop off on the internet, where it was just like people just singing to a song. I mean, it's TikTok. It's a freaking cycle,
full circle,
man. And I think the thing that like that set us apart in the lip sync was that like we added like little jokes in there where it was like, we'll have us like fighting like the Power Rangers, and then it'll cut back to us lip syncing.
We made a few others. We made the Mortal Kombat lip sync video. That is what popped off. Like a week later, we came out with the Pokemon lip sync video.
Yep.
And it was only because we found YouTube that I got super hyped up on like, let's create the next one. Yep. And then everyone was coming to see this new website. All these news articles were popping up about like
YouTube.
This new video hosting website. Will video be the future of the internet? Probably not, because we're all on dial-up internet and it's way too slow to ever have this be widespread, but we were right there on the front page.
Yep. The name of the game in the beginning was like consistency. So we were like, okay, we need to make a video like once every 2 weeks.
We were one of YouTube's first 10 channels to be brought into a monetization program.
I was like, oh, dang, like this is consistent money. I quit my job so we could do YouTube full time. And I remember like looking at my bank account and it was down to like $4. And then like that first payment hit. And I was like, woohoo. Then it was like, okay, this is a job. This is a job now.
Balls to the wall full time at that point. And our entire lives became about Smosh.
Yeah.
Even us hanging out, I don't think that we even really hung out outside of being on camera too much. I mean, we played some games together and like had lunch and stuff like that, but
I mean, we were living together, working together, hanging out. I mean, like it was our YouTube, like what did become our lives, like completely.
It was not going to be sustainable to continue working like that.
Yeah.
So a company who we'd been working with to sell ads on the website, to sell ads on Smosh.com, they proposed the idea of purchasing Smosh. I mean, I feel like now in hindsight, it's like, okay, they offered you stock for this purchase.
Yeah.
And you agreed to sell your company for stock. Like, obviously that sounds like a stupid idea, but at that time there was no way to know.
No, because I think that, you know, it's all hindsight. It's like that company could have gone lots of different directions, and it was new territory. Like nobody had ever done this kind of stuff before. Nobody had ever sold a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It was like, for us, it was like, you know, Smosh was something that that you and I created, and we had the opportunity of being involved in something that was bigger than ourselves. And this kind of stuff happens all the time in other areas of media. So it was like, yeah, what a cool opportunity, and like getting support from a larger company.
I mean, it felt like they had infinite resources. For us.
Well, they were playing with somebody else's money.
When they came to us and said, you're going to get this amount of stock,
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, this is, I could retire with this money.
Yeah.
Plus, we were spending so much time worrying about all these other elements that the idea of a company taking on all of it and you and I just get to focus on creating.
YouTube as a career and as like an industry was still so new that we didn't know how long this was gonna last. We were seeing YouTubers at that point like burning out.
Yeah.
Like people that were taking on everything themselves were burning out, were quitting YouTube,
We signed a 4-year contract to continue working there on this stuff after selling. And obviously we planned to continue upping that contract and
definitely,
making it better for ourselves. But seeing that we could at least do this for 4+ years was super attractive.
Yeah. Totally.
And it was like we get to just fuck around and have fun and like enjoy doing what we do with our lives.
Focus on the creative side of things and not like the administrative and like the website.
We started doing so many things at that moment though. The company Defy that we sold Smosh to started presenting tons and tons of new projects for us to do. They're like, oh, do this comic book, now this live stream, now this movie, now this mobile game, now this magazine. There were all these things that it felt like we couldn't really say no to because they were really cool opportunities. And, seeing this crazy idea come to fruition sounded really, really cool. But also, whenever I expressed like, this is a lot, on my plate, we're already doing these 3 YouTube channels, there was kind of this tone of, well, the more work you do, the higher the value of the company is, the more the stock value is going to be. And also, we need to bring this money in to please the investors, so we have to do this.
Right.
So it just felt like it was this impossible amount of work that kept building up, and there was expectations to say yes to every single opportunity that came through.
And for a lot of this stuff, again, we were kind of the first to do a lot of that stuff. So there wasn't a playbook of like, what is the best thing for a YouTube channel to do outside of YouTube videos? So it was like, okay, yeah, let's try a movie. Let's try a magazine. Let's try a comic book. Somebody has to make those mistakes first to learn like what works and what doesn't work. So
did we make some mistakes?
Oh, yeah, we
made
did.
Some fucking mistakes.
There was a first draft of the Smosh the movie script that was horrendous.
It was trying to guess what Smosh was from an outsider's perspective who had no idea what Smosh was.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people when they're not like deep into like Smosh and they just kind of like know it because like maybe their like kid watched it, they assumed that Smosh was for children,
like literal 10-year-olds.
Yeah, and then so they would try to write something or try to pitch something that was for children, and it's like, no, like Smosh has always been stuff that we thought was funny, and it just so happens that children
love our sense of humor.
Got on the computer and watched it.
Yeah.
And maybe they shouldn't have watched it, but we never made it with like the distinct purpose of like, we have to appeal to kids.
No, it was just that most of our really absurdist type humor appealed to kids because I think kids kind of got it.
Yeah, because I think that our sort of like sensibilities it was kind of like you're watching like a live action cartoon.
Yeah, that's how I felt too.
And I think like, who has the most time to watch YouTube? It's kids.
Well, plus YouTube was so new at the time that no adult even knew what it was.
True. I mean, like, look, Was Smosh the movie a good movie? No, but
No one's denying that.
But I think like, would I take it back? No,
No.
I had an amazing experience.
It's true.
I think like what a cool opportunity.
It was fun to make, even though it was bad.
But I will say, I know that there are people that did enjoy the movie.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to take that away from them.
I wish that we could explain how much time
There
went
was
into
so much
many
shit.
projects.
Yeah. But it was, I mean, we were trying to create something bigger than ourselves and like trying to create like a comedy empire. And
I imagined it as an empire, and I
Yeah.
felt like if we put in that work now, then we wouldn't have to do it later.
Right.
So I was willing to make the sacrifice of, yeah, sure, I'll work 80 to 100 hours a week working on this thing without any extra pay because it's
Yeah.
building toward something bigger.
yeah.
But that destroyed my mental health. It destroyed my relationships. I don't think that I really talked to my parents during that time. It was just Smosh, eat, and shit. That was it.
And occasionally kiss a girlfriend.
Yes, when she wasn't angry at me because I spent 80 hours working on Smosh and not paying any attention. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you had a vlog channel for a second.
And a fucking vlog. And then
So you get home and then you'd have to do and then you'd have to do daily
vlog.
Oh my god. Sorry, I probably shouldn't do that for your channel.
No,
I can do that for a
I
Smosh
think,
channel.
I think
but
that was
can't.
very appropriate
Yeah.
for that moment. Actually.
No, I can't imagine. I know I was like, there's no fucking way I'm daily vlogging.
And you know what? You were right.
Yeah.
I'd say that was a good choice.
I'm glad I was right about one thing.
You were in the right camp for that.
Yeah.
And our friendship started deteriorating as
What
well.
friendship?
I mean, it was weird because we had a really close friendship when we first started making the videos.
Yeah.
You know, it was literally just us fucking around having a good time.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a great case study on what happens when two best friends decide to start a business partnership
Yeah.
and also become roommates and not spend any time apart from each other.
I don't think we talked about anything in our personal lives at a certain point. It
What
literally,
personal lives?
That's true.
What personal lives
That's
did we
true.
have?
Also, feelings. What are those?
Well, no, I mean, you can't bring feelings into it because then that causes conflict.
True. And we wanted to be
and you can't
smooth.
cause conflict when you're in a business relationship because then the business could fail. We're masters at being passive aggressive. And we were
Yeah.
masters at not having conflict. And
I felt it,
for sure.
but it never came out.
And I'm sure, like, you know, we would like vent to our significant others about, you know, shit between us, but we would never talk it out between ourselves. And it's so funny because like so much of our like brand identity was like about us being like best friends. So it's like you're kind of like wrestling with that where it's like we got to keep this good,
yeah, yeah.
but not in like a healthy way.
I would vent to you a little bit about.
But it was about business.
It was about business stuff.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about feelings related to us. I was
No.
talking about feelings related to.
how you thought like you were getting screwed over by, or like how you thought we were getting screwed over by our parent company. And
When I started realizing that things were deteriorated to up beyond repair with the company that we were at the time with Smosh, you know, I made the decision that I think I need to leave this thing. And I think there's probably some world where I could have stuck around and just kind of like been like, well, it's okay. They want to do all these things. It doesn't need to be perfect. I'll just do what I do best.
right.
But I felt like it had almost spiraled out of control to the point where it wasn't anything that I could enjoy anymore. Plus our friendship was just so
Right,
it was
yeah.
like, who am I going to talk about this kind of stuff with?
I feel like we both kind of knew that like our relationship outside of work was like weird. Like
Yeah.
where like we would like occasionally we would like hang out outside of work and it just felt awkward.
Yeah.
Like
I felt like
it
there was
just felt
something that we weren't saying.
It just
the whole
felt like
time.
kind of forced. You know, when we started this, we were 17, and at this point, we were in our late 20s, and you changed so much as a person in that time. What we expected and how it was always portrayed online is that we stayed the same.
Yeah.
But like obviously throughout those years, you have all these experiences in your you're exposed to all these different things, and your interests change, and the things that make you laugh change, and the things that you want to do change. But I feel like whenever we got together, we kept trying to replicate the same things that we enjoyed when we were like 17.
Yeah.
You know, so it was like, it just felt forced because it was like, oh, maybe we don't have like all the same interests that we used to. And maybe we want to spend our time in like in a different sort of way. And that's not ever something that we talked about.
No.
Like, it was just like, we'd hang out and like, I don't know, play some like Mario Kart or something.
Yeah. It just felt like we were just it was just very surface level.
Surface level, yeah.
It was like, here's what I'm doing. You're doing that thing too? How is that thing that you're doing right now? And there was no, like, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? What's going on in your world?
And if we ever talked about like the company, it was always just like, just business.
Oh, I would just complain about all the shit that they were having us do.
Yeah. And then that would just like, and I would just always be like a little defensive and be like, well, maybe it's like, I
remember you were looking at it really from the positive side of like, this is a crazy opportunity that no one gets to have, and here we are experiencing it.
There were certain ways that you could interpret us as being taken advantage of. I still saw it as like, let's not like ruin a good thing. Like, I just like, for me, it's like, I was just like holding on to this thing because after this time, like we've seen mostly every channel that came up with us go away. And so like, I think I found myself kind of being like the mediator between like, the issues you had with the company and the things that the company like wanted to do. In
my own interpretation, I was like, I guess Ian's fine getting taken advantage of, and we didn't talk about that. Right. But it is true. I started to get in a really negative mindset. I was frustrated with everything. I had nowhere to I'd never been to therapy, nor did I have the concept of speaking about my emotions at all.
Sure.
So I was just holding on to all these frustrations, and I guess you were the only person I would vent to about my frustrations with the company.
Well, because I'm probably the only person that has the same experiences and understanding as you.
But then I felt like you didn't really hear me because you were looking at it from a positive mindset.
Yeah.
And I know you understood to a certain degree, but I think it was easier for you to be like, yeah, those things suck, but we could just kind of let that go and it's just the way it is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Did you just constantly feel positive about it?
I think for me, I just thought about the opportunity always. But I think I was also like operating on like, to a certain degree, like I was operating on like fear of like, I don't want to lose this thing.
I came to you with the idea of, well, I told you I was going to leave. I told you I couldn't do it anymore. I did say it'd be cool if we both left. But then I remember you were like, what does that mean though? Are we creating a new channel together?
Yeah.
And I feel like our friendship...
And we had talked about it before.
Yeah.
We had kind of sketched out like a potential thing of like, what would happen if like we were to create a new channel from the ground up? But it was like so much of what was keeping the main channel alive was the library.
Yeah.
The library of content, people going back and watching all of our older videos was what made that business model work, because making sketch comedy is not cheap.
No.
The idea of just starting something over, but it being the same thing, but just without a parent company wasn't attractive to me, because I was like, we're just starting over and doing the same thing.
Yeah, I tried to get you to leave with me for a bit, but I could tell that you wanted to stay.
I don't think you tried that hard.
I didn't try that hard. You said I don't want to, and I said okay.
Yeah.
And I was like, we're not even that great of friends anyway. So.
Yeah. Well,
by that point.
Yeah.
I mean, I think at our core, it
didn't feel right.
Yeah.
It just didn't make sense to me. And
me leaving Smosh did not go well for me at first.
It was a little cringe.
It
was a little cringe.
Okay. And we've never talked about this part.
No.
Yeah, I was floundering around not knowing what I was supposed to do.
Okay, I wouldn't say it was like that. I'm just nagging you.
It was pretty cringe.
It wasn't like, look, it was very clear what was going, like I could see very clearly like what you were doing and like what was going on. It was very clear that you were trying to find your individual creative voice. And with the types of videos you were putting out, it felt very much like you'd throw this out and see if that would stick. You'd throw that out, see if that would stick. You'd get excited about something. I could tell like there was like a time when I think you were watching like Nathan For You, and you were like getting excited about this one kind of like style.
Yeah, you read me like a book.
Well, I mean, it was clear. It's like, you know, we had come up with like this certain like creative voice. And it was very clear, like when you left, you had to find your own voice.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff doesn't happen immediately.
No, and it sucks when you have millions of people watching you try to find your voice.
Judging it.
And judging, and then I'm judging myself, and the comments saying you're nothing without Smosh, or Smosh is better off without you, and all these types of comments got into my head that I'm nothing without this thing that I made. I think that I'm supposed to be doing comedy because that's what I did before, but then I'm trying to find my own voice within that, which just didn't feel right, and there was no structure to anything I was making.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, I felt horrible. It was embarrassing. And yet we never talked about that. I don't think you ever mentioned my content to me ever.
No. Well, we also didn't really talk that much at that time.
True. But like I remember I walked by you or like we saw each other in like the lobby of a hotel at VidCon. I think I was wearing the shirt that shirt right there. I was wearing my interview shirt, and you're like, oh, what are you doing? You're gonna go interview? And I felt this little sense of judgment about what I was doing. I was like, whoa, we've never talked about what I do at all anyway. But I felt this resentment that you had when I left Smosh. And I felt like when I first told you that I was gonna leave, it felt like it was all fine. And you were like, okay, you know, we'll figure it out. And I remember, you know, I brought you over here and I told you that, you know, this was the plan, and you texted me afterwards, and you like had an inside reference to like this old song that we used to listen to, the Refuse song, Ten Houser.
Oh, sure.
And you mentioned that you played that, and it was like a closing of a chapter.
Yeah.
And it was like this emotional, positive moment of like where there's this new chapter that we're gonna face separately now, and then I felt like that quickly diminished, and there was like some resentment that you started to have.
Well, I'll tell you what the resentment was.
What? I've never heard this before.
No, yeah. I feel like this is going to turn into a Maury episode.
This is why we came here.
No, you left Smosh, and then you didn't want to have anything to do with Smosh.
Yeah.
And you like didn't have any contact with anyone after that. Didn't really talk to anybody, and you didn't want to be in any collabs. Like you completely severed yourself after that point. For me, I was like, seems like us collaborating would be like a no-brainer. Like this could be great. Like, you know, you come on our stuff, we go on your stuff, whatever. Like it seemed like it would be like a great like relationship, but you completely like, you know, set up your boundaries. And that for me was like really frustrating. I didn't understand like why it was like such a rule that we couldn't do videos. But I did understand it from like a personal level, because, you know, Smosh is so intertwined with both of our identities. Like if we go out in public and get recognized, more often than not, somebody's gonna say Smosh. And so I think like for as long as, you know, we are recognized in public, it's all like 9 times out of 10, or maybe now 7 times out of 10 for you, like somebody is going to say Smosh. And I understand, like when you left Smosh, you wanted to create your own identity and prove, and you've kind of talked about this to me a little bit, like you wanted to prove that you could be successful without any help from Smosh. You could be successful on your own and create something entirely separate.
Well, also I didn't want to be attached to something that had caused me so much pain, because it was taken, to me it felt like it was taken from me and bastardized and turned into something and like spit out this like
Yeah.
almost generic version of what I felt like we sought out to create. And there was so much pain attached to this brand.
Because it's, at the end of the day, it is just business.
Yeah.
And the problem is, like, we have so much of our personal selves wrapped up in this business that, you know, when somebody decides to make like a new show on the channel, that was a business move. Like, it shouldn't reflect on you as like a person, but it does, because everyone else's perception of Smosh is that any decision is like a decision that we've made.
Yeah.
And anything that's on a channel is a reflection of us. Everything becomes personal.
Yeah.
When a lot of things are just business.
It's true, because our only communication was through and about Smosh.
Yeah.
So when that severed, there was nothing else there.
Yeah. I then had to figure out, what is Smosh? Like, what is Smosh without this sort of like foundational beginning of being like two best friends making videos.
That's true. That was the entire brand.
Yes.
The main channel.
Like, the main channel was already shifting. If you remember, like, Every Blank Evers, which was like the thing that we were doing with the other cast, Shane, Courtney, Olivia, Noah, Keith, those were surpassing our sketches.
Yeah, and you know, that I felt that a little bit of like, oh, even this thing that I felt was the foundation of Smosh is even being surpassed by other things.
Yeah, I do understand, like, creatively, where you were seeing like, oh, like, these other people on our channel are now more popular just because those videos were more broad in scope of, like, you know, what the comedy was about. It was better for like SEO. Like, it was just strategically, it was just hitting the algorithm better at that point than Ian and Anthony sketches.
Also, I had completely lost passion for the sketches because I was so drained with all the other outside projects that by the time we even got into write stuff, it was just like, here's the remaining 1% of my creative energy that I could put on this thing. And then it was...
Yeah, I think you were pretty checked out by that.
Yeah, I was just show up and do the thing. And I can literally go back and look at the videos through the entire Smosh library.
Yeah.
And I could see like when my passion started deteriorating and when it was just like gone.
Yeah. The thing with Smosh is, like, you know, for the longest time we had the sort of like brand identity of like, it's Ian and Anthony.
Yeah.
And I mean, the truth was there's this sort of like whole team, this like group of creative, funny, great people that are all working together to create this stuff. And so that became my focus of kind of trying to expand the spotlight of like who's working on Smosh and who's creating this stuff. And then a year later, we were in the middle of pre-production on a round of shoots, and there had been rumblings about things being not so great at our parent company, and we had a call with the leadership team, and they were like, just so you know, like, our bank, blah 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 blah, like, don't be worried, like, we're figuring it out, but there are some issues. And then somebody goes, have you seen the email?
Oh,
like, looks up from their computer, like, have you seen the email?
yeah.
We're like, what are you talking about? And we all open up our email. They notified everybody via email that said, effective immediately, Defy Media ceasing business operations. So we were all just like in the middle of work at the office. Everyone gets this email and it's just like, it's over.
And then all hell breaks loose and the riots start?
Sort of. Okay, so we all don't have jobs anymore? Like, what is Smosh? Like, is it done? And so we send a couple people out to get alcohol, and we kind of throw a bit of a rager at the office.
Holy shit.
And you know, shit gets broken. people walk out with stuff. You know, people I think were pissing on the president's table.
Literally?
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy
I think they took a piss on his desk because he wasn't there, by the way.
well, I hope not. I'm honestly kind of glad I wasn't there for that. It sounds like
Dude, it was
pure
crazy.
chaos.
People were like, they had a bunch of like Defy Media mugs.
Yeah.
And people were like going into this one studio and just like smashing them with baseball bats.
Why
and,
were
like,
people so pissed at Defy? Because like I was pissed at Defy for very separate reasons.
Well, I think it was just like I think it was just the attitude was just like F it, like, you know, getting that kind of like notice while at work without the leadership team being there to tell us in person.
It just seemed disrespectful.
And we just got an email.
Yeah.
I mean, at least we didn't find out about it on Twitter like some other companies.
True.
But yeah, the leadership team wasn't there to tell us in person, and I think a lot of people felt really slighted by that. And you know, we had this like big like prop and wardrobe room that had like all of our costumes, and I remember a couple of people being like, "Can I have this?" And I was like, "I don't know, sure." So like, we don't have like the Assassin's Creed outfit that we made,
or the Link.
I don't think we
outfit.
had. We don't have the Link outfit.
And did that happen because of the riots?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And yeah,
I was wondering where those props went.
We just threw a rager at the office that night. And I don't know, like I remember like telling some people, I was like, look, I don't know what this means for Smosh, but it can't be over. So Rhett and Link stepped up and acquired Smosh.
I mean, they were with us from the beginning in many ways.
Yeah, they're also OGs. Like they've been running like a successful channel for a long time. They understand like how important it is for like the creator to be in the driver's seat and not be meddling with content and not be pushing like a lot of crap. Big ups to Rhett and Link for believing in us and keeping it going to today, and then up to today where we actually got a text from Rhett and Link.
Literally just got a text
in
like 5 minutes
in the middle
ago.
of our interview that said congratulations.
So we fucking own Smosh now. It's official
We did
as
it.
of
We signed.
as of like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, we signed.
Holy
So
God.
Deal is closed. We officially own Smosh.
I never thought that it would get here. All the shit that I thought were the hugest problems between you and I, between Smosh and I, weren't really what I thought they were. They were really my own insecurities, and I needed to do all that in order for us to reconnect in the way that we have.
You know, when you left Smosh and people are like, oh, that must be really hard. Like, you know, what are you gonna do? I was like, the line that I said to a lot of people is that you needed to leave Smosh.
Yeah. No,
like,
it's true.
I believe like you needed to leave.
It's true. It needed to happen. I needed to disconnect from it and
totally
let go of that resentment and all those frustrations against, the greater company, but also you, which I felt because there was that tension between us that we never spoke about. I think I took a lot of my frustrations out on what our friendship had become. The moment that I feel like I fully relinquished the pent up resentment and other harbored emotions, which took like 4 or 5 plus years, that's when you and I finally started reconnecting. Because before that, it was a lot of me saying, I wish things were like this, or I wish I didn't make that mistake, or if only we had done that thing, then things would be fine. Or, you know, once I was able to give that up, it all started to kind of start falling back into place in a weird way. Last year, you know, the kind of catalyst of us really becoming close again. I mean, first of all, my partner Mikey has been incredibly influential in inspiring me to grow and let go of shit and be more honest with myself and learn how to talk about my emotions in a way where I could just be completely honest and not feel this wall, and start to reflect on why do I have all these walls up in my head of like, don't talk about this, or this hurts you too much, so don't go near that.
Right.
Yeah. So I've started kind of dismantling all these protective measures that I've kind of on autopilot fallen into. Mm-hmm. And in that process, I kind of feel like I was at a really good place when your friend Diana reached out and was like, hey, do you want to do go to lunch with us? And it was the perfect timing, because at that point I had just really given up all those things that I resented, and I was able to then see the magic thing between us.
Yeah.
And in that process, I had also stopped resenting Smosh so much and what it was, and I was able to look back and reflect on what it was about what we made together that was so special.
Right.
And it started to kind of rekindle all these feelings of the magic that we would capture when we would make stuff together.
Yeah.
And I was able to see like what we made wasn't just because we were like really good at writing scripts or something. It really was, we really captured that magic of us just being together, being vulnerable, experiencing, some funny moment together, and then expanding on that. And it was the perfect storm, because then we hung out, and I felt like for the first time in years, like I don't even know when our friendship really started deteriorating to the point where we couldn't even really hang out and just be ourselves. But it was like maybe 7, 8, 9 years since we really were able to just be ourselves.
Yeah. So my friend Diana, I remember like I had talked to her a bunch about you and kind of Smosh, and she's also a YouTube creator, so she kind of understands the whole thing, and she was kind of like pushing me to reconnect.
Did you express anything that you wanted to, or was she the only one pushing it?
She pushed it. Yeah.
So, but you had done some personal growth in that time as well, or else you probably would have just shut it down, right?
I don't know, but I just, it had been so long, and like, you kind of build up like all these like, because we hadn't hung out, and I mean, we hadn't legitimately like hung out in probably a couple of years, I would say. And yeah, it was so like chill. Like it was just kind of like, I feel like we kind of like fell back into our like rhythm of like, we have the same like comedic sensibilities, and like, even though we've like changed as people, and you got more bling and more tattoos, like we still like.
Hey, you got a little bling too. Let's not discount it.
I know your boy got a chain now.
Baby's first chain. The baby's first chain. And you got face bling too.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. What do you think it was about that hang that was so different? Because we had gotten lunch before.
Because our walls were up, I think. Like it was still like, like I was going through this whole, it's been weird, like to not do Smosh with you and have to like try to assume this like leadership position. My first year back into Smosh, I was so fucked up. Like I guess it was to the point that like on multiple occasions, people would just like walk up to me and be like, "Hey, are you okay?"
Were you like just dissociated?
Yeah. Where I was just like, I was just kind of like swimming. I was a master of compartmentalizing things. And I think that's just how we survived after so many years of doing YouTube, is that we would just compartmentalize things.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is an issue. I'm just gonna shelve that.
Future Ian will worry about that.
Yeah, future Ian will worry about that. Or like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, and then finally, like I went and like got a therapist.
So you caved.
Yeah, I didn't know like what was going on with me. The first time I had like a consultation with a therapist, like I like met with her and I kind of explained things to her, and she asked me like a series of questions. And then she was like, okay, well, you're not a sociopath, so that's good. But it was just like, because it was just like, I don't know, like I just wasn't like feeling things. Like I was just so just numb.
What did you learn to feel emotions
I
after
don't know,
that?
probably. But
That sounds like an absolute yes.
But I think like I was just thrown into the deep end, and it was the only way for me to survive in that sort of role. And I think like with you and I, like we had this level of trust, and we had this ability to like bounce ideas off of each other. When you left, I didn't necessarily have that same level of trust. Like I was on an island, because before at Defy, we all had somebody to vent about. We were like, oh, it's Defy. Defy is the big bad guy.
But now you're the leader.
And then now I'm the leader. And then, you know, in some ways I'm the big bad guy because I got to make decisions. So yeah, it was hard.
And then we reconnect or we go to lunch, and you realize that like the walls are down.
No, it's just that like we grew as people, but the things that just in terms of like comedy, like, you know, it hadn't changed that much. Like in terms of like what we thought was funny. And it's like, you know, we're sitting there and we're like laughing, and like, you know, it's the pressure was definitely not there.
Yeah, I don't think that any time that we had hung out or gotten lunch in the Insta room up to that point, I was able to just fully laugh, or you were even able to fully joke. So
no,
I think that was probably the biggest difference with that hang itself. Is
I think it helped to have mediators too, because then it wasn't this.
There wasn't,
because we
pressure.
weren't ready for this.
Yeah, it was the first time that we were able to really fully connect, and I think that was when I realized, like, oh shit. I'm gonna cry a little bit. I was like, wow. And we never even expressed emotions to each other, so this is great.
I still won't.
Okay, good. I was like, my childhood friend that I grew up with is still here, you know?
Yeah.
I thought that our relationship had evolved so far away from that. I thought you had changed. I thought I had changed too much.
Yeah.
That I thought that it was just no going back, but seeing that we were still there at our core.
Yeah.
You know, that the foundation of what makes us who we are, you know, what we developed in our child, that sense of humor, the way that we connected when we were younger, and that project in 6th grade, just one-upping each other and just enjoying that feeling that we then recreated with Smosh for so many years. It was still there, almost like it had never left, which was just really a bizarre thing to realize that it was still there.
I mean, it's interesting because we did have to like let go of our friendship and find each other again later. Like we had to like let go of the idea of what our friendship was. Yeah. Because it was our idea of friendship was shaped not even necessarily, it was partly us, but it was also the audience. Yeah. And the expectations that the audience put on us.
I mean, and let's not even get into how the audience was constantly comparing us. So I think I also held some resentment about like the way that
you're the hot one, I'm the funny one.
Yeah, and I'd be like, I have no value except
it's still true. It's still true. Let's just.
I was like, I have no value except for just the genes that I was born with.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, it is true.
I think we were definitely like holding on to like an idea of what our friendship was.
I was holding on to an identity, and the audience only knew me as that identity. Yeah. And because I thought I was that identity that was, you know, presenting on camera, that when someone would say something about the thing that they saw, the version of me that they saw, I thought that they were talking about me. And you know, I just held on to so much resentment just based on the things that people were saying. And you know, I think that in my own journey in the past 6 years, a huge part of that has been understanding my own value internally with myself and not needing the external things to either make me feel good or make me feel bad about what people have to say or what they think. Yeah. And I think letting go of all that, like that huge amount of resentment that I had that I didn't even realize I had, like that even allowed me to connect without those walls last year.
Yeah. I think like once we stopped trying, we didn't really talk that. I mean, we like occasionally texted, but we didn't really talk that much for a couple of years. And I think like we really did have to like let go of that. And I think, that's kind of the thing of like, adult relationships and adult friendships where it's, you have to allow that kind of growth, and it's okay to have something and for that thing to be great and then let go of that. And if you happen to come back around and you happen to reconnect, that's great, but you shouldn't feel the pressure to do that. Of course, like our friendship will always be intertwined with business, unfortunately. But I think that, we are a little bit more equipped,
way more equipped
to deal with this now and discuss, our boundaries and how we're feeling and what it is that what our needs are. I did not think this was going to happen. I had honestly resigned myself to thinking that like we wouldn't be friends.
Yeah, no, me too. There is one thing that you did for me when we were younger that really stood out to me that I never mentioned to you. And I never thanked you for.
Oh no, you have some secret thing that have you been holding something this whole time?
I've been holding it in.
Oh, this is good for the trailer.
I don't even know what year it was. I was 15. We were 15.
What?
We were 15.
You went back that far?
Yeah. And that was a very interesting year for me.
Yeah.
Because I came down with an autoimmune disease.
Yep.
And I was incapacitated for
half a
months.
year, right?
Yeah. I was bedridden for like 3 months.
Yeah.
And then after that, I started to feel a little bit better, but I was so weak that I still had to just do schooling from home. So I missed half the school year.
Yeah, you were gone for half the year.
Yeah. And I don't know how you got it to me, but somehow you got a get well soon card that you gave to me. Okay, I don't know if it was you that came up with the idea or your mom, or if like your mom told you had to do it.
I don't know. Did a bunch of people sign it?
And a whole bunch of people signed it.
Oh, okay,
and you wrote a message like, get well soon, we
Wow, I'm pretty amazing.
It was like we can't wait to see you again. And that it really meant a lot to me. And it kind of kept me motivated and focused. And I don't know why, but for some reason it motivated me to learn how to, program a website, program a game. And I feel like because of that, in some ways, I was able to channel my energy to creating the things that eventually culminated in what Smosh, what the foundation of Smosh was.
Yeah, I'm sure that was like an incredibly like isolating, like horrible, like few months for you.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I could see that for sure.
You don't even remember doing it, but it was for me to feel better, and it worked.
Yeah. Well, so what you're saying is that all this is because of me.
Basically.
Wow, I'm awesome.
Basically, yeah, you created Smosh.
All right, great. You said it. You said it. So
I was really clinging onto this idea of what our friendship was and should be, and once I was able to resign those and just let it exist exactly as it was, then we were actually able to connect without my expectations for what it should be or should have been. Everything needed to kind of line up exactly as they have for this opportunity to present itself, for us to reconnect as friends, and then for the concept of us buying back and having full and complete ownership and creative control again.
Yep.
Which is something we haven't had in over a decade.
When we pitched the idea of potentially working together.
Wait, do you want to say how that happened?
Yeah, I mean, stuff was going on at Smosh, and I was kind of there was a few outcomes that were looming on the horizon for Smosh. The main channel specifically has just been kind of like, it just hasn't quite found its footing over the past few years, and keep trying to find a voice for it and just not clicking. And one of the options that I was considering that I thought wasn't possible. But I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna like for once be brave and just can say it. And we were outside on your deck, and I was like, what if we bought Smosh? And you were like,
I remember,
dude.
I was like, dude, I was just, and I remember literally just jumping up.
Jumped up, and you're like, I've been talking about this for like months with, I think Mikey. I think you were talking to somebody about like the possibility of like owning Smosh again.
Yeah.
And you like launched into this like 30-minute diatribe about what we could do with the channel.
I put together this insane plan in my head.
And I was just like sitting there like, Jesus Christ, man. I just like said, what if we bought Smosh? Like, why are you giving me a whole like business rundown right now? Like,
well, I had been ruminating on this idea after we reconnected. I think, at that point, I'd really allowed myself to dig back into all the old stuff that we made together and figure out what it was, why there was this magic that I felt when watching this specific era of our content.
Yeah.
And then I started getting really excited about what it would be like to make that again. And I started having all these ideas for new sketches that we could make. And I come up with the most insane ideas, and I can't stop thinking about how can this be as great as possible.
Yeah.
And I even threw out the ideas of like, we could utilize YouTube's new membership feature, and then it could kind of, because most of the stuff that we made would be immediately demonetized if we made classic style Smosh sketches.
Yeah.
So I was like, we could launch memberships, which we have, and it's like this could partly be crowdfunded to a certain degree, just enough to give us reassurance that we could create content and not have to worry.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why we were struggling with sketch comedy back when we were still making it, you and me, was like all the sort of everything that works on YouTube does not work for sketch comedy. It takes a whole day to shoot one video.
Yes.
That's not that doesn't make any financial sense, and you can't do that anymore. That's why you don't see sketch comedy on
thousands
YouTube.
and thousands of dollars, so much time and energy, huge production schedule
all
in
for
one day.
A 4-minute video that will, if you get 1 million views on it, you're lucky to make like a couple $1,000s.
Yeah.
And that barely covers that doesn't cover the cost.
That doesn't cover the production cost.
So it makes zero sense.
Yeah.
But with memberships what we're part of what we're betting on with our sketches is that we're going to provide bonus content for members, and then it'll be funded by the people that are watching it.
Yeah.
And then it'll make sense, and it'll make sketch comedy sustainable.
Yeah, I think this is the only way that sketch comedy is sustainable, is that we need that extra support from the audience to allow us to make the kind of content that we were making, or else we have to, kind of do what you had to do at Smosh for so long, which is not do scripted stuff, only do unscripted, and it needs to be advertiser friendly, and that goes against like the exact opposite of what we established with the tone of the sketches that we made for so many years.
Yeah.
Should we have a direct to camera moment? I mean, thank you.
Become a member.
Become a member. Like, it's the only way
that
we can sustainably
on Smosh, not on
do
this
sketches.
Not this channel. On Smosh.
Yeah, only
this
on,
channel too.
Only
this channel has a membership too. You can do both.
But like the reason that I focus so much on the importance of memberships is because I didn't want to sacrifice the type of content or the jokes or the style or any of it.
Yeah.
Because I felt like the magic of what made so many of those sketches that I went back to that I thought initially were just a product of their time, that I was just blinded by nostalgia when I would remember how funny they were. But then having so much time apart, going back and analyzing them, seeing like all these things that make it feel like Smosh to me are all the things that would immediately get it demonetized, that are too expensive to do, that don't make any sense anymore with the business model that you kind of have to have with the way that YouTube is now.
So before it became like, okay, we're going to do this, we were like, okay, we should try writing a Smosh sketch.
Yeah. As like an exercise to see if we still had it.
Yeah. And you were like, oh, like come over to my house and we'll write a sketch. And dude, I was so skeptical.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, dude, this is going to be like, internally. I didn't tell you this because I didn't want to bring the vibe down.
Honestly, I'm glad you didn't say
Yeah,
it.
no, I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was just thinking in the back of my head, I was like, dude, this is going to be so cringe.
What
Like,
was it? What do you think it was going to be like?
I thought it was going to suck. I thought it was going to be like a slog.
You mean you thought it was gonna?
sketch.
You thought it was gonna be like the stuff that I was making when I went independent in 2017?
You had a lot of videos that ended in you crying.
Yeah, I did realize that. In fact, commenters were like, "Wow, these are great. I love when you cry. You cry all the time." And I was like, "This really is just a representation of who I am, isn't it?"
We started writing, and like pretty quickly, I was like, noticing, I was like, we're like laughing.
Yeah, I remember one moment where I cried laughing for like 30 to 45 full seconds, just on the ground, like literally ruffling.
Yeah. And like I was just like trying to take it in, and it was like, oh, this is like this is real. Like we're actually like doing this again, and we're like falling right back into this like this sort of creative process of like making comedy, and it works.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because I just did not believe that was going to happen. And I just like, I went in there just being like, whatever, we're just going to see what this is like.
Yeah.
And I left there, and I was like, I just like felt good. I was like, we just like, we didn't completely finish a sketch. It's not like we had like it totally done, but like we threw stuff on the page that made us laugh.
But I think the fact that we work in such different ways, like I'm able to really hyper focus on something and put all my energy just like back to back constantly in one chunk.
Yeah.
I think that works really well when paired against the way that you work, where you are super creative and
The head's just kind of up in the clouds.
yeah, but I feel like you need to be wherever you are. I don't know where the you are sometimes, but you need to be there in order for those ideas to come up, you know? I could never come up with most of the ideas that you come up with, but I feel like I know how to formulate it and put it together.
We've always made like a good like creative partnership because of that, where it's like I'll throw out a lot of like random shit where it's like, I think I say a lot of times like, okay, this is a really stupid idea.
It's my favorite when we're writing and you're like, this is a really stupid idea, but I'm like,
what if we
give
do
it
this?
to me.
Yeah. And then like, if it's kind of a lazy idea, you'll be like, oh, like I think we could do better than that. If we're not like dying over that joke, you'll be like, that's good, but like, could we do this? Or could we like, you know, like, could we get something that's better? I'm like, okay, yeah, that's
I feel like the dynamic that works so well is that I'm able to see, I think when one of your ideas is like rock solid and lock that in, and otherwise I see it as just a starting point, or you're not afraid to go completely off the rails and come up with a completely random idea, but I think it's just about like finding the right context for that, or using that as a starting point to get to an even better idea. And I remember when you left, or when you were leaving my house that day, you had this sense of bewilderment on your face. You were like, wow, okay. Well, that was really good. It was really fun. That's really funny.
Yeah.
And you had this like, I could tell you had this oh shit moment.
Yeah. I mean, that was the turning point, because I needed to be convinced that this wasn't just nostalgia, and that this was like, we could actually create again.
Yeah.
And I needed to believe that. I needed to believe in this.
Yeah, and I knew that.
And I didn't believe in it until we sat down and wrote a script, and then it's like, okay, I think we could do this.
Yeah, and I knew that, and I had my own doubts. That's why I set that meeting. I was like, we're gonna write a script.
Yeah.
And it felt a little bit weird because it was like, why are we writing a Smosh script together? There's no way we're gonna own Smosh again.
Very silly. Yeah. We started Smosh like 17 and a half years ago.
Yeah.
We have literally gone through a generation of people.
That's true.
And we see that like Smosh in a weird way has had, you know, an impact on like some people that like grew up on it. And I think we kind of like understand like that this is like bigger than us, and that this like means something to more than just like you and me. And I wanted to make sure that like we're going to be like faithful to that, because I think we kind of owe it to the people that, you know, whether they grew up on it or it was like their like comfort, you know, channel, or, you know, I think that I didn't want it to be just like a nostalgia grab.
No.
Like it can't be like you remember when, like I think it's fun to make references, and we had our announcement video we brought my mom back in.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I think like we can make silly nods to the old stuff, but like not be like, hey, oh, here we are being if movies are real, 10.
That's,
it's like
in my 30-minute diatribe, that's what I said. I said, I want this stuff to be fresh. I don't want it to feel like we're just playing to the old audience, the nostalgia factor.
Yeah.
I wanted the nostalgia.
But it could still be respectful to the people that's important to.
Exactly. And when we do throw in a nostalgic element, it's either an Easter egg or it's something that just makes it more funny, that makes it funnier for the people that know what it means. But we're writing all of our sketches now. We've already written 4. And we made it a point to have it all feel fresh and self-contained. You don't even need to have seen any other Smosh video in the past to get the overall story and the jokes.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, there's a little joke here or there that's funnier if you get the nostalgic reference, the play on our old stuff.
Yeah. So, I needed to believe that it was going to work. And then once we did that, I was like, okay, I'm in.
Yeah, and after we wrote that first sketch, you were so committed that you were like, I'm going to set a meeting with Rhett and Link.
Yep. So I reached out to Rhett and Link, the owners of Smosh, and I took a meeting with the two of them, and I said, look, Anthony wants to come back.
Oh.
And they're like, what? Like they were really excited by that idea. Like, but
there's a caveat here.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
He's not gonna do it unless we own it. And they're like, look, we'll figure it out. Link specifically was like, I don't even like want to talk about the business part of it. I just want to talk about like how exciting this is. And they were both like very supportive. Like they're like, look, we'll figure out the business side of it. We'll figure that out. But that's not the most important thing. Like, how do we make this happen?
Yeah, then it was at that moment that we realized that this was an actual possibility. And since that
Which
day,
I didn't know. I it was kind of like what if we own Smosh again?
Yeah. But from that moment, we've been secretly working behind the scenes to make this happen. And we've had to be so secretive that people don't even know about this.
People at Smosh don't even know about it.
People at Smosh do not know about this right now.
And in reality, we shot this, we shot our announcement video, and we shot our first sketch.
Yeah. And God, I mean.
Yesterday. We shot our first sketch yesterday.
Shot our first full sketch yesterday. It was our first time on camera again.
Yep.
And, just like you were hesitant about what our writing dynamic would be like,
there
was that small part of me that was hesitant about what our on-camera dynamic would be like.
Oh, interesting. I didn't even think about that.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
I just figured like, I didn't even think about that. I knew it was going to be a long day, and I hadn't shot a sketch like that in a long time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was just so fun.
It was fun.
Like laughing the whole time. I mean, I was tired at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But it was, I was exhausted, but like had a lot of fun. We're like making jokes, we're kind of riffing, we're kind of changing some things on the fly.
It felt like we went back into the same patterns of what I feel was the golden era of us creating stuff together. It felt like we just fell right back into it, like no time had passed somehow.
And for the most part, we were exactly aligned, and anything that we needed to discuss, it was like we discussed it right there. worked out. We all agreed, and then
Yeah.
just kept moving. There was never any sort of like conflict on. Yeah.
That's one of the best parts about working together is it doesn't feel like there's any real hangups. It feels like anytime there's some kind of hurdle, in a sense, it almost becomes a fun challenge to see how we can make it even better because this is now like a limitation.
Yeah.
You know, I found that when we have limitations, we're actually our content is a lot stronger. What we're making is more interesting. It's more dialed in.
Yeah.
And I'm just excited to see that. I'm so excited to see our first classic style.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Return to Roots Smosh sketch fully edited and back. Like
I'm very excited. I think that the big issue, the big sort of question mark at Smosh was the main channel. It was the thing that just didn't quite have an identity. And I'm very excited for this main channel to have its identity again.
Yeah.
Being sketch comedy with you and me, and the Smosh Pit and Smosh Games channels. I love what we're doing there. I think that there's so much more potential in games that we're working on, and Pit's incredible, and we're doing more things there. And
those channels really found their footing.
Yeah, I'm excited for the whole brand. I know that. Yeah, this had to happen.
I agree.
I really feel like it just like
in a weird sense,
like the timing. it's freakish.
Yeah.
How good this timing has been. And it just like makes me think like this just had to happen. Like there's no other way. This couldn't happen in any other way.
I spent so much of my life regretting so many decisions that we made.
Yeah.
And now in hindsight, now that I've had the perspective, I can see that every single thing needed to happen exactly as it did.
Yep.
In order for this
wouldn't have happened if this opportunity came up 3 years ago.
No.
Like
and it might have passed if it came up 2 years from now.
Yeah.
It needed to happen exactly as it did.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited to see what we can do now that we have that full creative control of everything again.
Yep. This is like the logical like conclusion
Yeah.
to everything that's happened. And now we just get to create comedy again and you know, have fun, obviously work, but it's still work, but it's fun. And you know, I know this is something that you've been very clear, like, you know, this channel fulfills a certain part for you, but there's a certain creative kind of sketch comedy side of you that you feel like you haven't been able to scratch that itch, right?
Yeah, there was this kind of void
Yeah.
in my heart of not being able to fully express myself
Yeah.
because this channel does a lot for me. It allows me to express myself and
Yeah.
be things that are completely different than Smosh ever
Yeah.
could have allowed me to do. But there's still that part of me that
You can't make butthole jokes on this channel. though.
yeah, I mean, when it's appropriate. Maybe
Butthole
not.
comedy is like low on the list.
Yeah, maybe
on
not with
this-
the kidnapping survivors or school
Yeah.
shooting survivors, but certain episodes I do, it can come out. But that's the thing is like this part of me, you know, on this channel allows me to be curious and to learn about myself, to learn about others, to connect to kind of that deeper humanity that exists within all of us. And that's a part of me that needs to be expressed in some way as well. But then there's, you know, being able to just f around and be silly and not take life too seriously and find the comedy in everything and being able to spin some crazy idea into something so much bigger and more expansive than what it looks like. It's
what we're saying is that what the work that we do at Smosh is very important to the world and
life-changing.
Yeah, and if you don't watch it, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, don't be a piece of shit.
Don't be a piece of shit.
Subscribe to Smosh
and become
our
a member.
new channel and become a member.
Yeah,
and you'll get bonus content.
Yeah, good.
I feel like we got to get the hug in now.
Are we gonna do? Are we gonna do the low hug? The low hug?
Okay. No, but for real.
We gotta get it in the. We gotta get in the shot.
Oh, we're full.
All right, let's rotate.
Are you doing it?
Rotate. We gotta show it.
So we get the butt from all the butts angles?
There we go. See?
I don't know what this is, but
Just
that is
dance.
that
We just did a dance.
Was that
Somebody's gonna write a fanfic about that. Let me kiss afterwards. I'm so stoked for this, and dude, it's been months. It's been months, and I mean, I guess in some ways, years in the making. But this is the most. This is the. I truly think like this is the biggest thing that I think I've ever done, and I am so scared. And but I know that this is the way. It's going to go well. It's going to go well. And even if it doesn't, look, so even much if fun. It doesn't do, and this is the thing, like even if it doesn't do well, I know that this is the right thing. I agree. And if we burn it to the ground, I am happy to do that with you. I appreciate that. I think that was the sweetest you've ever been to me. Oh, okay. I mean it. Let's burn this to the ground. Let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do it. Yeah. I'm so excited. Great.
I was just there to do my job. It wasn't that I felt you didn't want us there, but I didn't know where it was coming from. I took on the mindset of I'll just keep going. Might as well just keep going. I have a job.
Hello, Shane Top.
Hello, Anthony Padilla.
It's very weird to say our full names.
I know.
I don't think I've ever said your full name to you before.
I think I've definitely said your full name.
Oh, that makes sense.
I don't know if I've said it to you.
Yeah.
But I've said it a lot over the past 6 years, obviously.
I've only said Shane Top in reference to being the opposite of Shane Bottom.
Yeah, as many of Smosh fans do as well. So you're not the only one.
You've been with Smosh since 2015, right? 2015?
Yeah, I think the summer of 2015. I can't remember the exact date.
Yeah, it was a summer. And the weirdest part about it is that because I left 2 years later, you have been with Smosh longer without me than you were with Smosh with me.
Yeah, by like triple the amount.
Yeah, because it was 2 years with me
and then 6 years without.
So many iterations that you've been through. You've been through the Defy era of Smosh, the what the Defy shut down era, the we're lost and we have no home era, the mythical era during the pandemic.
Post-pandemic mythical era.
Yes.
And now the return of Anthony era.
The Ian and Anthony own Smosh again
era. Yeah. I gotta say, I think this is the best era.
Do you remember what it was that you were hired on for? Was it cast member? What did it say?
It was talent. Was what the whole deal was. Yeah. And it was interesting because it was at a time where I was really struggling with my acting career. Yeah. And I wasn't certain if it was gonna last much longer, if I was gonna be able to keep doing it.
You were doing a bunch of mainstream acting, right?
I was trying. I mean, you know, auditions.
You were on like iCarly and...
Yeah, I had guest starred on a few Nickelodeon shows. I had been on So Random. I had done some indie films and plenty of commercials. And you look at all that and you go, oh, I was working, but all of those were kind of like once a year. So I moved out to LA officially when I was in 2007, and I booked like iCarly that year. And then the next year I booked like an indie film later that year. And the following year I booked like a commercial. So in the span of a year, the majority of it, I'm waiting around, I'm going to auditions, nothing's happening. By the time the audition for Smosh came, I hadn't worked in a couple years. So I went ahead with it, and my representation was kind of like, what is this? We've never seen anything like this. We don't know anything about YouTube. So I kind of just had to take the risk and say, I'm gonna do this, because otherwise my plan as of right now is to finish college and maybe continue on with that and maybe become like a therapist or something. I wasn't certain, because when I moved out to LA as a teenager at 16, I was so delusional that I was like, I'm gonna be a movie star by the time I'm 18. But I wasn't the only one. I wasn't the only one who thought that. Every child actor, the common phrase was like, well, my goal is to make it before I'm 18.
Right. That probably happened to like one or two people.
It doesn't happen to hardly anyone, but it's so, looking back, I'm like, how crazy of a phrase that is. Yeah. How crazy of a thought that is, that 18, your life's hardly started. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, oh man, I need to make it. I remember turning 18 and being like, damn, I haven't made it yet.
Wow, I'm a failure.
God, and really being like, I failed.
Because in the beginning, you started kind of as the character guy, I'd say. You know, you started off with your Tom Cruise impression.
Yeah. Yeah, which we organically thought of, but I remember we did that, and then a Tom Cruise impersonator was like, "Hey, I did this 6 years ago," and we are like, "I didn't know that."
But so you started off doing a lot of these characters. Low-key, I was like, I am so glad I don't have to do character impersonation. I suck at those. But you've always excelled at your character impersonations. So I think it's really cool that we get this dichotomy with you where you're hosting Reddit stories and Smosh Mouth as yourself, as a host who is just being themselves and facilitating conversation. And then you'll go to Try Not to Laugh and do Dumpster Wizard and The Chosen. And tonight you're playing The Chosen.
Yeah, full-on Vampire Slayer Chosen. The ultimate form of The Chosen.
As you're roasting me,
yeah.
and you're so good at these impressions, I feel like we should look back at the first character. Actually, this was the first sketch that you were ever in on Smosh when you played Tom Cruise. I'm gonna pull that up.
Oh, God.
Hey guys, I am so jazzed to be part of this whole normal life thing. Roommates, and one-ply toilet paper, carpet, and ferns. Holy shit. I really love this couch.
What are you doing?
Love it. Love this couch. Couch.
Get off the couch, Tom.
Couch.
Get off the...
You can see me crack there for a second. I'm just smiling.
Hope you don't mind. I hate using toilet paper. Oh yeah.
We get the Tom Cruise spreading his ass.
Yeah,
moment.
first shoot, and I get to do that with Ian. Pretty awesome. Yeah.
Man.
I think that's the first time I've rewatched that
Really?
in like a long time.
I would like to bring back Tom Cruise for just a moment.
Okay.
I have a sentence here that I think would be fun to hear Tom Cruise say.
Okay, I might be a little rusty, but let me do it.
Sticking out your gat for the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. You're so Phantom Tax right in the same. I just want to be your Sigma. Freaking come here. Give me your Ohio. Freddy Fazbear.
I don't think I'm good with voices as much as I am good at kind of like
Like picking up
just
on their...
kind of more the vibe of a person or a character.
Like earlier you did an impression of how you know when Ian's nervous, but he'll never say it.
So Ian, whenever he's leading a meeting, he gets like nervous burps, I think, maybe. But he'll just kind of like, he'll have the clicker for like the thing, and he'll be like, we're doing that, and it's pretty good, and we're really excited. The Ian face of like, sure. Yeah.
These are all the things that I noticed like growing up with him, but
I like to think that when it was like, hey, do you want to sell Smosh for $0? He was like, sure. It is interesting that I remember doing that impression for my audition. I also did my Patrick Warburton impression. But over time, what was interesting was like the characters that kind of just organically appeared. And most of them I didn't really plan that much. I know one that people love is Courtney freaking Miller. We have our castmate, Courtney Miller, sick one day, and they had a show called Seriously Super Stupid Sleepover that she hosted. And so they're like, oh, Shane, can you hop in her place? And I was like, oh, well, why don't I just be Courtney? What, do we have like a blonde wig around here? And they're like, we have this like cheap, shitty rocker one. I was like, sweet. I put it on, and it gets to me, and I just go, and I'm Courtney Miller. And then I was just so intense, and I just went with this insane like energy of like a wrestler, rocker, and I don't know, I lost my mind, and people were like, who is this? And over time I just would occasionally just be like, hey, I'm just gonna put that wig on and just do that again. And it slowly built up this kind of lore of Courtney freaking Miller.
Courtney freaking Miller.
And it became a completely separate thing. But I think the Tom Cruise eyes are there when I do Courtney freaking Miller. It's a little bit of that this. I've loved these characters that have just kind of happened. And I do really care about them. And I think I appreciate it more when people like the characters I do than when they just like me.
Really?
Like, people will say like, oh, Shane's funny. I'm like, oh, cool, thanks. But when they like love The Chosen or they love Courtney freaking Miller, I'm like, wow, that's cool.
Why do you think it is?
I think it's because it's a creation, so that truly feels like a shared thing between me and the viewer. I am a private person, so I am being genuinely myself and sharing parts of who I am when I'm on camera. But when I create something, I'm like, this is fully for not just for me to create, but when fans comment stuff about what they think maybe this character is or their backstory, it absolutely influences what I then think. And it's an actual creation that continues to build, not just on my end, but the fans.
The audience reaction helps shape
absolutely
the
what the audience says. And I think it's the audience often coins the terms for a lot of them. Like I think Courtney freaking Miller was the audience saying that, and I was just like, sure.
But I feel like we should go back to you being cast, because this was during the era of Defy where there were a lot of things going on that were completely out of my control. Ian and I were tasked to work on what felt like a million different things at once. I think that there was this common misconception that we had no hand in approving or deciding for anything to get done. And that's not the case, actually. So I was talking with you, and you actually thought that it was all Defy's decision to cast you guys.
Or at least like an 80-20.
Yeah.
Like mostly Defy, you and Ian got to like maybe approve of something, but the overall decision to bring cast on was Defy's pitch.
You know, during the era in which I was gone, or even the 2 years that I was still there were a lot of people that would say things in the comments like, what the f is new cast? Like, we just want the old Smosh. And while I was gone, people were like, oh, this was a Defy decision. And, you know, all these different ideas were floating around. But I don't think Ian and I ever have officially spoken about like what the actual thought process was.
I don't think that you
really
even
know.
You guys have mentioned it of just like, oh yeah, we wanted to expand or something.
Yeah.
But I never knew if that was something you were saying to be nice. Like truly, I was just
you
like,
are
oh.
a wanted child. Okay, we might have accidentally had you, but you're wanted.
We definitely wanted to have you. Trust us.
Yes, we didn't deliberate for hours if we wanted you or not.
Right.
But, you know, going into that process of hiring new cast, Ian and I were fully on board, and you know, we had all these different requirements and things that we were looking for from people that we were going to hire on as cast. But I think that some fears started popping up in my head around that time. The biggest issue for me was once we found this, you know, initial core group of 5 extra cast members, there was this idea that Defy had that completely conflicted with what Ian and I were feeling, and that's that you guys should be slowly integrated in, introduced slowly. You know, we warm people up to you. But then Defy was like, cool, now they're gonna be in everything. And that's where things started to kind of, I feel like there was a little bit of tension with the way that Defy wanted this cast to be incorporated versus the way that Ian and I felt like you should be incorporated to get the audience on board. And I think it was because the way that Defy hired you all on was 4-year contract, full time.
Yeah.
So it was like, make them work, get them in everything.
I mean, I totally get that because it was a stupid contract at the time.
Yeah.
It was a weird thing to just be like, yeah, you're there for 4 years, full time, all in.
5 days a week you're at this office.
Because I totally understand your thought process of like, yeah, slowly introduce, because you make a huge change to a YouTube channel, especially casting.
Yeah.
I mean, and we learned that because we were at the front of it. We were thrown right out there, and then we just had fans telling us, you know, who are you guys? What are you doing here? You're ruining Smosh.
Yeah, what was that like on your end?
I will say, I think it didn't affect me too much because I'd already been through it. Because when I went on Disney Channel years before, So Random was actually the 3rd season of Sunny with a Chance with Demi Lovato. So 3rd season, they change it and they add me, Damien, Matthew Scott, and they bring us on for the full season, and we're just in every episode. And I remember hearing like, who are these people? These people suck. And what we heard a lot was, where's Demi? Where's Demi? Where's Demi? And it became a joke for us. So that's why when I joined this, I was like, well, I know what it's like to hop on a thing where people don't want you, not because they don't like you, but because they like their thing. And people don't like change. But it was funny. And I thought it was kind of funny at the time. And I was like, yeah, of course they're saying this. And then when you left and we started getting Where's Anthony, I was like, there's no way this is happening again. This is crazy. So I think that's why I was so quick to make a joke about that.
Right.
Because I was like, this is the second time in my career that I've been in this specific situation where a lead leaves and everyone's going, where are they?
And
who are you? And I'm just like, hey man, I'm just here. Like, I'm just trying to be funny. I didn't take offense to it because I knew that I was just there to do my job. I was just there to try to be funny on camera, to do my best. And even though at the time I wasn't certain if you guys did really want us there, and you guys were kind to us. You weren't mean to us. So it wasn't that I felt you didn't want us there, but I didn't know where it was coming from. Because I think we all knew there was a little bit of a feud going on between you guys and Defy, but we weren't certain what really it was about. And there's pieces of it that I didn't know until this year necessarily, like as I'm learning right now. So I took on the mindset of I'll just keep going. Might as well just keep going. I have a job. I'm so grateful to have a job. I remember not really caring too much.
It's funny, I dealt with a similar thing after coming back on.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting it.
Because now it's a whole new audience.
Now the new audience, or there's a small portion of the new audience that is very vocal, where they're like, everything's gonna change. Everything that I liked that's been established for the past however many years is different now because Anthony's coming back on and owning this with Ian. And then I dealt with that a little bit. I kind of had to lean away from those comments that were really negative, because if you get too attached to it, then it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy where you get too worried that they hate you, so then you pull away, and then
You can't feed into it, because for every negative comment, there is 100 positive comments.
Yeah.
That's always been the case. But that negative comment really can stick out. They don't affect me really anymore. And our fan base, I would say, overall is extremely positive. But it was fascinating to see the people that had started watching in the previous 6 years suddenly see, oh, maybe it's going to change and go back to what it was. But obviously what's really happened is we're getting truly, I think, a best of both worlds. And it's just all of it. I won't lie to you, I was scared at first. When you first walked in, and I remember you talking to me later that day being like, yeah, your face, your reaction. And I was like, I don't know what my reaction was, because I think I was at first just like, what's happening? And then I remember going, oh shit, like, what are they gonna do? I didn't know. And the thing also was, we had been on a break for a couple weeks before coming back. And before we went on that break, Ian made an announcement like, hey, let's do this, which was a show that we'd been doing on the main channel. He's like, we're gonna halt production on it. And at the time, we were really uncertain about the future of Smosh. And we were like, is this thing gonna last? We didn't know. I didn't know.
You had your doubts about the entire company.
I had my doubts about the entire thing a little bit. And that's not the first time. And one time I was right, because it actually did go under, and we didn't have a job for a few months. But so I was like, okay, maybe this is the end. And then Ian texted me in the days leading up to coming back to the office, and he was like, hey, can you meet me at my house to talk about some stuff? And I was like, man, I'm on vacation. And I think in my head, I was like, I don't want to know that we're not gonna have a job.
You don't want to learn the bad
I don't want to
news.
know. I don't want to know. And I was like, I can't, man. I no.
Were you really convinced it was negative news?
I was convinced it was negative news. I wasn't sure what. I thought maybe we're gonna halt the main channel, because Smosh, the Pit and Games had been doing okay, but the main channel was really struggling. We loved the shows we were doing, but it was a lot of money and work, and the return was not equal to that. And we were like, and it was also, for the past 6 years, it was hard to establish a voice. After you left, it was like, what is this channel? It kind of became the Every Blank Ever channel for a long time.
Yeah.
Then that started to dip in views, and we were like, all right, like, what do we do? And so we had a year of trying to do something, but it was tough. And so I was certain a bad change was happening. Then you walked in the building, and at first it is like a happy moment. We're all happy. But then after a minute, I'm like, oh, like, what, you know, what do Ian and Anthony think about?
Yeah, when I walked in, everyone clapped with excitement, and then it very quickly, as we started talking, everyone was like, but what
about our jobs?
Yeah, am I still gonna work here?
Yeah, because I don't know, I didn't know how I felt. I didn't feel certain about anything.
Yeah.
I wasn't like, oh, we're screwed. I was just like, I don't know what this means. And I would say within a week or two, I was like, this is actually the best thing. And you very quickly showed us that you really cared about the work we'd been doing and that you really wanted to build on it and build on the cast that we had established. And I know a lot of fans were upset that shows like Let's Do This and The Funeral and whatever were being taken off the main channel. But I think that was a change that was probably coming anyways, because people didn't see the behind the scenes of just how tough it was. But as people I think know by now, you also did care about those projects because we're now making the Funeral thing bigger.
Yes.
And we're doing it as a live show.
I think that comes out today.
I think it's today.
I think the live show is tonight.
I think it's today. So and that was
quick plug, buy your tickets if you haven't already, because they're roasting me.
I gotta say, it's brave of you to invite me into your home to do this show while I am actively working on writing roasts.
I'm giving you more material right now.
Sure. You are absolutely. I mean, this is gold for me.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you all my deepest, most intimate, vulnerable pieces of me for you to use as ammunition tonight.
Yeah, very brave. I think the fact that this live show, we started planning this quickly after you'd come back.
Yeah.
And so people thought, oh, I'm not seeing many of the comments.
I've seen some comments
where they're like, oh, they just didn't care about these shows. It's like, no, you actually cared so much that you want to make it bigger than it was before.
Yeah, there are people who are like, Anthony came in and axed everything with all the other cast on the new channel and wanted it to be his again.
No, it's just not the case. And frankly, at first I was like, oh man, I'm not gonna be in a lot of these sketches. But then it took one more second of thought to go, I am in so much stuff right now that's actually the best thing for me, because I was having more fun and feeling more fulfilled on Pit and Games, where I was really far more part of the process from start to finish.
Give you the opportunity to focus more of your energy and be more creative with Pit and Games.
And the podcast. So I have plenty to do, and I'm feeling incredibly fulfilled. And
do you know how many episodes you're in a month?
So
it's like over 20, I think.
So I had to start actively telling them like, hey, I need a break in our shoot weeks.
Yeah.
Because we would film almost all of our content for a month in a week.
Well, it was every 3 weeks. You were shooting for 5 days.
For 5 days. And it hit a point earlier this year where I did 30 videos in a week. And our videos aren't just like chill videos.
Yeah.
We're not doing ASMR. You know, this is an hour of us yelling, screaming, making each other laugh.
Getting slapped, eating disgusting food.
Yeah, doing hide and seek. Or even reading Reddit for an hour is exhausting.
Yes.
So that was over 30 hours of that in a week. And I don't think I realized how exhausted I was. And it just kind of was becoming a blur. And the main channel stuff was really hard because it's a lot of character work.
And it's a lot of prep.
It's a ton of prep. And so as soon as this change happened, I was like, oh, wow, I can focus a little bit more. And even still, it was probably too much work. So it's a ton. It's really hard. It's fun. I hate taking myself out of a video.
Yeah.
I hate saying no. I mean, as we're filming this, they're filming Smosh stuff.
They're filming other stuff without you right now.
Because this is my day where I'm not in stuff, but I'll see the call sheet and I'll see the videos they're filming and I'm like, oh man, they're filming a Try Not to Laugh. No, I shouldn't. I can't. I need to take a break.
Yeah, everyone is just absolutely crushing it. Obviously, you talked about how you are, but you were telling me that you still have imposter syndrome sometimes.
Yeah, I still struggle with being like, I'm a YouTuber. Every time we go to VidCon, I just view myself as not being up there with anyone else. And I fight that. That's my own head.
Is it because you were hired on as talent that you're like, I'm just talent?
I don't know if there's a reason. I think it's just my head being stupid. I think it's just my self-doubt and just my perfectionism.
Like I don't deserve.
Like I always should be doing something more, and
that's probably why you're in 30 hours of shoots in a week.
Yeah, probably. I mean, truly, I think I fear giving myself a break because I don't feel like I deserve it sometimes. And so I have to really fight against that mentally. I think it's been helpful. I think Smosh has done wonders for me, despite how tough it is at times. I think it's done wonders for my confidence because I don't think I ever fully embraced who I was as a person, but also as an entertainer until I was at Smosh. I think the nature of it, the grind of it in some ways kind of forced me to, I had to kind of shed the insecurities because you have no choice but to keep going. There was no moment for me to run away from my fears. I was like, I have to just go.
Was there ever a time that you thought you needed to jump off the ship?
There were times where I was like, am I stupid for staying? Because I have, over the years, I've had people tell me like, you should go do your own thing, you know? And I looked at what you had done and I was like, man, is that the right move? But I think what's held me back was that I think going in, even if it would be more successful, doing it by myself just does not sound appealing. I love working with the people that I work with, and I do a lot of it for the viewers, but when I'm in the room and I'm being a psycho on camera, oftentimes I'm just trying to make the crew laugh, and I'm trying to make everyone in the room laugh, and I am really genuinely just having a good time with my friends. It's such a privilege to get to continue to work with them and to really have a tough job, but it's such a fun, silly job that I will never find this again. I know that for certain. And I've worked on TV shows, I've worked on movies. It's just not the same as this. This is so fun. It really is I don't know how to describe it. It feels fictional. I'm so glad I'm in this sphere now, and I got very lucky with how I got into it. I'm pretty certain if I didn't get that audition, I would not be entertaining. If all of it went away and I lived in Nebraska and I was a farmer, I think I would still have a TikTok and I would make stupid videos.
With your sheep?
I'd find a way to be stupid somewhere. My stupidity is gonna exist online in some capacity for the rest of my life. I will find a way.
Well, I've said this in bits and pieces before, but I just want to say flat out that I really, really respect everything that you've done, everything that you've contributed, how much you've been there with Smosh through so many ups and downs, how you've had so much faith in this brand and how you've pushed it to continue to be what it has always been at the heart, which, like you mentioned a second ago, which has really been about that friendship and that connection that you feel with the people that you're making this stuff with. You know, the way that Ian and I started it was we just love to make each other laugh. Let's capture that genuine friendship that we have together. Let's see if this connects with anyone. Let's see if it resonates with people, and it did. And you've kept that magic alive through all these years. And I know it's been hard, and I know there's been many times where it's felt like it might all come crashing down and all these decisions that are completely out of your control. You just kind of had to roll with the punches, and you've been there with it through it all.
Thanks, man. That means a lot. It really does mean a lot coming from you. And I have so much respect for you. And it's really cool for you to be back. And it's cool to be back in a capacity where I feel, it does feel different, you know, and I do have more confidence in myself. But yeah, that means a lot for you to say that, because, you know. And I'm giving a very Ian response right now. I don't know what to say. I'm just like, oh,
I get it.
Thanks. Yeah.
I get it.
So we do big meetings where we get the whole team together, and you and Ian stand at the top. And so this is Ian doing that. Okay. So sticking out your gat for the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. You're so Phantom Facts. Just want to be your Sigma. Freaking come here. Give me your Ohio. Let's do this.
It's the constant, like, holding in the burp.
Yeah.
I was really, really close to leaving. I think that was the first time I'd ever been like, you can't have me. I genuinely was feeling so stressed out and not heard.
That's a lot of pressure.
And the comments were crazy. It was like, I bet you she's behind the table.
Oh, what? I keep wanting to say, Courtney!
Anthony!
Courtney! Hello, Courtney!
Hey!
I can't not say it that way. Where did that start?
I have no idea. I think that's the first time you've done that.
No, I just go, Courtney!
Anthony!
Yeah, anyway. Hello, Courtney Miller.
Hi, hello, Anthony Padilla.
Wow. We always full names only.
Yes, that's how important we are.
Very high class. You've been at Smosh almost 10 years now. You're one of the first cast members. But you know what the crazy part is that you've been there almost 10 years, and if you subtract the 6 years that I wasn't there, I was there 12. So the only reason I really came back is because I didn't want you to be there longer than me.
Wow, you didn't want me to become the older sibling?
Yeah.
I mean, I was 19 when I auditioned.
That's wild.
I turned 29 this year.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Ew. What's the ew?
Time.
The fact that it's been a decade.
Yeah. I came into Smosh, this little goofball who had like, I was just so awkward and had this like low self-esteem and didn't know how to dress, but I was just excited and eager.
I mean, it's wild from my perspective to see, because you were hired on as a teenager. Now you are sorry to say this, but you are a full-grown adult now.
Yes.
And you just have so many skills that it feels like any situation that you're thrown into, you somehow find a way to excel in it.
Oh, thank you. Shut up. Thanks.
and it's just, I just can't imagine a world where your talents aren't being recognized.
I like to think that if I had never joined Smosh, I would have become my own YouTuber personality or creator.
Because like, you were making Vines at the time.
I was on Vine. That's how Olivia and I met. That's how I got the audition, which is like technically my first audition ever.
And you landed a full-time job
100%.
at your first audition?
100%.
One for one? Bro!
Let's go!
It's so weird for me to look back at that time where you were hired on as talent and you were the new cast member. And I was not sympathetic at all to the fact that you were new in the sense that like the pressure of being new on camera for millions of people to judge and scrutinize on an established channel, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, dude, I remember the comments on like the first video I was in with you guys. Like it was the drawing Star Wars character from memory.
Oh.
I think that was the first like personality one where I actually would have been noticed. Because otherwise it's like sketches where it's like, who's that dumb ugly girl?
I think you were playing dumb ugly girl with like
I had like
shit on your
zits and
face
stuff.
or something.
I was supposed to look like a meth addict.
Oh yeah, so your first video was meth addict.
Yeah, and I was like, ha!
So you got swiped left on for your first video?
Damn right.
Epic! As meth addict? Yo!
As meth addict.
Nice.
Let's go! In the weeds.
Full range.
Yeah. And the comments were crazy. It was like, I bet you she's them off behind the table.
No,
and like, who is she? Who is she dating? Who did she date to get in this video?
What?
Like, of course. I know,
so
sorry,
weird.
that's very graphic.
No, but for real, like those
exist.
That happens, and I was not sympathetic to it at all. I was just like, well, another video, another day.
I mean, yeah, because probably at that point you weren't even looking at comments because like you guys were just going a mile a minute.
Beyond the comments too, there's this pressure to impress your peers and everyone else that you're working with. And I felt that firsthand coming back in, and that was a weird experience for me. Like knowing that one of the first things I was going to be shooting with all of you was a Try Not to Laugh.
Oh yeah.
And I had been so out of practice of doing comedy in general, but especially improvised comedy. And you all had been practicing in doing that show for, I think that you started almost right around the same time that I left. So you had been doing Try Not to Laughs and all this other improvised comedy for 6 years. And I was coming in fresh. I was like, I have no experience doing this. What the hell? And like, I was still getting to know all of you. I was trying to become familiar with being on camera again in that capacity because it's so vulnerable. You can't just do another take. And I became very comfortable in the space that Ian and I created where it was like, oh, sketches, it's all pre-planned, it's all pre-written and shot listed and figured out down to a T beforehand. And if you mess up during it, cut, do another take.
Right.
But the way that Smosh Pit had evolved, it felt very high stakes. And all of you are so talented. Coming in and feeling like I had to live up to that was very difficult. Witnessing you improvise is just so exciting because the character choices that you make are things that I don't know if anyone would ever make some of these choices, and they're just so crazy. Like you coming out as your Matrix character.
Oh yeah, I don't know, dude.
And Shane's proposing to you, and you are like, no, you're.
Yeah, and I was like,
yeah. You've done a lot of different characters though. You did Brianna Boho. That was a scripted character.
that was. I mean, she's a parody of a real person.
Parody of a real person. Who could it, I don't know who it could be. A parody.
I have
of.
no idea. Doesn't rhyme or
But
anything.
No. And Gerald Cakes,
God, that's the newest one.
who just got a name.
Yes, Gerald Cakes, because Chance named him. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
a guy with a big ass, and he's on his way.
And he never says anything else.
I don't like talking as him. He feels like a character that doesn't say much. And I didn't realize that I had already spoken in a previous bit and then went into talk and I was like, oh, he's British. And like decided he was British. And then I lost the accent. And
Yeah.
so like those are the moments where I'm like, I don't know about my improv, dude. I
Yeah.
don't know.
And that first time that you came out, I had to ask. I was like, "You made that up right? When did you plan that?" It
Yeah.
feels so established though, because it's like an inside joke. Everyone at Smosh always says, "I'm on my way." It's been really cool to witness your confidence raising. You know, from a 19-year-old to a 29-year-old, but also just even since I've come back and witnessing from the past 7 months. Again, these characters that you play, you bring that confidence in order to play these characters so well. One of your character, Dominic, the entire persona is just unwavering confidence.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love him.
Yeah,
I just love him. So he was originated from, we did like a Jake Paul versus Logan Paul boxing match video that did not perform well. But that wig. And I also was wearing like a silicone male breastplate. So I had like pecs and abs and it was really freaky. But mostly that wig, I was like, this is awesome. And like, I have felt senses of like gender fluidity in my life and like leaning more into masculine and et cetera. And like Dominic, I literally disappear into Dominic.
Yeah.
Like people say that I disappear into Brianna Boho because it's like, I think when I recognized the elements of like, okay, I don't need to put myself in one box that is like girl, woman.
Right.
And when I did that, it honestly started becoming even more comfortable to lean into my femininity and then like the being able to swing over into Dominic territory and just I love him so much.
Like you felt like you could.
He's just such a dude. He's so happy to be here. And
Hey, Dom.
Maybe do you want my phone number? What's
Dominic,
that?
check under your seat right there. We got a message from someone. They asked if they could air this out on the show. Dom, can you just look under the seat? There's
Are you
something
freaking
in there.
serious,
I'm
dude?
freaking serious, bro.
What the frick?
Where? Oh, it's right there.
What the frick?
There's a letter for Dom. Can you read that for me? Someone wrote this for you. They want to air this out now. Can you read that, Dom?
This is Dominic?
This is to Dominic. Read it,
Alright.
Dom.
What's up? I hate that I'm not wearing the wig.
Yeah.
Hey, dude. Letting you know, someone in the queer platonic group chat, the one you left after Kai's altar made some... What the what's happening?
This is a copy pasta.
Oh my god, okay.
You gotta read this,
Okay.
Dom.
The one you left after Kai's altar made some ace-phobic comments, which he apologized for later, by the way. Said they found receipts on your Twitter of you liking a James Charles tweet, which is really yikes. Also, Rainbow said you were tweeting on your Steven Universe roleplay account that you were gonna rewatch Atla, which is like a really transphobic and racist and sexist show, and you should know how Ash feels about even if they won't say anything about it because of their anxiety. IDK, dude, I just wanna let you know. I know Ash can be biphobic sometimes. They also live in an apartment and their parents are divorced, so they have PTSD from it. I think Ash might write a call out, but me and Rainbow are trying to calm them down because just be aware and maybe stop being toxic. Holy shit.
Can you believe that someone wrote that?
This is real?
Someone wrote that.
Dominic would never write this.
Someone wrote it to Dominic. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, dude.
That's
Yeah.
what he does.
Yeah.
Wow.
How do you feel about that message?
Distraught.
Can you believe there was biphobia, aphobia, transphobia, racism, homophobia,
Just general toxic.
and general toxicity? I think you and Rainbow,
Yo, me and Rainbow gotta sit down. We gotta sit down over some bang energy and have a talk.
you'll probably be okay though in the end. I think you'll be okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Dom.
Wow.
Wow. Dominic,
gone.
everyone.
Thanks. Wow.
Dominic.
Wow. Did you
Wow.
plan that?
No, that was an accident. We didn't plan that at all.
Improv.
Yeah, that's been there for months.
Wow. You've been waiting for the right guest.
You were the right guest. It just kind of fell into place, yeah.
I have another copy pasta.
Okay, let's just
This
get more
is so
copy
funny.
pastas.
Should we make a series where characters just read copy pasta?
Or it's like copy pasta in real life. And it's them having these conversations with each other.
Okay, I know this copy pasta.
You seen this one?
Yeah.
All right, let's
So
hear
I
it.
got this.
Brianna.
Hey.
Right? Is it Brianna? Brianna.
Brianna. It's Brianna.
Brianna.
Okay, I just have something I gotta get off my chest.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay.
Okay.
So, okay, are you listening?
Yes,
calm down.
all ears.
Blood is in your ears,
Yep.
not in your little pee-pee. Eyes up here. Sorry, it's Brianna speaking. She doesn't know what HR is.
Okay. Okay. Yes, it's not in my pee-pee. Continue.
I have something I have to get off of my amazing chest.
Okay.
I like to creep around my home and act like a goblin. I don't know why, but I just like enjoy doing this. Maybe it's my way of dealing with stress or something, but I just do it about once every week.
Okay.
I'll carry around a sack and creep around in a sort of crouch walking position, making goblin noises. And then I'll walk around my house and pick up various different trinkets and put them in my bag while saying stuff like, I'll be having that. And laughing maniacally, like in a little goblin voice, like, and, you know, trinkets can include anything from shit I find on the ground to cutlery or other utensils. Cutlery. The other day, I was talking with my neighbors, and they mentioned hearing weird noises, like what I wrote about. And I was just internally screaming like this. Ah! And the entire conversation, I'm 99% sure that they don't know it's me, but God, that 1% chance is seriously weighing on my mind. My goblin era.
Thanks for getting that off your chest.
Thank you. Top comment is, bruh, I'm laughing my ass off. It's so weird yet innocent. I have no idea what to think about it. Ha ha ha.
How do you feel about that?
Goblin mode?
Yeah.
Everyone knows goblin mode.
Everyone knows goblin mode. I've been there.
You been there?
I've been to goblin mode.
You've been in your goblin era?
I've been in goblin era.
Love that.
Yeah, walking around on all fours.
That's just your yoga videos.
That's true. I call it goblin era.
Characters are amazing because you get to play and step away from being yourself for a little bit.
Do you feel like that has allowed you to be more of yourself? Because you mentioned that playing Dom, it was this masculine role. You realized that you could totally turn away from your feminine side.
Mm-hmm.
Did it feel like it allowed you to be more feminine because you had this outlet to be more masculine?
Yeah, like I sometimes wrestle with just like what I wear on a daily basis because it's a struggle to like fit what I'm feeling. Like at the end of the day, I wish I could be a floating orb of energy, like this glittering orb that makes you go, wow, you're so funny. Now you're so hot too. Like that's what I wish.
So a really sexy soul?
Yes. Like gender fluid, I want to be a puddle that makes people horny. Don't clip this.
There will be puddles.
There will be puddles.
Anywho, so...
Yeah, I would say so. Like I do for a long time. I would black out during my characters.
Just go into full flow state.
Yeah, but also like the anxiety of performing sometimes.
Oh, so it's dissociation.
Yeah, so it was kind of just like taking my hands off the wheel because I was so scared of the people behind the camera not liking what I did that I would just like really like survival mode, putting the energy out and like and yeah, it teeters sometimes between like when I am fully like present in my roles.
I was gonna say it's really interesting because you gave up, like in your dissociation, you gave up control. You allowed your mind to run on autopilot. Therefore, you let your mind do what
it felt was right. And in that sense, you're almost trusting yourself.
Or also like, if I'm not in control, then I'm not responsible for any mistakes that get made.
But then
it
ends up being good
Ends up
stuff.
being pretty good, yeah. I will say, that day that I created him, I was having an off day.
Really?
I was not, I don't know, I think I was just nervous. Sometimes you have those days where you're like, oh, I do not have it today.
Yeah.
And it's like, I have like those inner dialogue where it's like, oh, they're pretending it's funny. They're just trying to like, it's pity laughs, like it's fine. It is like a imposter syndrome of like, yeah, they're just laughing at me because I've been here a while and like they think it's good to laugh at me.
I do the same thing. I'm like, they are laughing because they feel like they have to because they're scared of me.
Yeah,
because they're scared of me, or they're like, that's my boss, I have to laugh. That's an interesting element that I realized going into creating comedy again, you know, to making that a full-time part of my job now. Because coming in here, yeah, it's I still have to be on it, but at the same time, I don't have to be like bringing the jokes. And it's really hard to bring the jokes when you are having an off day. In order for Smosh to thrive, or at least the on-camera presence to thrive, there is this pressure to like put that aside and just bring your A game every time.
It also, a lot of it comes down to feeling comfortable in your environment. Like there's something I love about a familiar face, just like in general. And so it is just, the longer I've worked here, the more I love that like there are these people around that know me and see me, and like I get to just make them laugh as my job. And like at the end of the day, it's my buddy on that stool.
Yeah, I will say the longer I am here at Smosh, the more comfortable I get. Like even if I am having an off day, knowing that I could show up there, and it's such a good environment and it feels so fun. It really does feel, I don't want to say family because it's work, okay? But it does feel like there is that level of comfortability at like a family get together. I'll say that. Like it feels good knowing that people there like have your back.
I think the greatest thing about, especially in this latest era, is just like there is just such an authentic level of support from all around. Cause like sometimes in this industry, you can feel like people are out to get you. Cause when I first started, like I almost was let go a few months in.
Really?
You did not know that.
That's weird. I can't believe I didn't know that, no.
Yeah, I mean, cause like it was my first time working in an office setting. And also like I was used to YouTube content, but like I was very excited and very eager and like had a lot of thoughts and would be like, oh, you should use this kind of music on the donut sketch and like, and things like that. And then I got like a stern talking to of like, hey, you need to know your place.
Oh, because you were like too excited about being a content creator?
And like contributing, yeah. I was seen as I was stepping on people's toes, this 19-year-old with no power. I do feel like that was a beneficial moment. And like, especially a lot of people in this industry have like people pleaser syndrome. And so you start to not only like hope for response and validation, but then you start to depend on it. And then I think in previous eras at Smosh, just certain leadership would kind of take advantage of that and give you praise and then just take it away from you. And so it was like, it happens so much in this industry of just when you're talent, when you're an online personality, you're kind of at the mercy of how people perceive you.
If those people don't like you and like the stuff that you're making, you don't have a future in doing what you're doing.
Yeah, and it can affect you a lot. Like at a certain point, especially in the pandemic when like online was really all we had, that was when I really attached to Smosh because it was like, we are in some tough times and people are literally going to Smosh to escape and to like forget about all the crappy stuff and like just laugh. And I was like, I feel like this is a responsibility. I take it so seriously that we get to be that for people. And it was also like new into mythical, and like going into the mythical era was like my first time where I felt like I was genuinely being like acknowledged and praised for my impact at Smosh.
You almost quit.
Yeah.
And everything would have been different.
A year ago from filming this, I almost quit Smosh. I mean, I was at 8 years at that point, and that was the longest I had ever done anything. I am still to a degree, but I was so attached to Smosh, and like I cared so much to the point where I think I was like letting things get to me, because at the time, the main channel was struggling, we were struggling to like, find something that was sticking, and other stuff was going on that was just making me just feel like so stressed out.
Relatable.
Relatable.
Well, that's part of what pushed me to leave. It was my entire identity. It was me. I felt like it
Truly.
was me. So when things started going completely away from the way that I thought it should go, in my mind, it felt like a part of me was being pulled away from who I felt I was. A lot of dissociation. Yeah, so it didn't
Yeah.
feel like reality.
And I am familiar with that feeling as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And so is that what you...
At a certain point, like, because everybody at home, when work is really tough, you just kind of have to like focus on the day to day.
Just get the thing done.
Yeah.
And it's like, if I am worried about all the other feelings attached to this, then I will never get the work done. So then you completely dissociate from all the feelings from it. And therefore it doesn't even feel like you're experiencing reality. You're just like tunnel vision and doing a thing.
Yeah, and like it takes the passion out of it. Cause
Yeah.
like when you're just letting your passion go and you're creating and you're like, how about this? And you just like, you're not stopping yourself. And then I cared so much about our content. I still do, obviously, but like it was an unhealthy attachment almost to a point.
What was it that pushed you to that point? Was it the fact that it felt like you couldn't be passionate about it anymore?
My job had changed a lot over the years where, sometimes I was writing and coming up with the ideas, and then other times I felt like I had nothing that I could do or contribute to, and I think it just kind of got lost what I did there. It just got to a point where I felt like useless. Like I felt because I wasn't being included or championed in the way that I was hoping to after all this time. And it's not like I was like sitting around expecting someone to like call my name and summon me for something. Like I really wanted to be involved, but I wasn't really being given opportunities to write anymore. And so like I would work really hard just to find something to like fulfill my passions. I just felt like ultimately I just didn't feel like I was being heard. And so I was ready to go. I had a serious meeting and was like, hey, like I just want to do what I've been doing forever, but like I don't know what's going on. And at that point my contract was going to be up in a couple months, and so we had this talk, and then we're like, all right, well, we'll see where we're at in a couple months. And it was like I did end up sticking around, and then literally like just a few months later, Ian started being like, hey, we need to have a serious meeting on a Sunday. I have some news for you. And I was like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. but
You had no idea that it was that Ian and I were going to buy Smosh back.
Yeah, I thought it was done.
You thought it was bad news. It's so wild, though, to hear how close you were to quitting, because it feels like you are thriving now, and it feels like you have so much more opportunity to even go further with how many talents and skills that you have. You were hired on as simply on-camera talent.
Yeah.
But you've evolved to be able to do things like produce and write and direct. You just directed the live funeral roast that we just did recently.
Oh yeah, the casual Anthony's Dead, the funeral is the biggest event we've done.
The biggest event in Smosh history.
I feel so lucky that I'm in it now. Like I was really, really close to leaving. I literally like shot an email out, and it was like days before about to start a shoot week. And did I say shart? A shoot week?
Shart a shoot week, yeah. Sometimes it feels
you
like
put that in, I swear to God, no.
Do it.
We were literally about to go into a shoot week, and I was like, I can't. And I like pulled out of it. And I think some audience members were like, where's Courtney? Because it was like literally that week was a month or so of content. So I was just like not in content for a bit.
You just couldn't do it? You couldn't show up?
I think that was the first time I'd ever been like, you can't have me for a little bit. Because I genuinely was feeling so stressed out and not heard. It's going back to that. If you live your life based on what others think of you, you're limiting yourself. And like when I started believing in my own potential, despite what other people assumed were my limits, I went further than I ever thought I could have.
Isn't that crazy? I realized at a certain point in my life that I was perceiving myself from the third person, in the sense that every action that I did, I was thinking, okay, how would this be perceived? Because when you're on camera that much, that becomes the way that, or at least it's easy to fall into that thinking pattern.
Optics, the house.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're like the coming from an editor brain, you're like,
Yeah.
you're like, okay, I'm seeing the way this is gonna look on camera. I'm seeing the way people are gonna perceive this. I'm seeing the way that they're gonna comment and even what they're not gonna comment, but they're gonna think it. And that limits you so much. And I mean, I could even say, even since coming back to Smosh in the past 7 months now, that there have been periods of time, entire shoot weeks, where I just can't get out of that mindset.
It's like when you're younger and you have like a crush and you start getting ready in the morning and you're like, what outfit would they like? And it limits your wardrobe, you know? That puts it into like a direct like symbolism. Like that's what it is. If you start trying, it's like if you were to have a specific type of audience, like that isn't necessarily you, like, because then you're trying to form to something that you aren't authentic to. And like, that's why I love what we do, because it's like the personality, unscripted content. It's like, I am being myself and I'm hopefully attracting like-minded people.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. The less you think about the way that others perceive you, the less I think that people are worried about the way you are perceived, you know? And that's what people really are attracted to in terms of like the type of people that they want to watch on the internet. I feel like it's the more unapologetically yourself, the better. And you are holding yourself back when you are trying to guess what people are going to think of you.
Yeah, and it was like, it's not even just the audience, it was like my peers. Like when I started Smosh, I was like in a relationship that I had a terrible self-esteem. I was putting up with so much crap. I really don't think I was fully my own person 100% until the 20s.
The 20s?
Not my 20s,
the
but
2020s?
the 2020s. Yeah. I used to truly feel like there's a podcast episode from way back early mythical days where like I was like, you know, I don't know that I've found my like true group of people that I feel like my support system. Cause you know, I don't know. I guess I've just struggled, or at least believing that people liked me. And I think that's why I didn't have the friends that I wanted, because I think I struggled for a long time, like imposter syndrome, didn't believe people liked me. And if they did, it was very conditional. Like I basically have had like a mean voice in my head for a long time being like, oh, they don't think you're funny. Oh, they said they like your skirt, but they don't actually like your skirt. Like just consistently. And then whenever that presented itself in real life, whether it was like previous coworkers or peers, like it solidifies that voice even more. And like, I'm sure people can relate at home. It's just like, it's a tough thing to fight when it's like your brain is telling you that.
Yeah. How did you quiet that? You know, I feel like that's been part of the reason that you've been able to find yourself so much, is quieting that voice.
I mean, therapy is great.
Yeah.
But also like the funeral live show was the first time where I was being fully trusted to just go with my ideas. And like, I said this on the Smosh Mouth podcast, but like, where I was like, okay, this is the time where I need to see if I've been delusional or if I genuinely am capable of these things that I'm thinking about. And like trying to hush that voice that's trying to shut me down. And
that voice was probably louder because the pressure was there.
Yeah. And when you're just generally stressed, that voice is just like loud.
Yeah.
And it's just, I think my therapist has talked about how it's like that voice is trying to protect you because me believing that someone likes my skirt is like making me vulnerable somehow.
Yeah.
But like that is being an artist, is like being vulnerable. And so.
Yeah. And it's having the confidence to know some people aren't going to like it.
Yeah.
And that's okay. But the people who like it are going to really like it.
Yeah, and it's so cool having a physical representation of that with the live show and also the trailer that like is truly one of my proudest creations ever, and I hope to make more like that in the future, because I just had this idea and nobody was saying no. No one was stopping me. It was really cool. Like this was mine, and I never had been able to feel like I could say that before.
You know, you had all that responsibility. You were not just directing it. You were in the funeral. There's a lot of pressure there. So many different things that you were juggling all at once. How does it feel now to be a little more than a month away from that, knowing that not only did you have all that responsibility on you and no one was saying no, but you crushed it, and now you've just proven yourself, like you've leveled up in another way.
Thank you. It feels really cool, but also the imposter syndrome is like, you got away with people thinking you did a good thing.
They're gonna find out.
No one knows yet that you're actually a fraud.
Or that you're like, that you had to throw some things together last minute.
Yeah, like
or,
all of this was luck.
Yeah.
All of this was a fluke.
I told myself about myself with Smosh for so many years.
Yeah.
All of it was just a fluke. At some point, someone's gonna realize, like, you're just one misstep away from the entire facade falling down, and you, the real anxious, vulnerable you being exposed, and you're just like,
Sorry, that just made me nervous.
yeah.
I had
no, I
to
feel
burp that out.
The nervous burps are real. That was the real you trying to come out.
The real me just came out of him.
Yeah. The vulnerable you.
No,
it's
but
left though. Well, no.
Stop! Don't do that. That's my fear. No.
Nope. She's still in this room.
Is she in the room with us now?
She's here. She's here. I sense her presence.
But yeah, I will say, like, when you're talking about how I knew how to utilize and take on these things, like, I agree. And I think that is a huge skill for a director or for someone in leadership to have, is to, like, know how to use your tools, you know?
Yeah.
I like championing the people for what they're good at. And like, that's kind of like what you did when you were like, oh yeah, like I heard you have these ideas. We got to get you into more of that. Like, you guys were ready to throw me into more stuff before the live show even happened.
Yeah.
Like, and I was like, well, let's do the live show and see how you guys feel.
Yeah.
So I was fully anticipating for me to mess up and for you guys to go, see, we shouldn't have trusted Courtney. And yeah, it's an ongoing battle.
The more confident I get in my work, the more confident I get in my real life, and vice versa. It goes both ways.
Yeah.
Right? Do you feel like there are things that in your work that have, come out in both sides?
I think over time, as I've really found my footing as like my own person again, I've gotten friends who are, friends who were kind of close, who were closer than ever. And I think a lot of that is like believing praise when it comes my way, or like believing like if that someone loves me and that like my single mistake, or like you said that one weird thing during that conversation, they don't love you anymore.
Right, and then afterwards
like,
you're just ruminating on it for the next 3 hours. Yeah.
There's a level of like, okay, I just need to not think about that stuff as much. I felt just like happier. I mean, there were shoot weeks where I would wake up at 5 a.m., but I would just feel like just so much weight and like just so down because I wasn't confident in myself, wasn't certain of what we were doing, just uncertainty. Nowadays, shoot weeks, it's like, oh, we got that video and it's those people. Oh, that's gonna be a blast. Let's go. Like it is, It's not just me, but I feel like the people around me have really gotten into a groove, and we really affect our peers more than we realize. So I feel like, Angela's confidence in herself has affected me. And then I feel like my confidence and my bringing what I did to the funeral and championing Angela and et cetera, like I'm impacting her, and we're just all.
That's that rising tides raise all ships mentality, which is rare in some areas, when people are like, oh, but I want the attention, And it feels like in that case, everyone is fighting for themselves. But in this case, everyone, that's one of the magical parts about Smosh that I've witnessed from the outside and what it's become is it feels like it really is like we're Smosh and we're all in this together.
Yeah, oh my God, High
And
School
that's really
Musical
wild.
style. Whoa, he just did a High School Musical just then.
That was my contribution to the High School Musical fan cams. And you were saying it feels like here at Smosh you are able to explore all those parts of you that you feel make you whole. You're not just an on-camera performer, you're all these other things. You're so much more creative. You have so many more aspirations. You and I talked a little bit about like how manifesting. I used to be like, manifesting, that. Like, you can't just will something into existence. But I've learned that there is a reality, and I did this actually with Smosh. I started thinking, it would be kind of cool to be part of that again. And even that first thought changed so many of the decisions that I made after that. I was able to lean toward it instead of away from it when it was still, I still like had PTSD from the whole Smosh Defy experience, that I was pushing it away. But even not pushing it away was enough for it to happen.
Yeah.
So what are you holding on to right now as things that,
manifesting?
what are you manifesting? What is it that you want to do next? What are some of the things that you are excited about?
I'm so excited to make more stylistic, like similar to the promo projects. That was like the most it was like a euphoric feeling when all these things that I had put down on this like visual deck of like, I want this, I want this, I want this, and like really challenged our crew to try something they'd never done before. And I was like, oh my God, like this is amazing. I truly felt like I was leveling up, and these dreams that I had kind of put away a long time ago and never manifested. It was like you start having this frame of mind of what you want, and then even when you don't realize, like the opportunities that are closer to that present themselves, and it just makes you that much more willing to get those opportunities and say yes to those things. And so, yeah, like I'm so excited to just do more making content, making stuff that really provokes feeling.
Yeah.
Like I've always been obsessed with movie scores and music videos and the power of like an image and how you can make someone understand a moment that they're not in with art. When I put my being a host and being talent aside, I love making other people look cool. I love it. Like that was what was so amazing about Funeral and why I didn't want to be in it originally, is because it's like, look at all these talented people and they're at my, like I get to just make them do shit, and like you're so good at this, I'm gonna make you do that, and you're gonna do that, and oh wow, and everybody's gonna be wearing these things, and like
I feel like that was the coolest Smosh has ever looked.
I love that for us. I love that for us, and it's like I think a lot of that inspiration comes from, like, obviously there's lots of projects in the world, but Smosh has touched on that in the past, you know, with like your awesome music videos, Legend of Zelda, Assassin's Creed, and then, you know, we did do Summer Games Wild West shortly after you left, where we did this crazy trailer, and then, you know, the Apocalypse one where we like got like this Mad Max truck and like all these cool stuff where it's like, wow, we're just coming together for the passion. And I remember when we were filming the trailer, everyone was just so excited. It felt like when I was younger, like in high school, like getting into that stuff where it's like, we're just doing this because we want to. And like, yes, there's jobs and stuff, but like, it is so cool. We all come together to just like create feelings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've had a lot of different eras at Smosh where there were opportunities to stay or go. And I always just said yes. Because ultimately this was my dream, which was creating content and making an impact. And you know, when the Fi shut down and Ian was like checking with the cast, he kind of like interviewed all of us to see how we felt and what we wanted to do. And I was like, I was born for this. This is what I was meant to do. Everything that I've ever loved about what I've done in life, it has manifested in this job, and I truly believe I am meant to be here. If I wouldn't be surprised if you guys were like, oh, actually, by the way, we created you in a test tube for this job because we needed something, I
It feels like that.
It does feel like that. I feel, especially with like Smosh being what it is now, it's like, yeah, like it is a weird North Star of like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. This is where I'm supposed to be going.
Yeah.
It was like gravity almost. Like, just like, okay, I'm just gonna just keep falling forward into this thing that I love doing. Because at the end of the day, as serious as this interview has been and parts and stuff, like it really is like making comedy and making people laugh.
Yeah.
And like, I love it. I'm all about it.
It's interesting you stated that way because I feel the same way. You know, having been away from it for a certain amount of time, it was like the gravity brought me back. As much as I convinced myself for a little bit that I'm beyond that, I'm past it, it really does mean that much. And it's just so strange that this thing that Ian and I made when we were so young, like actually means that much to me even, but then especially to hear that it means that much to you. It's so cool to hear that and to see you thriving in this space. And I can't wait to see what it is that you do next. I know you're gonna take us by surprise.
Oh, maybe I will.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think so.
Smosh the Movie 2, coming next fall.
Starring Courtney Miller
Stop.
as Dominic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna pitch something?
Yeah. I really want to
This is how it is.
I really want to do a sketch. I really want to do a sketch where Dominic moves in with you and Ian, and like,
Okay.
and it's just he wants to be your guys' roommate.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
And you're gonna leave this in.
Yeah, because it's gonna be made and people gotta see the origin. You've got to see the pitch.
It's so messed up of me to take advantage of this.
You took advantage of me in a
Pitch a
vulnerable
sketch.
moment.
Here,
No.
well, I'm at a Five Nights at Freddy's music video, another sketch, make a spaghetti western movie, horror short films,
Done.
Leo DiCaprio, pop, pop, pop.
I'm so excited to see what you will be creating when you are given full responsibility. Like if we were just given a little peek with the funeral show and the promo, I'm so excited to see what you're capable of when we are able to give you more and more responsibility. And now that you've had more and more confidence to
Hell
back it
yeah.
up too.
Frick yeah, dude.
Frick yeah.
I'm ready.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Was that Dom or is that? Sorry. Sorry.
Sound person, I'm so sorry.
Oh, there's more in there?
Now we're good.
You're good?
Yeah.
I feel like you just. That was probably like 6 pounds of gas.
Is that how you measure gas?
Yeah, in pounds. Yeah. Or except you put the scale up here because gas rises, right?
I don't know, dude. I do YouTube.
Yeah. I'll give you a few years. You'll be skilled at that
Do
as well.
not coyly rub your thigh as you talk about measuring gas. Stop.
I had some parts of my childhood that were like very, 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 very difficult, and I had to grow up way too fast. I think that's where my like rumination had a chance to first like run free because I didn't have the distraction of being around other people and living life. You're playing him like he has autism. I love it. I'm like, yeah.
Look, I'm playing it like me.
And I'm like, oops. What do you think about me?
What?
What do you think about me?
Damian Haas. He's the voice of many beloved characters in mega popular properties like Fortnite, Fire Emblem, Starfield, and Netflix's Delicious in Dungeon. Despite his struggles with ADHD, autism, and OCD, he's found his place as a beloved Smosh cast member and streamer. How has he continued to find success as a comedian in an ensemble cast when he constantly feels like an outsider? How does he deal with the overwhelming pressure of his many careers amid spirals of worry? And what does it mean when he says he has a touch of the tism? I'm Anthony Padilla, and I spent today with Damian Haas to find out. Hello, Damian Haas.
Hi, Anthony Padilla.
Hello. You joined Smosh right when I was leaving Smosh.
Quite literally right when you were leaving.
Yeah, I feel like I probably saw you in the office one time. It was like 2017.
You saw me very specifically in one spot in the office. Do you remember where that was?
Was it in a bathroom?
It was in a bathroom.
Oh, I saw you in a bathroom.
Yeah, I was peeking over the stall. I was like, nice to meet you. No, I think we had like a quick moment of like,
okay.
oh, hey, hi, how's it going? Yeah, nice to meet you. Bye.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they mentioned that they were thinking about hiring you, and then they were just like, oh, by the way, his first day is that. I was like, you didn't I didn't know anything.
I was the straw that broke your back. Yes.
Yeah.
I had like a habit of joining things at the end of their lifespan, and I was like, figures.
Was that you on Disney?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because So Random was the show I was on with Shane, but it was technically the 4th season of Sunny with a Chance. Disney shows don't tend to go more than 4 seasons at max, so it was like, all right, well, got 1 year of Disney, and yeah, I kept having like jobs that were less fun in between that, like retail, customer support, and I was just like, well, damn, back to that I go. Leather crafting was the thing before Smosh.
Oh shit, yeah, you were leather crafting.
Yeah, that was way better than the rest of them.
What were you crafting?
Dog collars.
Didn't you have a beard at the time?
I did.
That
I
leather
grew it
crafting
afterwards.
with a big old beard. Show me a picture. You're like, here's me
Yeah.
leather crafting, and it was you with the big ass.
My face is like that of a baby, but the beard is so
Yes,
full.
yeah.
It's like a joke. That's not supposed to be like a real guy.
It looked like a character creation mishap. What was the audition process like for Smosh? Because I wasn't part of that.
I can't emphasize enough how little I wanted or facilitated you being here. Shane and I were roommates when he started working at Smosh, so the thought was like, hey, if anything ever comes up, I'll at least like see what's available. And so he opened the door to like getting me the audition, but like that's all you can do for someone, you can't just be like, come have a job. So
Yeah.
and it was me and 2 other people, and they just had us play Mario Kart.
Just like be entertaining.
Be
or-
entertaining, like have fun, just do what you would normally do. Then I got a call back for that. Then they had me come in and talk to the Smosh Games cast, standing up in front of this whole group, just like, hi, like very much like, introduce yourself to the class that you might not join.
Yeah.
I was like, hi.
You're just the new kid.
I like games
Super
and
awkward.
playing and fun. Then they took me out to dinner at the Stinking Rose.
Really weird place.
Really weird place.
Yeah.
Lots of garlic, good for talking to people and getting to know them.
So tell me more. The music's really loud. Come on, get close. I want to taste the garlic off
I
your breath.
don't blame them. I think they wanted to make sure I wasn't a vampire because I'm pale.
That's That's true.
Yeah.
It was a security measure. And then, Defy shuts down and you come back on when Smosh is now owned by Mythical.
First of all, like in between then, I started streaming on my own, which was awesome because it was the first time I was like, oh, like I can do a thing on my own. And I think a lot of the Smosh audience found me there on Twitch because like Smosh content had like gone away. They were like, well, this is something. But that's been a part of my life since then. So I'm glad I felt way more confident in myself coming back because I was like, whatever, I've got my own cool
So
thing
you feel like
too.
an individual rather than like
Yes.
just like one little gear in the mechanism.
Yes,
basically.
and I'd been voice acting, that whole time too, but like, that doesn't really pay the bills in that capacity, especially. But yeah, when I went back to Smosh via Mythical, I was the only like OG Smosh Games member that had signed on at that point, and they'd say something like, okay guys, we're gonna go have a meeting with the cast, and I was like, I'm included in that, right? And they're like, well, we're talking like core cast today. I'm like, ooh, core cast. I'm kind of the only one who's not that.
So you felt like an outsider.
I felt like an outsider, and it also was frustrating because I have a sketch background. If I'm the only one who's not doing this, that's weird in and of itself, and it's not like you have to teach me a new thing. Like, I'm here, I can just be in the background, but like, why exclude?
So then you transitioned over to become more integrated.
Yes.
I feel like you are one of the strongest improv actors
Oh, thank
and
you.
performers.
Thank you very much.
Like Try Not to Laugh was the first big group ensemble thing that I did coming back into Smosh.
That was really special.
It was 6 years after I had left, and I felt so rusty in my improv and acting, performing, all that stuff, because I had spent all that time developing this show. So when I come back, I'm totally out of the rhythm, but you and everyone else so locked in, and you brought it. Like you showed what like it meant to perform confidently doing improv.
Being an improviser is very freeing. You can just sort of say whatever comes to your brain, and you trust the people around you to be like sources of information and sources of support.
Seeing that fearlessness in improv and being so strong in that, as I get to know you more, you'd start to talk about autism, ADHD, OCD, self-worth, all these other elements that I would have never been able to see from the outside, especially performing next to you. I just think it's really interesting because there are so many people that look up to you as an icon of mental health things.
Yeah.
You make it look easy somehow.
Thank you. I mean, look, autism is a spectrum, and that doesn't, I think sometimes people fall into the trap of thinking like, oh, a little bit autism to very autism. But in reality, it's like a 3-dimensional sort of orb of placements where it's like, okay, you don't have sensory issues, but you do have issues communicating, or vice versa. And so I'm very fortunate having chosen this path that like, a lot of the stuff that I experience is a little bit more internal. I think you go your whole life kind of masking these things, and I've been an actor since I was like 9. It all just becomes a part of it, and we're all just kind of agreeing to do this kind of social construct together. So it's a very fun balance of there being specific rules, but also no rules.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very freeing place, at least for me, to play. Knowing that I hadn't gotten to work with you in those 6 years and everybody else had history with you, I was like, well, I want to make a good impression. So
Yeah, well, you did.
well, thank you.
I noticed a difference in the way that we both approached the same video concept, which was really interesting because we were both given the same rules to work within.
Yeah.
But I go up there and I feel like I got to get a laugh right away. I feel like it's about getting that laugh, then feeling like I'm safe. All I wanted to do was get that, and then I was kind of like done because I was like, whew, okay, got that one. Next thing.
Nice.
But the thing I observed with you is that it almost seemed like you weren't trying. It felt like it was just a natural state. It didn't seem like you cared if you got a laugh. It just felt like it just happened. Like you gave it time to breathe. You weren't afraid to take the full 30 seconds that you have. Like you made it look like you were just, it was so effortless.
Well, thank you. I think something that's missing when a lot of people start to like learn improv in general is feeling free to fail. Like it's truly okay to go out there and not get a laugh, but I also think that that's something that you can say, but it takes a while to kind of lock that in.
Yeah, to actually feel it.
To actually feel it. I think because I look at things through a lens of like what is normal or what is right, and like sometimes I don't get that right. Like the way I describe my experience being neurodivergent is like I will either read something to a T or miss it entirely. And there's very rarely a middle ground. So like I feel more nervous about being in the chair of like, I hope I laugh at the right time.
Oh, really?
Sometimes I can sort of see where a joke is going before it goes there, and I can't really turn it off. Like my brain will know.
So it
gonna
won't
be
make you
said-
necessarily laugh because you.
No, because I'm like in that mode and I can't turn it off. So I have to let myself in that moment be like, this is the right laugh time, and this is when
So
I would normally laugh.
It's funny because that's where I feel least pressure. I'm like,
Really?
I just get to exist.
Yeah.
You right on the
Yeah.
opposite sides.
That's why I really enjoy streaming is like, I feel like I get to split my brain a little bit, where like that other track gets to talk to chat while one track is focusing on a game. And that's when I'm fully like, I'm occupied. This is great.
Because your brain is doing two things at once?
Yeah.
You feel like you need your brain to do two things at once to feel satisfied?
Yeah. I can't play a game without a TV on. I can't.
Are you doing two
like-
things right now?
Absolutely. I'm stimming with my ring. I'm stimming with my feet, talking to you. Yeah. The ADHD thing, the autism ADHD combo with OCD. Like OCD is much more managed for me because I've found medication that works. And then everything else is just like, that's how I operate. It's, autism is not a thing to fix. It's just like, this is the deck of cards you're playing with. So for me, it's more a matter of just like, what can I adapt to fit in with other people in a way that's comfortable for me and everyone else?
What was it the other day? You brought something that you're like, oh, I'd like to like.
But I feel like I was
you
making
had
a
you had
joke.
you had earplugs.
Oh yeah.
You literally brought earplugs
Loops.
to the party.
Yeah. I get very overloaded with sensory things sometimes.
Yeah.
And it took me a long time to realize that like, that's not normal. Like I'd be looking around being like, can't everyone tell that this guy's clicking his pen?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, but no one gives a shit. But I'd be like, well, I can't focus on anything else. It's like an earthquake in my brain.
So then now you have your earplugs with you.
Yeah, they're great. I have them in my bag right now.
Sometimes you'll kind of analyze the way that you are in a social setting and be like, is this the same as everyone else? Is this different? Is this wrong?
Sometimes the comments that get to you are the ones that like say things you don't like about yourself. So I got one recently that was like, Damien's humor's been different the past few months. I don't think he's as funny or I don't think he's as free. And I'm like, damn, I think you're right. Like, I think I've been very in my head the past several months about like how I'm coming across or how I'm affecting other cast members. And I really want to play nice and do a good job. And I've lost a little bit of that freedom, but that purely comes from me really thinking about how I'm affecting people and not just letting myself like, I'm gonna play a game. Yeah.
I mean, I don't see it. But again, if it's just one comment that says something that you are starting to suspect about yourself,
Sure.
it makes you feel like everyone sees it.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it's that one person.
fair.
I've had to realize that it's like if you get one comment that says something that does touch on an insecurity, it doesn't mean that everyone secretly believes it.
I know. Well, the problem is that when we believe it, like if I start to think that about myself already and then
That's
one
true.
comment says it, doesn't matter if 1,000 comments are really nice. That one is like, yup, I knew it.
I suppose the issue then isn't if other people believe it, it's if you believe it.
Right, which I think in a way I do.
Yeah. I mean, that's hard to get out of though.
It is. But I will at some point. I think, weirdly, I've always been like I'll just figure it out kind of guy. But in the same way with like brain stuff, it's like I've been really in my head lately. Well, one day I'll wake up and I won't be.
You just have confidence that it'll work itself out.
Yeah. I'm like, I'll wake up one day and be so busy that I forget to be in my head. And then, ta-da.
Have you always felt separate though? Like in your childhood? Did you feel that sense of like
Yeah, actually.
otherness?
Yeah, I'm just starting to sort of like work through all that. But yeah, I had some parts of my childhood that were like very, 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 very difficult, and I had to grow up way too fast. And so I always thought it was kind of because of that. But I've realized later, like, I think I process things differently, and like, it works out really well in school, the way things are traditionally laid out. Like, tests were easy because
It's like a logic-based figuring out, or like how is it different?
Yeah, I guess like my logic was different, or I just felt a little bit separate. Like I felt like I was watching everybody else have these experiences in school, and I was like there, but I was visiting in a way.
Like you didn't feel at home.
Right. I think as a kid, I was like a goofy, high energy little boy, and therefore I had like a lot of friends through that. But as I started to grow older and just like think more and go through different things, I just felt less and less like I had anything in common with people in school. And it's so funny because like with TikTok now, it'll be like, oh, you're so mature for your age. You're an old soul. And that actually translates to, I think that kid might be autistic.
So you feel like your brain wasn't really at like this childhood state of mind?
Yeah, I think that went away like very early for me, and I think the OCD stuff was very early too. Like, I think back and I was like 5 years old and I was like washing my hands way too much to the point like where they would bleed. And like, it's like, that's too soon. And
so the obsessive, like repeatable nature of is
rumination and tics and things like that. You'll think about, you know, an issue, you know, say for example, like everyone hates me. Like that's not really one I think about, but just using it as an example.
Yeah.
And then you'll go through like every reason that that's definitely true. And then you're like, wait, I've got to go through every reason that can't be true. And then I'll replay that, you know, conversation that I had. But actually, what if I made up that part of the conversation?
You have like infinite thoughts that stem from infinite thoughts.
It's a cycle. It's a rumination. And so, you know, you can't break out of that. Whereas, you know, a technique that I would learn in therapy is like, all right, well, like, what if everybody does? Like, then what? You know, what does that mean? Like, let's say, for instance, that's true.
Does that end the loop?
It should, and that's what I couldn't do. Like, and so that's why the meds have helped.
Was it medication that you feel helped most, or do you think that there's also other things?
I mean, as an adult, I, you know, started therapy a few years back. I found the right meds. Yes, I think it's a combination of therapy, and for some people, meds are the right answer, and for me, it very much helped. I started to take medications because I realized, you know, I was learning all these tools in therapy that were very helpful in theory, but I wasn't able to apply them because I was like, I'm too far in this direction right now where I can't even utilize what I'm learning. So the meds definitely helped me get more of a stable base in which to apply those techniques and tools and thought processes.
You're not just acting with your physical presence, you are also voice acting, and you've honed in on voice acting.
Which I love.
Let's talk voice acting.
Let's talk voice acting. Anthony, can we talk voice acting?
Let's talk voice
Please.
acting. But I know that you like to do more than one thing at once, so I got something planned for you.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of this game called Starfield?
I have heard of it.
So I'm gonna hand you this controller,
Oh my gosh,
and
thank you.
are going to create a character. Are you the first voice in this game?
I'm the second.
Second voice?
It's
I thought you were
Lynn
the
and-
first.
I know.
I was pretty impressed. Now I'm not at all.
I'm the guy that wakes you up.
Really?
Yeah, but not Lynn. Helly.
Hey, come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out.
Do you know all these by heart?
No, I just did the TikTok, like, I'm a voice actor, and so I did that line.
Any of this look familiar?
Familiar? Yeah, so that was a fun thing. So that I worked on for around 6 years total. Never breathed a word about it because it is...
Wait, so how old were you when you recorded that audio clip?
I had just started at Smosh.
Really?
It was like maybe a couple months after I started at Smosh.
So that was like 2017.
2016, 2017, yeah.
Damn, that's crazy.
I mean, some of these games take a while and you really can't breathe a word about it.
Did that feel like torture to know that you had this cool thing, or was it kind of like a cool secret that you had in your pocket?
To be honest, that's kind of how voice acting is in general. I mean, the time varies, but you can't breathe a word about anything, and I stick to that. So sometimes people are like, oh, what are you working on? Like, do you do anything? And there are all these things you'd love to brag about, or if you meet another voice actor who's in a big game that's out right now, you want to be like, I work in the same way you do, but you can't say it. You just have to be like,
I do a thing too.
Dunkin' Donuts regional radio commercial.
So you recorded for 6 years?
Across 6 years, yeah.
I thought that you did all your recording 6 years ago, or 7 years ago at this point.
No, it would be like once or twice a year I'd be brought in and be like, hey, remember? Yeah. So I'd be like, hey, can you play that again? And like, when I first recorded it, like there was not like a Northeast accent, but it was a little bit of like an affectation, and then a little bit more like slipped in, and then I'd be like, wait, listen back, and they're like, yeah, you've got that accent. And I'm like, all right, a little bit more of an accent, and then like by midway through the game, it was almost like a game of telephone, where by the end of it, I'm like, yeah, my mom is on this moon, and you know.
So wait, did you have to re-record anything, or
no.
just with the character's voice evolved?
It ended up working out, yeah. I mean, I listened back to it, I'm like, that's more or less the same guy.
Yeah.
But I'm very sensitive to sound, I think probably because of the tism.
The tism will get you.
Tism will get you. I was bit as a boy, and I turned. Oh, we got Roadhouse.
So wait, when you go to create a character, are you trying to make it look like you, or are you just going like what do you do? I want to see you create a character and explain kind of the thought process behind it.
When I stream, I have a stream mascot. He was created when I had a dead-end customer support job, and I used to just play Dark Souls all the time and make new characters. I'll go with that, actually.
Okay.
If you're fine with that.
Wait, so this is like your mascot?
Yeah, just the guy I make in like every game.
Wait, so you have a guy you make in every game?
Yeah. Also, in every game I play, I try to make the character naked, too.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Extra challenge, and also kind of funny.
Can you make the characters naked in this game?
Yes, it doesn't work well because you're in space.
Oh. No, I think that would work great, because then
every appendage floats individually.
Sure, and I do like that usually. His name is Go Go Hippo Go, all caps.
Is that what comes out of a depressed moment in life?
Yeah, it's like a poorly translated 90s anime opening, you know what I mean? It was like,
I feel like if you make an anime,
yeah.
I feel like if you made one, that's what you would.
100%. This is my soft pitch to you.
Yeah?
That I would need funding real bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What is it you need this money for?
I want to do all my development on this anime while on a like a pleasure barge that's out to sea, where like someone's just peeling grapes and feeding it to me. That's where the money goes. I need $500,000 to
I thought it was
research
258.
it went up because we don't know what a pleasure barge is, so now we have to research.
Oh, dang, I shouldn't have asked.
Keep it up, we'll make it $1 million.
Okay, you're in. So wait, your guy that you create in every game looks like he's dripping fire out of his soul?
Have you just never seen our Ginger before?
No.
You're like, what is the fire spewing out of your bones?
I've never seen someone with that color hair in my life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this guy's from space, so there you go. No, usually if it was like a Dark Souls, character creator, I make the skin slider like paper white.
Okay.
And everything else just bright red. And I take every sort of proportional thing. Proportation thing, and I just make it as unique as possible.
Unique.
Yeah. Oh man,
Pretty
no.
unique.
He looks like a cartoon moon right there.
That's good.
Look at that.
That's
He's got
good.
The kabump.
Do you have any idea how many characters you've voice acted for? Hundreds, right?
I wouldn't say hundreds, probably a couple
50s.
dozen.
Couple dozen?
Well, voice acting stuff is like few and far between. Especially when it's a job that's big enough to be like, oh, this is a character, as opposed to, oh, it's coffee shop guy, and he says, here's your coffee, and like that's it. So if you're including that, like, yeah, a lot.
As like side characters, but
yeah.
But like dozens of main characters that are like recurring throughout.
I'd say at least a dozen or so.
I mean, there's a bunch that people know
Yeah.
that they might not know is you. Can you list off some of them?
Absolutely. And that's the exciting thing now, too, is like, I just did that TikTok, like, I'm a voice actor, and then you
Yeah.
say the line, and it's just, I got so many comments of like, what the hell?
That's you?
It's you? So anime, right now, I'm Laios in Delicious in Dungeon. That's a big one, and I love it. Streaming now on Netflix. Kyoka Kudo on My Happy Marriage. Let's see, video game stuff. I'm Shez in Fire Emblem. He was the purple-haired protag boy of like a couple games ago.
Just like you.
Just like me. I did that to like celebrate that role. But
Wait,
also,
you dyed your hair purple to celebrate the role?
Yes, but also I wanted to change
Yeah.
anyway, so I'm just like, yeah, it's because of the role entirely.
You had that
but,
look
like,
for a while too.
It was fun. I liked purple. Purple was nice. Thank you. Bunch of voices in Fortnite. I'm Dennis
That's
in
crazy.
Fortnite Save the World. I've been 3 different bosses, like seasonal bosses.
That's crazy.
Thank you.
How did you get your foot in the door?
That was a very lucky situation. So I was on the Disney Channel show with Shane, and then after that, my manager at the time was like, hey, you should start working with a publicist. You're gonna be famous now. You're a Disney kid. And I was like, oh, okay. And so my publicist at the time asked, like, what do you want to do? And I was like, I kind of like longboarding right now. I'm kind of interested in, this, that, video games. Kind of want to try voice acting. And she was like, great. I have a voice acting agent I've worked with before. I will get you a meeting, and then the rest is up to you. And I was like, great. So I got that meeting. They agreed to like try me out for a few months. And then through doing that, I booked Grand Theft Auto 5 as like a background role. And then I was like next up in the running for some commercial with Pepsi and Taylor Swift, like a collab between them, and I think I was like their second choice. So my agent was like, okay, we'll sign you. Like clearly you're booking, go for it. And then just from there, I took one hour like session with a video game voice acting coach, which I like recorded. And I was like, all right, I'm going to internalize that forever. And that's it. Just
That's your training?
Yeah.
Your training is a 1 hour course?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
and then a lot of dedication to learning the craft on your own and kind of self-teaching.
Or whatever. No, I'm kidding.
But like self-taught after
Yeah.
that. Like beyond that, there was
Right.
more that you put into it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think the very act of auditioning every day, you start
That's
to...
part of your teacher,
It's
right?
part of your teaching. And you
Yeah.
start to look at things through the context of like, okay, who's booking? Like, what sounds do I hear in, video games and movies? And, it gets to the point where you can start to listen in and be like, oh, they recorded that line later. Like, that was in a different room. Like, or, oh, that person wasn't really Ryan Reynolds. They had a voice match for him because
Right.
clearly he couldn't come to the studio. So...
Did you ever have fear going into an audition? I feel like it's in my past it's been scary to
I don't know, submit something and feel like there's so much pressure on like this being a deciding factor?
I mean, I always did a lot of like on-camera auditions leading up to the voice acting stuff, and there was a lot of overlap too.
That's true, you're already on Disney.
I was already on Disney, but like I was always nervous about that stuff. I didn't realize until way later, like I don't belong auditioning on camera. Like that's not my thing, but I thought it was supposed to be. So voice acting, there's a lot less pressure. I think every once in a while, I'll get an audition that I can sort of piece together like, oh, I know what this is, and this matters to me a lot. So those are a little nerve-wracking. But you know, that's kind of how I felt with the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that just came out. I had a couple smaller roles, like one of them had a name, and I was very proud because, again, Final Fantasy VII was a very meaningful game for me. But when those auditions started rolling in, I was like, oh crap, like this is kind of what I got started for. Like, I better make it count. And so, you know, even just being in there in a small way meant a lot.
Yeah.
But now it's gotten sort of to the point where you just sort of have to audition and let it go. You know, you can't be thinking about it all the time. And that's a lot healthier of a way to go about things. And I think I also have some good relationship point where every once in a while I'll be offered a job I didn't audition for. So I'll be like, hey, we know you'd be good for this thing. And
oh, that's awesome. When you get to the point where you don't have to audition and people are offering you roles, like that's the dream, right?
For sure. And I think I'll still always audition. Like I think you're always gonna have to submit that. But just being known, you know, these people do this for a living and it's their job to cast things well. And to be thought of at all in that capacity is just like, you know, imposter syndrome is still there, but that certainly helps.
Really?
Oh, of course. I mean, do you feel like you still have imposter syndrome sometimes?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been a process of letting that go. I feel like my imposter syndrome really gets loud when I'm doing things that don't naturally fit with my natural state. They're things that I feel like I have to do.
I mean, that's wild to me because, like, I think about you and Ian starting as teenagers. You guys were just like, we're gonna film ourselves and put it out there. Like, what?
Yeah.
I get made fun of in high school for existing, and you guys are like, we're gonna film ourselves making jokes.
Yeah, it was a weird thing where I didn't see the point of it as being something for others to approve of as much. Eventually it became that. Eventually it turned into a thing where doing what I was doing was there for a sense of validation within myself. But it didn't start like that. And I think it was because I at the time I was like, being on camera and being perceived and commented on, judged is just like part of this bigger picture for me, which was to create like a brand, to create something bigger. It was just like me being on camera was just a part of it. It's not the point of it. But after a while, I got to a point where I thought it was the point of my life or career or self-worth. And that's when I started to really like get attached to the positive and negative.
Yeah.
But in the early stages, I didn't care about the positive or negative. I was like, they don't know me. They don't know what I'm about.
Yeah, I think for me, it's really hard to be misunderstood in general. Like that's a huge trigger. So like if someone says, you know, in a comment like, you're not funny, you suck. I'm like, that's entirely fair. Like, I don't know you. I annoy you on camera for whatever reason. Like, so it goes. You're not gonna be for everybody. But if someone says either something that I already kind of believe about myself, or it's like, man, Damien clearly was so mad at this person or is so jealous of this person, or like they're assuming things about my motives.
Yeah.
That's when I like white knuckle into my own leg and I'm like, I can't comment back, but that sucks.
I feel that as well.
Yeah.
It's been a process to get away from that mentality. And, you know, I think that just shows that there is some room for internal growth and, you know, to like trust and love all of who you are to the point where you know that that's not true and it's okay for them to think that. But it's very hard to get that. I don't think I'm past it, but I'm realizing that that's there. Whenever there is that feeling that comes up, I'm like, this isn't about them, because people will perceive and come up with an idea of who you are no matter what you do. This is a sign that there's a part of me that feels fear in what that might mean.
Yeah, it's for me, I think it's like letting go of control of like, well, they feel that about you. You're probably not going to
very hard to say
otherwise.
that's okay.
Yeah, it is so hard to say it's okay because it's not just like, oh, like I thought Damien would wear this kind of shoes. It's like, I bet as a person in your core, you're actually mean.
It's about
and
your
you
identity.
Yes, exactly. But no, now I just get to hide behind all these fun characters and do voices, and it makes me happy.
Right. So
Yeah.
this is, in a sense, it's a way for you to be able to perform without being perceived in your physical form.
I mean, kind of, yeah, because, like, I'm sure you've noticed, you know, just in our time together, like, even on camera today, though it's not so bad today, I've got, like, facial tics.
Right.
Like, I blink really
I actually did
hard.
not realize.
Oh, well, thank you. But,
I didn't see it.
no, so it goes.
Oh.
But, like, I blink really hard, especially if I'm, like, sleep deprived or nervous, you know. I've got the tism, as I've mentioned. So, you know, I went through, like, all this on-camera acting stuff being like, you know, why is this so hard for me? Like, when the camera gets really close up, like, theater was totally fine. Why am I not booking the on-camera stuff? Like, you know, they said I'm too animated, then I pull it back, and then they say I'm doing nothing. I don't get that. And now I'm like, oh, my face does different things, and I was having to, like, work at appearing quote-unquote normal, and again, sort of working to get to the baseline that everyone else had. Whereas with voice acting, I feel so free, and it feels like, oh yeah, I'm in this character. Like, I've got a huge improv background. Like, it's easy to embody a character and just live as them, talk as them.
There's no friction with this one layer of, like, what am I doing with my face? Now you get to skip that and just go straight to the craft of what you actually care about.
Absolutely. And, like, you know, there's something about getting in a costume and having makeup and feeling like, okay, I'm embodying this character. Cool. But at the same time, I get to do that now with the characters that I play in games just by looking at, like, the artwork.
And so your imagination of I am that person instead of, like, a physical.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's because with voice acting, you do tend to move a lot. You just can't make noise while doing it. But like, you know, my posture will change. Like, I just in Unicorn Overlord that just came out, like, I played an angel person named Sonatio, and he was like a priest. So, like, I see him holding that staff. I see him a little more regal, but he's also like very elegantly.
And then you want to position your body.
Position your body, like, naturally. You're just like, you know, this is how I speak.
This is how they would talk, a little bit more.
And you might move your hand like this because it's a little more lilting. And then Triangle Strategy, I played a guy named Julio, and he had, like, these really sharp eyebrows, and his hands were always behind his back. And I'm like,
so you want to stand like that when you record, right?
Right, which you can't do because your lungs get a little compressed when you're like this. But still, like, it's very rigid, and, you know, the rules matter a lot. And if something is well written and well designed, everything sort of informs everything else in a way that, you know, you can always pull from it.
Yeah.
You know, Laios in Delicious in Dungeon, it's a very important character to me, and I really love it and care about it. You know, he's kind of a knight-looking guy, but he doesn't have a shield, and he doesn't have a helmet, and it's sort of like, okay, well, what does that say about this character? And, you know, what does that say about the world? Like, okay, is death not that big of a deal in this world, and that therefore you don't need a helmet? Or is it more important that he can look around and observe things because he is a very observant person as opposed to being a protector, you know?
Does your character have autism?
A lot of people who read it, their headcanon is sort of that he does. It's not a confirmed thing either way, and it's not my place to confirm it.
But you know.
Well,
you know.
Well, no, I mean, I'll say this. Like, I remember auditioning for it. I had my takes all done, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do one more take and just, like, completely throw it away. Like, just be myself, just be as natural as possible, very understated, and see what happens. And then I did, and apparently that's the take that, like, booked me the role. And so I was like, okay, I'm being very myself, and this is the take that booked me the role. And then the second the show premiered, everyone's like, you're playing him like he has autism, I love it. I'm like, yeah!
Look, I'm playing it like me.
And I'm like, oops. And so, like, yes. So, you know, I think he's very much coded in that way, and it's very much brought up that, like, he has difficulty reading the room, but he has very specific interests that you really, you know, can benefit him in a lot of ways, but his skills are lacking in other ways. So, like, whether he has autism or not, those kinds of traits very much speak to people who are neurodivergent. And I've been very much honored with that level of trust because I've been getting a lot of comments from people saying, like, hey, you know, the way you're playing this, like, I really feel seen. And that means a lot. So yeah, it's been very special. So again, I can't confirm or deny anything. It's not my place. He's already got an author, but
Got it.
Yeah.
What do you think it is about being seen in that way that feels so good?
I think specifically for people who are neurodivergent, it is so difficult to be seen as, like, a natural part of a story in the same way that anybody else with any other aspect of their life, you know, who would have, like, a disability. Like, if they see representation in the media, that's going to be a big part of it, where it's like the biggest part of this story is, like, this person's in a wheelchair, as opposed to, like, hey, that's just how the character is, you know? And that's the same with, autism. It's like the Good Doctor, of like I am a surgeon, or like the Big Bang Theory. Like that's sort of what you see, as opposed to like just that's their traits.
Just vibing.
For better or for worse, it can come up. Like not being able to read the room does come up. It's a difficulty, but also having very hyper-specific knowledge about things also comes up and is helpful. But the story isn't about that. It's just a character who has these traits.
Right.
And I think that's why it's special. And also, like, you can laugh with him.
Instead of laughing at.
Yeah. I think, and also, like, you look at Love on the Spectrum, right? And you hear about, oh, you've got to watch this. Like, it's so sweet. And I started out like, oh, this is going to be awesome. Like, cool. Dating is kind of really hard in this capacity. But then it's just like, this is John. John is 38, lives with his mum,
He
and
hates
likes
the sound.
choo-choo trains.
He
And
hates
you're like,
the sound of a lawnmower and the sound of someone getting stabbed to death.
yes. Honestly, and I love those things. So we're all different. But it's like, it's the same type of person where it's like, this person likes choo-choo trains, like this person likes Legos, like this person likes dinosaurs, and they're all just like, put them in front of a camera and there's like 50 people watching and they're like, I have a hard time talking, and then that's it. And so it's very like spectacle driven, I think, a lot of the time. Even if the intent is good, because I don't think people are trying to like exploit anybody, just seeing a varied nature of it is maybe what connects to people.
Yeah, your character is a very different representation than people are used to.
He's got a cool sword. Like, that's sick.
Yeah. Just to wrap it up here, tell me what this character is and why you...
Go Go Hippo Go, he represents my willingness to be playful and goofy.
Does he have a voice in your head?
No.
No
He's
voice?
always like the voiceless protagonist of just like, cool.
So he'll like grunt a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit of grunting. Like he kind of just looks at you like optimistically and excited, but like you'll turn around and be like, hey, oh Jesus!
Yeah.
Hey man, hey, how's it going? Eyes not on speaking terms, teeth not on speaking terms.
Little chameleon-esque.
Now he's like,
Yeah.
You know what? He's a Reddit guy right now, where someone's like, hey, you can't do that here. And he's like, oh, is that right? Oh, is that right?
Like he does his research strictly on Reddit?
I've actually done my research on Ralph's company policy.
On slash Ralph's. Oh, look at him.
It's like, all right.
Oh, he's cute.
Yeah, he's pretty quiet.
Yeah.
Pretty cute. He's got too many clothes though. Sorry.
yeah.
We gotta fix that real quick.
Cool,
Oh
let's
no,
go.
Hippo, no.
Well, let's talk about your childhood. We're getting into your childhood now.
Okay.
Yeah. You told me a little bit about growing up in an immigrant family.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, my dad was born in America, but it was like while my immigrant grandmother was like visiting America to look at houses. And then he's born, and it's like, whoopsie doopsie.
Whoops. There's
Oops,
an American citizen was born.
Oh, we have to. Yeah, so, yeah.
Okay, got it.
Family was from Germany, or my dad's side. My mom's side was here, but I think she's like more Italian. So I'm just German-Italian with a bunch of little smatterings of stuff here and there, but yeah.
Do you feel like that childhood shaped who you are in any sense?
I think it probably shaped my parents and through them shaped me. I think there is like an expectation of excellence no matter what you're doing. So, if you're gonna go to school, you should get straight A's and straight A pluses if you can. If you're gonna, act, well then go pursue acting in the best way, And I was grateful for that level of support, but I think the idea of doing anything less than what was top-notch just like didn't enter into the equation. And I think as a kid, when you're being sort of molded in that environment, it's fine because you don't know anything else. But as an adult, I was like, oh, I'm tired.
Yeah, I feel like that would be debilitating for me to be like, you need to be perfect if you're gonna do anything. And then your mother, you said, found joy in performance, which kind of inspired you.
Yeah, she did some like theater in high school, and I think she very much like took that on as a big part of her personality of like, well, I did theater in high school too. And so when I started to pursue that kind of stuff, she was just like, oh, well, I did that. And so she would like help me with lines. And I think that was a fun way for us to connect. We ended up doing a couple community theater shows together.
Oh, nice.
And I think, I was very young, but I think for her too, that was very meaningful. Just be like, I'm doing this activity with my kid,
So then do you move out to LA?
I did, for college, but also acting. I went to USC for a year. Yeah. I dropped out after I'd booked So Random on the Disney Channel because with the way the schedule was working, I...
Dropped out of school?
Dropped out of school, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, and so I was like, I think it makes sense to drop out, and I kind of have to. Or I withdrew and was on like a, oh, you can come back whenever kind of vibe, and I was like, I never did.
They're still waiting for you.
Yeah. Return, Damien. Everything's fine at USC right now.
They always have an empty seat for you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of empty seats.
They keep one empty seat for the students that couldn't be there, and then they pour out a beer, and they're just like, here's for Damien. I'm like, I don't even drink. And they're like, shh.
And it just looks like someone pissed on the chair.
Someone, because they did, and it covers up the piss.
It helps mask it.
Helps mask it. Yeah.
Things are getting wet.
Yeah.
Boy.
What can I say?
Wow, you're a dropout.
You know, dark denim.
Yeah.
A spooky boys.
I feel it. I dropped out of my second year of community college. I get it.
I did that too.
Just a couple of dropouts.
Yeah, just a couple dropouts. .tv, available now. And I was like, well, I'm not learning anything. This doesn't make any sense. And my dad had passed like not too long before that. And so it was this big like sort of reshuffling of my brain where it's like, okay, well, there's not this like parental need to like, first of all, I don't have any like, I always considered him like the smartest guy. So I was like, who do I check in with about this? And also there's no validation of like, it's okay. You know, I still had my mom, thankfully, but it just wasn't quite the same.
So what was that big shift in your life like at that point?
It was a lot. And I think at the time I was so busy with filming stuff on Disney that like, I didn't really have a whole lot of time to like mourn the process of, you know, academic greatness of any kind. It didn't really sink in until like the show was done and I got my own apartment in mid-city and just auditioning for things for voiceover. But like, it was the first time I'd been left up to my own devices. And I realized like, looking back now, I should have realized a lot sooner, but I was like, I'm not wired the same way. Like, I would go 3 days and never say another word to another human being because I'm home, I don't have anything to do. What would I do? You know, and I realize now people are like, oh, I have to go out and be social. I have to go talk to folks.
You're perfectly fine in solitude.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good place to be.
It's a good place to be, but I don't know if it was healthy.
Oh, you feel like you needed social interaction?
I think so. I think I did a lot of like, I think that's where my like rumination had a chance to first like run free because I didn't have the distraction of being around other people and living life. I would like, you know, how do you occupy a full day when you have nothing to do? I didn't have a job. If I didn't have an audition that day, you know, what do? I didn't stream, I didn't anything. It'd just be like, okay, well, this is a full Tuesday. What do I do on Tuesdays? Nothing. Here I am. And, you know, it's very easy to fall into like a depressive state there. And I think I did. So that's when I started to think about school and like, what is my life? And like, do I go back? Do I move to New York? You know, do I even want to be an actor? Like, what are all these things? So
how did that take you to where you ended up?
I think because voice acting auditions came in at such a high rate, that was at least something to hold on to be like, well, this is a thing I'm doing. At least I did something on this day. Even if it was a 2-minute commercial radio spot read and I'll never see anything from it, you know, I can at least say like, well, I tried. I did something. But I also think trying to pursue excellence throughout my whole life in whatever capacity I could at that time, I finally had the chance to do nothing and literally nothing. So the pendulum had kind of swung back in the other direction. So I think if I didn't have that like goblin rot kind of vibe then. Goblin rot? Is that
Goblin rot? It sounds right.
Goblin rot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Magic the Gathering card, I'm sure. I don't think I would have had the perspective that I have today of like, what is a healthy balance?
So you kind of had to go the opposite way, you know, fully.
It's the burnout thing. You know, you try so hard for so long and then you don't just dial it back a little bit. You're just like, I'm done, you know?
Yeah.
So,
close.
How was your childhood?
Great.
I would love to move on from this moment. Whatever it is. This hurts a lot.
Did you have any questions for
Anthony.
Yes, Damien.
You know, you come back to Smosh and see this whole sort of grouping. What do you think about me?
What?
What do you think about me?
You want a review?
Yeah. You know what? Give me an employee review.
Oh, yeah. This will be good. This will be good.
This ought to be good.
Your ability to, improvise is like top tier. I feel like you're very good at integrating everyone into the group dynamic. Why are you looking at me like that?
I don't know. I just put you on the spot.
Is this how it feels? Is this the face you look when you're getting complimented?
No,
you look so happy.
I'm being
right
mischievous right now. This is less about being complimented, more like I'm watching you try to figure out, like, oh, youth. Do I do the Oreo.
I just think you're a good guy. I don't know, man.
I just like being a mischievous little punk, and I'm like,
you little shit.
Yeah,
you're such a little shit.
I'm a little doo-doo.
You're a little doo-doo.
Just a little doo-doo man.
A little shit doo-doo.
My turn. Anthony, you.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to.
Needs improvement. Too many rings.
I don't want to hear it. Hey, f you. I have 4. You have 3.
Too many.
Oh, really? 3.
Joke's on you. 4.
Oh, you do have 4. See?
Really not so different, you and I. Anthony, where can people find you?
You can find me right here in this chair. I will die in this chair. I will rot. I will not move until I'm decomposed.
That's the dream.
Hell yeah. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I expect to see you live streaming you rotting and decomposing in that chair.
I mean, probably. If there's one person watching, I'll die in my chair.
I just want a time lapse. I don't want to sit for the whole thing.
You want the thing where it's just like, you just like...
Yeah, I just want to
like
see you
hair go
turn
longer,
into
shorter.
sludge and then maggots start crawling out
it's
of
the
you.
Fox thing.
Yes.
Yeah, that's...
Where your stomach bursts open and the answer and then there's maggots all over
Why don't I have
you.
to die for that to happen? Halloween's coming up.
I would go to bed every night and it was just like, I don't feel good because I'm not doing what I was like meant to do. You can just lose yourself in a character. And I was like, oh, that's cool.
You're memed so often for being the chronically offline queen.
I didn't know who Harambe was.
No.
Lo siento. Sorry about that.
What is the Sigma?
Sigma nuts. Ugh, I'm gonna get fucking roasted for this.
Amanda Lehan Canto. She's an actress, screenwriter, improv comedian, and cast member on Smosh. But she never meant to become a comedian. What caused her to leave reporting and dramatic acting behind? How has she become an iconic internet personality despite being chronically offline? I'm Anthony Padilla, and I spent today with Amanda Lehan Canto to find out. Hello, Amanda Lehan Canto.
Hi.
You got a three name,
Yeah.
so you got to say all 3.
Canto is my mother's maiden name, and Lehan is my dad's maiden name.
Your dad's maiden name?
Yeah. Yeah.
He was a maiden?
Yeah, he's a maiden.
You joined Smosh 4.5 years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, that's wild because that was the period that I was not there, but also, you said you only did sketch?
So when
Which
I-
is so weird because that doesn't seem like what you are known to do now
I
at all.
know. I truly do not know the root of how that even happened. I mean, it's literally what I do is improv. And then I started doing improv. They were like, oh, you should do more improv. I was like, I know. It feels like truly a decade ago though.
Yeah, were you always planning to do improv and end up on YouTube? Because you started off as a reporter, like you did so many different things. How did that happen?
I was obsessed with acting. So I did news because it was like, that's the next logical step. On the East Coast, that's the closest thing to acting without like really giving up on financial security. So I was like, okay, I'll do that. So I was a PA, I worked the teleprompter, and then I worked up to being a writer at NBC News. And then made my reporting reel, and then like to be a reporter, you have to move to like a small town and have your own like one-man band to even get considered to do network. And it made me realize that I don't want to do this.
What took you away from Boston and brought you to LA? Like what eventually got you there?
Honestly, I don't know like when it sparked in me, but I was, to be honest, very depressed in Boston. Like I love my city, but when I finally moved to the city and I lived with like 5 people and I was taking the train every day to Channel 7, working crazy hours, missing so much like life. All my friends were still living and having so much fun. And I think I knew I always wanted to act, and I think I was just like pushed to this place of like darkness that I was like, I cannot do this anymore. And LA was what I wanted to do.
And you were already interested in improv?
Not at all. So in college, there was like a huge improv community and I was terrified. So I did like musicals and theater, but I didn't do improv. I saw it as like something so scary.
They're not even scared of saying the wrong thing.
I know. And they were really cool.
So then you move to LA to pursue acting, and then how do you get into improv?
So there was an audition for a theater, and I was like, oh, let me go audition for that theater in Sherman Oaks. And it was an improv theater. I just didn't realize. So I auditioned.
You took it and went for it.
It was like an improvised monologue that I had to do, and I winged it completely. And I booked a spot to pay to be in that theater.
Oh, so you earned the ability to pay to be there.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You can pay that money now.
Yeah. I've always been good with like conversation and talking and telling stories. Like it's always been my favorite thing. And so I just kind of did that. And I think I unlocked something in me that I realized that maybe my storytelling has always been improvising forever. And then when I started doing it, they like formed us into a group and then they gave us a Friday slot with an audience. And I was like, and I kind of just learned on the fly.
I think it's so interesting that improv was never, like you didn't know it was your calling. You know, try not to laughs, for example. Like those stress me out. I'm asking you beforehand, I'm like, so what do you got going on? You're like, I don't know. You didn't plan anything? You're like, no. I'm like, your bits are some of the funniest bits in Try Not to Laugh, and yet you don't even think about it. You're like, no. I was like, damn, that's confidence.
Honestly, I think, Anthony, is that like not knowing I would be good at improv and just diving into it and realizing, oh, this is just kind of telling stories and getting a point across. And when I got really into the training of improv, it was so intense.
Yeah.
It was scrutinized all the time. So for me, Try Not to Laugh is very therapeutic for me because I'm just trying to make one of my friends laugh just by being an idiot. So it
you
feels
feel
really
like there's
good.
no expectation?
There's no expectations for me.
Yeah.
So I want to try to be fully in that experiment and not plan anything. It's funny because when I stopped the rigidness of the improv training and left and thought I would never do it again, this like anger came up in me of like, oh no, did I ruin my passion? Like, did I allow myself to take on too many notes? Did I allow the rigidity to like really set in so that I stopped believing in my natural ability? Because improv to me now, I had to go through all of that to learn that improv is just freedom. It's literally freedom. And it took me 10 years to get there. And it took a lot of heartbreak to get there.
Yeah, you know, that's something interesting that I'm learning too with the way that we deal with like emotional pain. For some reason, we feel like we need to keep it in our mind, think about it, hold it there, make sure it never happens again, constantly be aware of it.
Yeah.
But what we're doing is we're constantly living in that pain to try to show us how we shouldn't allow ourselves to experience it anymore. So it's almost like we're preemptively experiencing it to make sure we don't actively experience it.
Yeah.
Feels like with improv, there is that trust that you, when I experience the thing in the moment, my body will react appropriately.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry.
I think the pain that you're talking about is like, I didn't realize that I had to like get it out. So much self-doubt and pain and rejection, so much rejection. I mean, I've performed for audiences that didn't laugh once. I've bombed so many times that like I didn't realize I was holding it all, releasing it in a way that was like going back to the basics of it. Like why did I love it in the beginning? I didn't even know I loved it. What did I love about it? What is inside me that made me love it? And it was like, oh, it's freedom. It's freedom for me to be myself. Honestly, I don't think I got really good at improv until I went through that really painful process and then did my solo show. It was the coolest thing to be on stage and just quiet everything and hear the thought, observe it, say it, and have it actually land and work.
What do you think made that such a different experience than before? Because you had done improv before, but like this seems like
I had done improv before, but always under the eyes of someone. When I first started improv, it was more free, but when I did the rigid training, it was always, if this doesn't go well, it reflects you negatively. We're going to take chances away from you to move on. And I think what it actually did was tie into like maybe a deeper fear of mine of letting people down. And I think getting out of that rigidity and getting to like do improv at Smosh and do my solo show and do all of that made those things like connect again.
When did you start developing characters?
So when I got into Groundlings, that was another thing. It wasn't just improv, it was characters. I immediately loved doing characters. And so when I started doing them in Groundlings, I remember my director, he was so great. He pulled me aside and he was like, you can just lose yourself in a character. And I was like, oh,
yeah,
that's cool. I think I was touching on that freedom. So when I'm in a character, I feel so free.
Is that because you're detaching yourself from it?
I think so. I think the Amanda like control aspect is quieter.
Can you walk me through the process of creating a character? Like Sarah Christ is one of your most popular characters.
Yeah.
Was there a process for creating that, or was that just more improvised in the moment and then it stuck?
So Sarah Christ was always something that was like here, but I never acted on it.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with true crime.
Yeah.
Those are the type of shows I love watching. So I just kind of like always had that like impression in me. Wet Cop became Wet Cop then. She didn't even have a name yet. She wasn't Sarah Christ. She was just Wet Cop.
Wet Cop, okay.
And we did it at Courtney's funeral.
That was the first time.
That was the first time.
Okay.
And I remember I went backstage and no one knew who the this was.
Yeah.
And Patrick sprayed my bangs and they were dripping wet. And when I got up, people were like, what is happening? And I blacked out in it. Pretty much.
Because you became the character.
I became the character and I was so invested and I was screaming at Courtney and I was just like, this feels so good. And I think there's a part of me that is Sarah Christ a little bit, like this like the world. Like there's a part of me that is her. I think every character that I do, there's a little piece of me in there. I think about it all the time. I'm like, maybe I should just be a detective.
Maybe I'm Sarah Christ. Yeah.
I kind of am.
Well, now you get to try out all the characters and see what fits, and then you can become one of them.
See?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's how you find your path.
That's how I find my path.
Apparently, your path has led you to being a YouTube personality.
I know. Never thought
that.
No.
Do you remember being told that you were cast and you were like, okay?
Yeah. And I remember my first sketch was every Home Depot ever. And I played like a girl who was kind of like tapped. She was kind of crazy. And I remember they stopped rolling and I just kept improvising for fun. And I remember improvising with Shane and I remember he laughed, that laugh that like makes you feel like everything is okay in this world.
Yeah.
I remember the director at the time walking me in a car, he was like, that was great. Like, when can we have you back? And I was like, oh, okay. So I had so much fun, but I had no idea. Like I had no idea where I would be now.
I love seeing someone who's just unafraid to take risks.
I think I had to take a very big risk to move here. And I just trusted something that was unexplained. Like I didn't have someone being, other than my dad, like I just trusted something inside me and then it worked. And I think I had to build up to that unafraid. I think I was very scared. Like I still get scared.
You hide it very well.
I just remind myself like you love it and you're already here. You're already here. You can't go back.
Right.
And that's what keeps me going.
So then you just face the fear and...
I just face the fear. I literally just face it head on. I'm like, I've seen worse. And when I went back to Massachusetts once, I remember I was living in LA and this woman came up to me. We were wine tasting with my mom. And this woman was like, oh, you moved to LA? And she broke down in tears in front of me, Anthony. She was like, I went there and I was so scared and I was too scared and I moved home and I regret it to this day. And that was years ago and it stuck with me. I think regret is worse than fear. So I'd rather face fear than the regret.
You're memed so often for being the chronically offline queen.
Yeah, it's because it's true.
Because you were not seeking to be an internet personality.
No, I didn't play video games.
No.
I didn't know who Harambe was.
No.
Lo siento. Sorry about that. I didn't think that that's what was going to happen.
And now you have so many clips going viral because you are chronically offline too.
Yeah, I think I was talking to Tommy. I was like, is this bad?
Is this bad? I'm on the internet.
Is this bad that I'm a YouTuber and now I'm on the internet for not knowing shit about YouTube? And he was like, no, play into it. And I was
I think it's charming because this is almost the counter to the expected culture now.
It's crazy because I've never seen myself as like a mom figure, but I just do it to myself all the time.
Total mommy mode.
I walk into it all the time where I'm like, explain that again, boys.
Yes, you are mother.
Like, what am I doing?
You know memes and internet culture so well that you brought in a presentation for us.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited for you to give this PowerPoint presentation because you are so well versed So, without further ado, Amanda, please present to us this PowerPoint presentation all about the memes that you're aware of. All right, we got the lights down low, we're in presentation mode, and I'm ready to learn about these memes that you know too much about.
Yeah, it's insane.
You can't keep all this knowledge in.
No, it's crazy, and that's why I had to write this whole PowerPoint out.
Yeah. So can you walk us through?
Yes. Oh, well, I was in such a rush, and I had so much information, I forgot to add the title.
Yeah, next time.
Yep, it would have said Journey Through the Memes.
Journey Through the Memes.
By Amanda Lee Hencanto.
And what is this?
This is a chupacabra. Yep, it's a chupacabra.
That's what
People keep trying to take him as pets, and we say, no, we don't like that.
Good.
All right, we on to the next? This is one of my favorite memes.
What is it about?
Hilarious. It was born in 2002. Lots of kids were sending it around to people, and one kid sent it to their mom, and the mom was like, how dare you? And she kicked him out of the house.
Wait, what is that going on, though?
So it says, please put your tongue up at the top when you speak, and do not shove your tongue against your teeth, because then you'll get buck tooth. Much like the chupacabra.
Okay.
Yeah, so what's crazy is like it was this cool thing.
Why are kids doing this?
They're insane. They want to block their throat.
Throat blockers.
Yeah, throat blockers. So you know about them.
I thought I heard about this throat blockers meme.
They're almost like hackers. They sent this out to a bunch of phones on Wall Street.
And then it became the new lore.
Yeah, and throat blockers basically, they stopped the stock market for 4 days.
Woo!
So don't put your tongue on the teeth because you'll get buck teeth. Awful. This, I know exactly what this is. This is Christian Bale.
Yeah.
This is from, oh my God, that amazing movie. And I'm gonna remember, it's called, American Murderer.
American Murderer?
And what's crazy is I know this movie so well.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad that I was able to come up with the title really quickly.
Yeah, you can press the next one. I think it's probably gonna be related.
He's listening to Bon Jovi right now. Which is pretty cool. Yeah. So
how does this relate?
Really cool. So what's cool is these are the duality of men. A lot of bros who pump every morning, for gains.
Yeah.
Like Shane Top vibes.
Oh, yeah.
This is what they actually look like, the top, the Keanu Reeves / Christian Bale. He goes by 2 names. It's pretty crazy. And so he's listening to music, Bon Jovi, and he's like, I'm gonna be this guy. And then this is the guy he thinks he is. This guy is Zeus's cousin.
Are you implying that doing this led to that?
Yeah, so throat blockers look like this.
Okay.
People who do buck teeth look like that.
Okay, got it.
So don't do the buck teeth because then you'll be alone listening to Bon Jovi.
Okay.
And if you throat block, you're gonna be like this guy. Look it. He is smiling so hard because he's throat blocking so hard.
He's never had anything in his throat.
Well, he had one and he decided to be a throat blocker forever. It was a weird time. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh. I actually know what this is.
You know this one?
Yeah.
What is
People
this
are
one?
obsessed with this meme.
Of course you know what it is. You made this presentation.
No, I know. Yeah, of course. Oh my God, you're
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
So, skibidi bop bop bop. That guy, his name is Jarvis Joan, and he's really cool. He's from
The guy that says skibbity bop bop, his name is Jarvis
he's
Joan?
from New Orleans, and he does a lot of jazz. And a bunch of crazy kids thought it would be fun to make him a Sims character and put him in a toilet.
So this is from The Sims?
Yep.
Oh.
The demon version.
Oh.
Ever gotten that?
Demon mode? No.
Demon mode is nuts.
Cool.
So it's trying to show people dude, doesn't that song sound like when you flush the toilet?
That song is a bop.
Oh.
What's this mean?
Love her, get her.
What is so good about it?
Get her. This is Mrs. Teapot, the drag version. She's Ms. Teapot. Don't f with her. So she's a teapot with hoops, and she's got her eye on you, lots of eyes. And also, the failed first Pokemon is right here. So this was the first drawing of Pokemon in 1936, and it didn't go well. So we brought it back. So she's also looking for a husband.
Oh, not interested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it because of the Pokemon? Or is it because her body's made of rocks? Bitch, what'd you do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's part of the Smurf community.
Uh-huh.
He's like a mouse fungus.
Mungus.
Oh my God, brilliant. Thank you.
Is it Mungus?
So you know this meme.
I know this meme.
Yeah, it's Mungus.
Mungus?
So it's Mungus, and what's crazy is Mungus moved away from home a long time ago, and his family was like, "Don't go," and he was like, "F y'all." That's his little friend, the snail that he got in a fight with, so he murdered.
Oh, it's Mungus is dead snail friend.
yeah, Mungus still. Yeah, but Mungus is on his way to a rave right now because his pants are glowing in the dark.
Such a Mungus move.
Anyways,
Who's this?
Okay, this is Donald. So he's a slide.
He's a slide?
Yeah, his mouth is a slide. It's pretty cool.
You go in that thing?
Yeah, so he like goes, come inside. Pretty dark, and kids put their whole body in him, and they slide down, and then he poops them out. And that's Donald for you. So people made him a meme when they were like, dude, watch out.
Oh, so it's more of a cautionary tale.
Yeah, it's a cautionary tale. It's like, don't go in Donald. Because when you go down the slide, it's a slippery slope.
I know exactly what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it's nasty in there.
Fan fiction writers get so into it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a bunch of fan fiction about Donald. Like, Donald's on Creepypasta.
Yeah.
Mungus is on some weird Reddits. Like, no fap Reddits, probably. So, this is a chupacabra. What's cool about chupacabras is they have very, very small buttholes.
Oh, that's one of the coolest things about them.
Really tiny, but
Yeah.
no other genitals.
Oh, how do they reproduce?
Do you really want to know?
A little.
You know, like an Avatar.
They put their hair inside each other?
Yeah. So their needles connect. And then they both get pregnant.
That sounds peaceful.
Yeah. There's no gender with chupacabras.
Yep.
So, yat. Yat. That's a really cool word for like, yo, what's up, yat?
What's up, Gat?
It's a friend, but it's not like your best friend.
Oh, okay.
You know what I
kind of
mean?
like your acquaintance.
Yeah.
That's my Gat?
Yeah, that's my gyat.
What about?
Rizzler?
Yeah.
Super cool. Like Rizzler's like, oh, you got Riz.
Oh.
Like, oh, you got Riz. All right. Well, meet you at the Rizzler, which is like their house.
The Rizzler is
Yes.
someone who has Riz's house?
Yes. So someone who has Riz, who's like really fucking cool, their house is called the Rizzler. Not to be confused with the Sizzler. Nobody goes there.
Got it. So we're chilling
Okay?
at the Rizzler, never at the Sizzler.
We're chilling at the Rizzler, never at the Sizzler, and this person's got Riz, so we're chilling at Rizzler's house. Do you have Riz?
I don't think so. Do I have any Riz?
Anthony, you don't have any Riz?
Do I have Riz? I don't know.
I don't know. You have not invited me to your Rizzler.
No one's come over and asked to be at my Rizzler.
Oh.
Oh, you need.
Oh.
That's not good.
That's not good.
Why? Wait, show me. I think.
That's called mogging.
What is?
Dude, you don't want
What's
to be
called
mogged. Mogging is fucked up.
What is it?
Mogging is like excommunicated. Like you're done.
Like when you get mogged?
Like you get mogged from society. There's a bunch of people out there who are super rizzed and they all have Rizzlers. And they go out there and they find pieces like you, like yachts like you, who are just like, meh, fine, kind of my friend. And they mog you. Insane. Mogging happens all the time.
I don't want that.
Yeah. So mogging is pretty crazy.
Okay, I will not get mogged.
I wanted
under
to
the
put that
full
in there for you because I was worried that you didn't have any Riz.
Now I know.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Okay.
Do you know what the Sigma is?
I'm about to. I have a feeling.
Well, this one's X-rated. Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
You're willing to put that in front of the chupacabra like that?
Yeah, he's fine. He has sex with his butthole. It's fine.
Okay.
The Sigma is sexual.
What is the Sigma?
It's sexual.
What is the Sigma?
It's sexual.
So when people say Sigma, you say Sigma what?
Sigma nuts. Sigma nuts. Ugh, I'm gonna get f***ing roasted for this. You know what? Yeah, Sigma nuts. Sigma balls, Sigma nuts, Sigma. All right, Ohio.
Yeah.
Big place. Lots happening.
Why is this on your presentation?
So much witchcraft.
This is a meme?
Yeah, it's a meme. I send it to my close-knit friends.
Yeah.
I just send them Ohio and they know what's up.
Okay.
It means time to meet. Ohio, big place, but like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Witchcraft. You get it.
I get it. I
Dude.
get it.
Okay. So that's my presentation. Thank you so much. That's a chupacabra. Any questions?
Many.
Okay, well, you don't have Riz, so you're gonna have to fuck off.
I'll take my questions to my grave.
That's it.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you for your
you.
presentation.
No problem.
I have left here a more complete man.
Yeah, you're welcome. I hope I didn't offend you with the Riz stuff.
I needed to hear it.
So now you know.
Yeah, I'm glad I can have someone be so transparent and blunt with me.
No problem.
So when you're not learning and teaching the world about memes, you're doing tarot cards.
Jeez.
You're
Yeah.
into tarot readings. And that's not just for the character bit that you played in my funeral.
That character was so fun.
Yeah.
I hid that voice forever. Really
crazy.
fun. I'm sorry.
So legitimately into tarot, not just for the bit.
I got into tarot, I think, during COVID. One of my best friends from college has always been into tarot. And she gave me a reading once, and I was like, oh, wow, that's really, really cool. Like, every card has its own meaning. There's so much amazing art in tarot. Like, there's so many different cards you could do. There's a part of me that's like a little freak. I love, like, elves and shit.
The little freak and Amanda coming out.
I love little freaky shit.
So you're like a borderline D&D nerd?
When Spencer was like, you're gonna play D&D, I was like, awesome. What is that?
Yeah.
And then when I did it, I was like, oh my God, I love this. I think I actually love this. That's like the whole theme of my life, is that thank God for people, because they'll be like, you're gonna do this and you're gonna try it. And then I try it and I'm like, oh, like FNAF, I'm obsessed with this. And Shane's over there just
For people that
scared.
don't know what that means Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah, sorry, you're so well versed that you just
Whoa.
go straight into FNAF mode.
Cool, animatronics.
Mm-hmm.
What? Anyways.
You were telling me that when you moved to LA, you moved here with literally nothing.
Yeah, no connections.
Why did you, like, what made you decide to just take that risk?
Because I'm crazy. I just got to a place, like I got to that edge of a place where like, I am so unhappy. I am not doing what I was like meant to do. Like there was a fire always in me and I would go to bed every night and it was just like, I don't feel good because I know I'm not doing my purpose. I know I'm not doing what I was meant to be doing. I don't know. I never wanted to be famous, but I knew I was obsessed with theater. I was obsessed with acting. I was obsessed with telling stories. And my whole family was like, But my dad, it was New Year's Eve. Him and I got a drink before we parted ways. And I was talking about LA. And there's this like thing, there's like this legend about my dad that none of my sisters have seen him cry. Ever. Very Irish of him. And I had never seen him cry. And he, with such emotion, told me, he was like, you gotta go. You gotta go. He's like, don't get old and regret not doing the things you were meant to do. You have to do the things you were meant to do. And he cried and I was like, and it was the only time I've ever seen him cry. So yeah, that really got me because it's like, he heard me. He saw me for all the years. He stopped thinking about reality. He just saw me and it was so special. And honestly, that was what kept me going. Other than that, I mean, I drove across the country. I packed my whole little Chevy Cobalt with my childhood best friend. She came with me. We packed peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and we drove across the country and I moved here and I just had my sister. I stayed on her couch. She was like 2 weeks. That's it. I was like, okay, got it. No, she was great, but also like 2 weeks. And then I just lived with a lot of crazy roommates forever.
Yeah.
So honestly, what kept me going was pure fire. I don't know, pure fire.
Were you just listening to intuition?
Yeah, it was so loud that it would make me sick. Like it was just like, if you don't do this, you're gonna be sick. Like if you don't do this, like it was just like, choose your own adventure. Like this is hell and here's LA. Like I made a plan. I said I was gonna do it and I did it. And I was like, and the moment I got to LA, I felt this release, like major relief. Like it was like my body was like, yep, this is where you're meant to be.
What was it like for you to grow up in a Portuguese household, especially pursuing comedy?
Oh my God. Not a lot of people ask me that. Intense. My Portuguese family is all up in your business. A lot of hugs, a lot of touching, a lot of expression of love, a lot of joking. Like, just the humor is out there. Your dirty laundry is out there. I was also Portuguese Catholic. So I grew up Catholic. I grew up going to Sunday school, church all the time, because if you didn't go to church, you're gonna die a sinner.
Are you gonna die a sinner?
No, well, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll see. See when I get there.
No fear of the unknown.
No fear of the unknown. Fear is love, right?
Yes.
We were all at a 10 all the time. But it was so much fun. Like, I had so much fun. Yeah, growing up in a Portuguese household just meant like people are gonna tell you exactly how they feel. And they're going to love you to death. Some of the funniest people on this planet. I think that's where I got my humor from. My aunts are hilarious. Like, it's like, well, why don't you? Oh, well, f you then. And they'll walk away, and it's like, that's not even a big deal. I know.
This is normal, yeah.
So they're just like with you all the time.
Yeah.
They're intense and they're Portuguese Catholic, but my family was very accepting too. It just took them a second.
Yeah.
They'll talk about it. They'll verbally process it right to your face first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll know as they're processing.
Oh, you know everything
You'll know
they're
how they
thinking.
feel.
You don't have to guess.
Yeah. I'm gonna read a plot synopsis for a movie that I think you might relate to. It's very scary.
Okay.
Very dark.
Okay.
And I want to see if you A, relate to this, and B, what you think the movie is called. You might have heard about it.
Okay.
Okay. It's a heartbreaking story.
Okay.
When the tallest girl in high school falls for a handsome foreign exchange student, she becomes embroiled in a surprising love triangle and realizes she's far more than her insecurities about her height have led her to believe.
Oh, that's really sad.
Oh, I forgot to mention, she's 6'1".
Ew.
She's 6'1".
Just kidding. That's not ew. That's cool. Very cool. I'm 6 feet.
She's 6'1".
Oh, is it Tall Girl on Netflix?
Yes.
Ah!
Did you already know this movie?
Yes, I did.
How'd you know this movie? Because
my older sister is the same height as me. Went, I watched this cool movie with the kids on Netflix. It's called Tall Girl. You should watch it. There's someone in there who's foreign. Because my husband's foreign. I was like,
yeah.
Cool. Probably won't.
Yeah.
The shit she watches, I'm
You didn't
like,
watch it?
No.
Okay, then I'll spoil Tall Girl 2. And Tall Girl 2, she's 6'2".
What? You're lying.
No, I'm not.
Are you lying?
She's 6'2" and Tall Girl 2.
It's the same girl? She did not grow to 6'2".
I don't know. Maybe she stopped hunching.
She's also 15. Oh.
She stopped hunching.
Triggering.
You can relate to that.
Triggering.
Where's your hunch?
It's gone, honey.
You got rid of your hunch?
Yeah, I gotta hold these up.
So you. Do you have any questions for our next guest, Tony Hawk? Do you know who that is?
Of course I do.
Sorry,
Hello.
You're chronically offline. I thought you didn't know who that was.
Okay, I played a few video games. I played Grand Theft Auto and I played what's the video game that he's in? What's the skater video game that he's in?
Tony Hawk?
Is it called
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater?
No. Old school.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
No.
Older school than
No.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater?
What's it called?
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater Underground.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I did play one of those games.
So you know Tony Hawk
Of
from
course.
the game.
Everyone knows Tony Hawk. What is he watching right now on television? I want to know what Tony Hawk watches when he's relaxing.
All right, cool. Done.
All right, I'll be watching. Make sure you do it.
I will.
Okay.
I'll verbatim. Well, thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great meeting you.
Good meeting you too.
Uh-oh. So what happens, that's pretty cool. So we like to do a rewind. That's one of my favorite things. I did that. So it took me about 2 hours to learn how to flip that.
I'm glad you did it.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah. What do you
Man,
guys, what we got?
PowerPoint's a hard place.
Olivia Sway. She's been a part of Smosh for almost 10 years, and now she's writing, directing, producing, and starring in her own short film. People often label her as the random or weird cast member, but there's a lot more to her than you know. I spent the day with Olivia Sway to learn about the side of her that she never talks about. Hello, Olivia.
Hi.
Hello.
Why did we just shake hands like that? What was that?
It's just a customary thing to make my guests feel very strange because I've known you for 9 years.
I know, and that's why I'm like,
Yeah. Hello, good to meet you again.
good to meet you. Oh my
for the
God.
ninth
Thank
year.
you so much. You're Anthony?
Yes, so I'm Anthony. I don't know if you know where you are. but
I have no
we're doing an
idea.
interview. I believe I met you in. Did I meet you in person? Did you come in and do the audition for Smosh?
It was like one of those things where it was like the last thing where we were meeting you guys in groups and we were
Yeah.
pitching jokes and sketches.
Yeah,
Do
because you
remember
were
that?
already like basically approved to. It was like you went on to the next phase where we're like,
Yeah.
cool, we're meeting the cast who
Yeah.
will potentially fill out the
Yeah,
roster.
I
of
do
Smosh
remember that
cast.
day. Yeah.
You were wild, and I thought that was so fun. Like you just were not afraid to go completely silly with it, and I feel like that stayed true to the way you show up in
Yeah,
Smosh content.
I think so too.
The one thing that always stands out to me is when we did the live show, because you had this alien character, and every time your alien, I don't even remember what the scene, like what any of the
And
dialogue.
even though-
it was just those lines.
And even though here to probe your rectums.
During our rehearsals, that part came up, everyone would completely break, and the whole time I was like, okay, but this isn't gonna happen during the live show. This isn't gonna happen on the day up. We're all gonna hold it together. And you come out and say that line, and just everyone was destroyed. And it ended up, I feel like, being one of the better moments. It was almost like this release of all the pent up like
Nerves
that
Yeah,
we all
yeah.
had, and you just completely diffused it by being unafraid to kind of show up authentically
Mhm.
and just kind of be silly.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of my favorite things that I've seen, and I've seen a lot of fans say it as well. There's so many compilations on YouTube of like Olivia weird moments.
Did you make them?
I made 6,000 or 7,000 of them.
That's why you were gone for a while, right?
Yeah. So I left Smosh, made 6,000 or 7,000 Olivia Sway fan cam videos, and then I came back because my job was done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think that there's just something about that authenticity that really resonates with people. And
Really? You think so?
Yeah, you don't?
I don't know. I think I'm quite boring compared to like most of.
Why do you think you're boring?
I feel like a lot of people on the internet are on, and I'm like off.
On like to
on-
entertain?
Like yeah, they're like entertaining. Like I don't find myself to be really entertaining. Like I'll watch stuff and I'm like, "Ugh, you're so boring. Just coming from acting and not being an internet personality, I didn't know how to showcase my personality amongst so many big personalities. Everyone felt like they had like a character that they were. There was a video where you could see me, like I thought I was being really engaged in a video, but all the fans were like, Olivia looks so disinterested. And then after that video, I was like, I have to be on. And then that became sort of my personality and but I don't know if you felt like that too, where
Definitely.
you had to be like always like.
Especially when you're in an ensemble, and the bigger that the ensemble became, the more that I felt like I had to do more and more to almost prove to myself and the people in the room and also the
And the
audience,
audience,
that
yeah.
there was a reason for me to be there. It almost doesn't matter what you actually feel.
No.
At that moment, it's like the way you're perceived becomes the new reality.
Yeah, that is only like 20 minutes of what you see, like the rest of my day, the rest of my life is so different than what I'm being perceived and edited to be like, So it's like, it's funny because, I make TikToks and so many of the comments are like, oh my God, Olivia at home is so different than how she is at work. I'm like, yeah.
Do you feel like there was a time period where you were almost anticipating the way you were being perceived?
Yeah.
Like, so you weren't even like in your body, you were
Yeah.
like looking at yourself from the third
Totally.
person?
We work so much, we shoot so much. It's almost like autopilot.
Yeah.
It's like default that. But I also just think that it is my inner child. A lot of it is my truth, A lot of my humor is like me being silly and like I love that. And working is not even work because I get to just play.
Yeah.
So I hate to say it's like work. It really isn't. It just feels like a playground with me and my friends. I feel like this era of Smosh where we're at is like so freeing, because there's so many there's so many funny people and like we have these genuine relationships. Not that we didn't before, but like I don't know, I feel like we've evolved and like with the stuff that we're making, it feels really authentic and yeah, I'm just like proud.
What do you think makes this era feel different? Is it that authenticity or what?
It is the authenticity. For a long time we were like, it felt like we were being tossed around, like this company and then this company and it's like what we're trying to find our footing, and now it feels like we're working really well together, every person, and we just gel very well. And I think the content that we're making is really fun. And I really do think it's because we are all having fun together. I feel like now we have autonomy over what we want to make and not just like, this is gonna make us money. Now it's cool to see like people just want to see us.
Wait, is there a Postmates delivery? Did you order Postmates?
No.
There's Postmates for Olivia here.
You ordered Postmates? You
No, I
always order
didn't.
Postmates.
I didn't order Postmates.
Oh, this is,
Your deliveries.
okay. You ordered this?
No, I didn't.
What is this?
What is this?
You're always ordering Postmates.
Shut up. I did not.
You're always ordering Postmates whenever we're hanging out. Did you order this?
I didn't order this. Also,
I think you did. It seems very like you.
is this like... The name is so funny.
What
Shut
is it?
the hell
What's
up.
on there?
It says Postmates pickup Erwan. Okay. Also the best and okay, the paid person is Bills Padildo.
What?
Total is good morning. Item is mystery gift. Quantity is 4.
Oh, you got something from Erewhon? You got something for Erewhon? Why you give this to me? This is yours.
No, but you know what's the best part? It's so funny how Erwan gave me these Alfred coffee straws.
They're like mixing it up, you know? They're doing a lot of
it's a
collabs. They're doing collabs. This is so beautiful.
I know, it's so beautiful.
Marble. How much is this? Like $30, $40, $50,000?
It's probably $1 million. Anthony.
What is that?
Anthony, wait until you try this. You like health, right?
Yeah. I love it.
You love health?
I love living for hundreds of years, you know?
Well, I ordered this shot for us.
Yeah? Should I drink it? What
Yeah,
is
let's do it together.
Is this for like,
Get this ready though, because you're gonna want to chase it.
do you feel healthier when you drink it?
Like if I'm feeling sick, I take one of these.
Yeah.
It kills everything.
Kills everything?
My spirit too.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you chug the whole thing?
Yeah, chug the whole thing.
Okay, cheers. Oh, that tastes like I just licked the bottom of a lawnmower.
Doesn't that taste like a pizza parlor? Like because there's a lot of oregano in there.
Oh, it kind of does. Ugh.
Do you ever feel sick? If you ever feel sick, you should take that.
I feel sick from drinking that.
It'll be better.
This isn't bad.
Thank you so much for ordering this. I mean, I ordered this.
You didn't get any flaints in there?
How do you know about flaints, dude?
What do you know about flaints?
Flaints are flaints, man. Flaints? I don't know.
Are you talking about the T?
Yeah, it's a
Bag of flames.
T-S.
Yeah, flaints.
How you spell that?
However you want to spell flaints.
I'm making fun of this, but this is literally how Smosh came to be. And in high school, we were like, Smosh, Smosh. They're like, how do you spell it? I'm like, I don't know. However you want to. Like, what does it mean? I'm like, I don't know.
That's literally what flaints is.
Can we turn that up?
Is that my Postmates? I think I have a second Postmates coming in.
Wait. Actually, I think that is the Postmates.
Stop.
Is that the Post?
Yeah, I think there's actually another Postmates.
Wait, are you kidding? Oh shit! Wait, what is this one? Wait, what is this? What did you order?
Do I order Postmates this much, guys?
Apparently, you ordered it 2 times during this interview already. This was your look on Smosh for like
A year.
a year. You wear nothing but tracksuits.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I ordered another tracksuit. Only the top though. So only the track, not the suit.
Yeah.
So this is really cool. You should put it on.
Should I?
I ordered it for you.
So why did you wear nothing but this?
I thought we went through this. I wore nothing but the tracksuit. This is not an exciting reason.
Tell
I
me.
just didn't want to change.
So you wore a tracksuit on Smosh for one year in every video just because you didn't want to change?
Yeah.
Think this?
Is that like crazy to think about?
That is crazy. I didn't
You
know
look
this would be
good.
my size.
You look great. The sleeves
you.
fit you perfectly.
Thank you. You said you're getting more.
What's up with? Oh, sorry.
Why is every video a Schlatt interview?
Why did I do that? I ordered this. I for
Yeah.
sure ordered this.
That one's definitely you. Have your tracksuit.
Why are we fighting?
I don't know. Speaking of fighting, families fight a lot.
Yeah. Do they?
I don't know. You said you got a lot of your humor from your uncle.
I did.
Do you still hang out with your uncle?
Of course.
What was it that inspired your sense of humor?
I think because my parents were serious people and I spent a lot of time with my uncle who just would take me to parks and zoos and take me to McDonald's and KFC and all my favorite fast food places. And he was just always the most he's just super sarcastic, really dry. He's a very specific sense of humor.
I think that there's when you're not afraid to be silly as an adult, it kind of shows kids that it's okay to be like playful.
Yes, like there's so much freedom and all of that, and you know, they're not self-conscious.
And I feel like play is really interesting because when you're playing, you are experiencing a moment without being attached to an outcome.
Yes, totally. Yeah. And I find that's like the truest form of enjoyment.
I actually feel like that's why a lot of us are nostalgic for our childhoods, not even necessarily because of the era or the technology or that kind of thing, but I feel like it might even be more so because we were more present in just the moment and the little things.
I think about my time as a child a lot. And even though I think in the moment there were a lot of pressures, you know, of getting good grades and being liked by friends and stuff like that, there were those pressures. But compared to adulthood, like being a child is so much better. Like that's why we work together and we play. You know, like we're all kids.
Yeah.
We want to be.
Well, I feel like we all have that playful side of us that is actually suppressed when we get older. It's like...
Totally. We talked about this, yes.
Yeah, it's not even necessarily that you grow out of it as much as you learn to mask it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of times, like, you have to really step up, you know, for your family, for yourself. I notice that sometimes when I'm going through something, you know, more emotional in my personal life and just like feeling more down and sad or like there's something heavy, I tend to use humor and being really silly as an outlet for me to forget about all the harder shit that I have to deal with. It's literally like running away, I think. Running away from my problems.
I felt like for a long time, it was almost the opposite, where I felt like I had to show up and be funnier than I felt because that was the expectation of being on camera on YouTube. So yeah, it was exhausting, it was draining after.
But you're a naturally funny person.
I feel like I'm naturally playful. Like I feel like playful and comedian funny are different things.
Yeah, I think I'm playful.
So sometimes I feel like an outlier in ensemble settings, especially on Smosh performing, because I feel like I'm more playful and lighthearted than I am like funny and comedic, if that makes sense. So I feel like I tried to push myself to be funny and comedic to fit in, and then it just comes off as forced. And
Oh, you think that?
yeah.
Oh, I don't think that at all. I think you're really funny.
Okay, thanks. That's
You're
because
funny.
I'm your boss. You're saying that. Thank you.
No, no.
But
Can I get a raise?
you earned it. You know what? You just earned that.
Yeah.
You earned that.
Why are you shaking my... Don't do that. Don't you ever do that again on camera, okay? You do that.
Only off camera. I'll only humiliate you off camera.
Only off camera. When there's this many people watching, do not do this to me. I do think about this all the time. It's like sometimes I feel like social media forces you to be one type of person.
Yeah, it's like your brand now.
Yeah, it's like your brand. Like, what is your brand? You make cooking videos. You do vlogs. You do like, I don't think it lets you be your full self.
It feels like you're living in the third person. It feels like you're living like a life that's not you because you think that's the life that you should be living. It's a little bit of like people pleasing.
Totally. And then it's like, wait, I guess I'm only making this type of content, you know? Like, cause like sometimes like if you watch my TikToks or my Instagram, I'm making a lot of food stuff, right? That doesn't like let me be the playful, I mean that does, but it's like, we also make comedy videos and we also do impressions, we do improv. Like there's so many different things that we all do.
You've also gotten into, you're directing, you're writing, you're producing.
You just watched my short.
I just watched your short film.
This.
Yeah, what was it called?
It's called Way Papa.
Way Papa.
Yeah.
It was very,
Hi, Dad.
it was very, oh really? Yeah, it's very, very, very good. It was really cool to see this side of you, because on Smosh we only see one little tiny fraction of who you really are. So seeing this side of you, seeing that you directed
someone who
this
Postmates
thing,
a lot.
Someone who, that's your brand, that's you. It's a funny short film, but you're not the comedic relief in it.
The short is about the first time my boyfriend met my dad. My dad doesn't speak English. My boyfriend obviously doesn't speak Mandarin. So at this dinner, I'm placating to both sides and I'm mistranslating everything to keep both parties happy.
I feel like it shows a lot of the struggles that you probably dealt with, a lot of like the different cultural expectations, and then the language barriers, and then what your parents are expecting versus what you actually want.
Yeah, generally, I feel afraid to voice how I actually feel, you know? And we're always like you said, we put on this mask. Just trying to just control the situation.
And make the situation the way you thought it
Yes,
should be. Actually,
yes.
what you did was you made it the situation easier in the moment.
Yeah. But in the long run, I don't know.
Much.
Yeah.
Has that played out? The
Not
thing
yet.
that you said?
Not yet. Not yet. But I feel like that is what I do best. Is that like in the moment and try to improvise. You know, trying to keep everyone calm and happy, and then later on, I'm like, oh no, what did I just do?
Do you feel like making that short film kind of helped you process the way that you will behave in those situations to try to keep the moment feeling peaceful
No,
when
I
in
think-
reality there's a much bigger.
I think making this short film was actually quite stressful.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you wear so many hats in it.
Yeah, I wore so many hats, like everything, you know, so many things just went not what I planned. So the fun thing is that we shot at the actual restaurant where my boyfriend met my dad.
So it really did feel like
It felt like
a
at home,
recreation
yeah,
of
and that's
that.
like sort of how I pitched the restaurant. I was like, you know, all of these big events in my life happened here, and it would mean a lot to me if I also shot my first film here as well. And they never said yes to anyone. They've never had anyone shoot in there. And they were like, okay, we'll make this exception for you.
It's kind of like showing that you really believe in it.
Yeah, yeah. And I think like people really resonate with that. Like if they see that you're so passionate and you really want to make this thing, and people
And then it has
will
a
trust
personal
you.
sentimental connection
Yeah,
too.
totally. That was such a magical thing. It was like people showing up because they really believed in the story. And that's why I want to make more, because you know, you're collaborating on something and it just like feels bigger, and
Yeah.
it's so fun.
I think people who are used to seeing you on Smosh are going to be very pleasantly surprised by not just like how good it is in general, but like seeing you play this very serious role, and there's so much subtlety and nuance to all your behavior and all the behaviors of the actors. It's really cool to see this very different side of you. And then also not like beyond just you acting in it, just all the different things that you had to do too. You directed it, you wrote it, and it's got that sentimental value.
I don't think I could ever direct myself ever again.
Yeah, what was that like?
A lot of things were happening. We were all confined in this room, and me having the monitor like right below me so I can watch. But
Wait, you had the monitor on your lap as you're
Yeah.
acting at the table?
Yeah, I was like making sure like before I could see where everything was.
Yeah.
And it's not like I could watch playback every time because that would waste time. And we had 12 hours.
And you can't get notes on your acting because you are the director.
I am directing myself, and the whole time when I'm acting in the scenes, I'm trying to remember what I need my other actors to do. I remember like doing these scenes, like making a list of all these things that I have to tell them.
Oh, for like notes?
For notes.
That's crazy. I don't know how people direct and act in something that's serious that they have so much heart in.
I think if I had more time, it would have been different. But I do love that experience because I feel like I work well in chaos, which is probably like not good.
It's just a trauma response. But
Yeah, it probably is a trauma response, but yeah, like that for me is like thrilling and fun.
I hope you're really proud of it. It's really, really good, and I'm really excited.
Oh well,
for people
when I
to see
first
it.
watched it, I almost like I pulled over and I like almost threw up. Like I like
Why?
cried
Because you watched it, or it was
because I
after
hated it.
You hated it?
Oh my god, I literally saw it and I was like, this is a piece of shit.
How do you feel about it now that it's like, close to done?
We still have some stuff that we need to do. What you saw was like still rough, but I think it's getting there.
Like this chaos that you thrive in, open mics, you do open mics, like you're doing so many things. You're doing improv, you're doing Smosh acting, you're directing, you're writing, you're doing serious acting, you're doing...
I've also picked up on Sudoku,
Yeah?
and that takes up a lot of time.
Oh, yeah, so that's like 50% Sudoku, 50% everything
I'd
else?
say 80% Sudoku.
Oh.
It's actually really funny to be at an open mic.
Why is it funny?
Well, it's an open mic. You're supposed to be funny.
Oh.
You're telling jokes. It's just funny because it's like you're in the deep valley on a Wednesday at 5 p.m.
How many people are there?
There's a lot of people there.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, you're doing a tight 5
Is it 5 minutes?
minutes.
Is it nerve-wracking? Or like, is it
Yes, it
scary?
is nerve-wracking.
What pushes you to do that?
Being scared.
You just like to push yourself to be scared and
Not really, because I don't do heights. I'm not gonna like
or butterflies.
because I feel so nervous. I just really wanted to see if I can overcome that. Yeah, like I'm not funny. I'm not being funny up there. I'm just standing up there being like, okay, now I've overcome that.
Still sounds terrifying.
It is terrifying. That's why you should try it. We should go together.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I just like, I'm not like doing it like hardcore. I'm not like pursuing that route. Like I only want to do things that I just feel like I have to do, you know?
Yeah.
Like making fan cams.
Making fan cams, making content with your mom.
Yes.
Because you make a lot of videos with your mom.
I love my mom. My mom
Yeah.
loves making content.
Yeah,
she loves it.
You said like your family was kind of serious, but your mom was still playful and fun.
Really playful, so supportive. She let me have so much freedom. And academically, yes, she pushed me until she realized that I was a lost cause. There's no way I'm gonna understand Algebra 2. Everyone was going to an Ivy League or going to a really good university. And for me, like I didn't get into them. I mean, I got into schools, but they wanted me to dance, which is something that I didn't want to do.
Because a lot of the audience were saying that they thought you were a dancer.
I am, yeah, I was.
So you were a dancer.
Yeah, I did ballet like my whole life.
But you didn't want to do it in college.
No. But that was like kind of the only way I was gonna be getting admitted into these universities was if I danced in their dance department. And that wasn't something that I really could see myself because I love sitting down and laying down. And like
I'm sorry, I love sitting and laying down.
Yeah, and the fact that I had to like dance like 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
This
so
is really
lazy.
cutting in my sitting laying down time.
I know, it really was cutting into my laying down time.
Yeah.
Like, I'm lazy.
You're not lazy though. We just listed a million things that you're doing.
Yeah, I'm doing all those things sitting down. Why do you think I directed a sitting down dinner scene so I can sit?
So did you feel pressure from your parents to do all that highly academic stuff?
Yes, like I did a lot of SAT prep classes. I did like tutors. It just wouldn't stick in my head. I don't think I have it in me to like be a studious person. And my mom saw that and was like, she was like, I want you to be happy. She was like, we immigrated here for you to live a really full life. You would not have been a happy, healthy person if you lived in China. And that's why she was like, I want you to try out everything. And she was really supportive. And when I was like, oh, I love dance and acting, and she was like, then you are going to do your best. That's all she wanted. She's like, if you like that thing, I want you to do your best at it. My mom is so proud of me.
Yeah.
Like you can watch all those videos we make. She's proud of literally, I could be cutting an onion. And she's like, I'm so proud of you.
You're not even staring at the sun today.
I know. She's like, you're not even, talking to yourself. I struggled tying my shoes. She's like, oh,
Yeah.
sweetie.
That's why you got these, right?
Flex.
Slip-ons?
But yeah, my mom is like so proud of me. My dad, I don't know if he's proud of me. I think he was proud of me when I did this Crocs campaign, and because Crocs is big in
That's
Asia.
the way to your dad's heart.
I know, I loves Crocs. I did a Crocs campaign, and it was at a mall in Shanghai, and he saw it.
Yeah.
And it said like my name on it.
He said, that's my baby.
And he was like, oh. My dad also isn't on the internet. He's in China. I don't think he knows how to use the internet.
Probably tough for him to understand what it is that you're doing.
Yeah, and also he grew up in such a different time. It's just like growing up in that time in China is so different. But he calls me every day. That's why I made this short called Wei Baba, because every time I pick up my phone, my friends all laugh at me because I say the same thing.
Wei Baba. Do you think he'll see the short film?
I'm like really scared to show him.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll be really critical of who I casted to play my dad.
Oh yeah, he's like, that's not me.
He's like, that's not me. But my dad gave me a watch, and the watch that Jim is wearing is my dad's watch too. Yeah, so, and I think Jim actually did my dad spot on.
You're saying that you're becoming more comfortable in your skin. Do you feel like literally?
Yes.
Literally your skin.
I know, yes.
Do you think that windbreaker era was kind of to cover up a little bit too?
Yeah, maybe, but I still have to say that it was honestly because of my laziness. It was changing outfits was taking time from me sitting.
But you're becoming more comfortable now.
I am becoming more comfortable. I just think that you're never gonna be as hot and young, so
Why not flaunt it?
yeah, look at you.
I got it all out.
Yeah,
Everything.
just do it. I think there's this toxic thing that I do, and maybe other people can relate to it, is that sometimes I'll go on my phone and it'll remind me of how I look like when I was in 2022 or like 2016, and then like I compare how I look now to how I used to be.
You're like, oh, I'm aging.
And I'm like, oh my God, I used to look like this.
But that's a really rough part about technology in general, is that we're constantly being reminded of how things were, how we used to look. And obviously you're never gonna be as young again, and there's the societal expectation to always look younger, or like to age beautifully or whatever.
Yeah.
To age gracefully. But in reality, I've changed my perspective of it to be, it's just a new era, a new phase.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to age. You can't stop it. Yeah, aging it's an inevitable part of life.
You don't think that? You don't look at old photos and you're like, that's how I used to look?
Now I'm like, I used to look different. It's just different. It's not good or bad or
I think for like women,
there's
like a
definitely
different.
Well, it's because youth or like looking young is directly equated to value.
Yeah.
To your beauty is your value.
Yeah, and like physical, like appearances too.
Mhm.
It's like I'm still struggling and trying to balance that self-talk in my head.
But it's also not good or bad.
Right.
One way, we're taught societally that there is a good or bad or right or wrong. Actually, in your short film, your dad character mentions that Westerners see everything as good or bad. It's all black and white.
Mhm.
Do you feel like that's different than culture there?
Yeah, I think there's never like just good or bad, I think. And I think when I was young, I used to always present things like, is this good or is this bad? And then my parents would always say like, it's so naive to think anything is good or bad.
It's not good or bad.
Yeah.
It's just different.
Everything happens for a reason.
People are like, oh, you're so lucky for that. And then they're just like, I don't know, we'll see. It's like, oh, you're so unlucky for that.
Yeah.
But it seems like all the unlucky stuff and the lucky stuff all balance out.
Yeah,
And that's
they
kind of
all-
what
yeah.
life is, right?
Mhm.
It's not good or bad. It just is.
You can't categorize things. And I think a lot of times, like we put people in a category, like you're only this, like this is your brand. It's like, no, there's like so many other layers to it,
Yeah. I think that's the biggest shift in my life. Like that's what my new era of life is perceiving things not as good or bad, but just different.
Yeah.
Or just the now.
And then it also, and then you become less judgmental.
Yeah, not just for yourself. Well, once you become less judgmental with yourself, you're less judgmental with others.
Yeah. Yeah.
The more judgmental you are with others, the more judgmental you are with your internal
Yes.
self-dialogue.
Yes. How do you feel?
How do I feel?
Yeah. How do you feel right now? How does your body feel right now?
Relaxed.
Good. Tell us. Yeah. Sitting is the best.
I feel fine. Yeah,
Sitting's so good.
sitting's great. Dude, have you ever tried sitting?
Dude, have you guys ever tried like just sitting down?
Have you ever tried sitting?
No one's answering us, so maybe not.
I don't think many people have tried it, but I think that it's something that it's kind of a new.
It's a new thing.
I don't know if it's going to go out of style, but it's definitely in style right now.
Yeah, it's like definitely really trendy right now, and you
Yeah.
heard it here first. I do have questions for you.
What?
Like, how does it feel to like be back for a year?
At Smosh?
Yeah.
There's so many layers to it because it's exciting, but it's
You
also
like
like
it?
I love it for many reasons, and then it's also like so many reasons I'm like, whoa, I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
Like, being at a company where there are the dynamics of so many different people on camera, off camera. I feel like when I first thought about buying Smosh back, I didn't realize just how many people were behind the scenes contributing in the way that they are. And the more that you get to know people and the longer that you're around, the more that you like, or the more that I want to lift everyone up. And it's hard to lift everyone. Like, I want to talk to every individual and be like, what do you like doing most? Let's do more of that. But it's like, you can't necessarily do that in that kind of environment. So it's been a learning process. And I've learned that I like to be in the background and look at a really zoomed out picture of this company.
Yeah.
And it's also really cool to see that, or to have confirmation that it doesn't need me to thrive. Because I felt like for a long time it needed me, or else it would fail if I took a single step back. So now it gives me that freedom to take a step back and just kind of empower everyone to do what they do best.
Yeah, we're kind of like self-powered.
It does feel like it's self-powered.
Yeah.
It feels like it's gotten to a point where the Smosh brand will kind of it'll just last. It feels like it's proven itself for long enough, and I feel like we really know what Smosh is about now. It's about making people laugh. It's about showing the different dynamics between groups of friends and kind of highlighting the comedic side of just friendly dynamics.
being back, like who do you think has done the most? Like who's changed the most?
Everyone's changed.
Really?
Everyone's changed a lot. Everyone's grown up. It was interesting. I feel like I left and you guys were still kids, and I feel like I came back and y'all were adults.
No way.
Yeah. I feel like people are less inclined to people please now.
Yeah.
And they're more inclined to like know their boundaries and what they like doing and show up in that way. It was really cool. It was really cool to feel like all these people that I was so close with, I'm like getting to know them again. Like we've all aged and we've all been through shit and we're all more unafraid to be ourselves.
Yeah.
I feel like there's more authenticity. I feel like people were more like, oh, what am I supposed to do? Am I doing it right?
Yeah,
but now
yeah.
it's like, just be you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Olivia. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was great. I won't touch your hand ever again.
You didn't. I didn't.
Whatever it's never happening.
Never happening.
Never happened. The end. That was my TED Talk.
Thank you.
I hope you liked it. Yeah.
Are you okay?
I'm leaving Smosh again.
I'm buying Smosh.
Yeah? Okay.
It's mine now.
Yeah?
Because you did that.
Yeah, you can have it.
I'm taking Ian.
You can have him. He's a lot to handle. Yeah. You're gonna have a lot of lawsuits.
Oh my God. Well, you can have him then.
It makes me so happy when there's a character I worked really hard on and people love that character. That, for some reason, gets me so happy rather than someone just being like, you're crazy, I love it. Because I want every single person to like me, because if every single person likes me, that means I'm valued. But then you go, wow, I don't know if I'm genuinely connecting with anyone. Because I'd rather feel less than on my terms than someone making me do that.
Exactly.
Because it hurts more.
Exactly. But when you do it on your terms, you almost invite it to happen.
100%!
Angela Giratana, improv, acting, podcasting, social media, short films, and a beloved Smosh cast member, Angela does it all. She's known for always committing to the bit 110%, but does that commitment come from a deep-rooted need for validation? Or is it simply because opportunities keep flooding her way? I spent a day with Angela, who finally drops her over-the-top character for an honest, deep conversation. Hello, Angela. Okay, you do, I think, more things in your day than anyone that I know. When someone asks you, what do you do?
Yeah.
How do you answer that?
This is so nice. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
I usually am an actor.
You don't say, oh, I do Smosh, oh, I do improv, oh, I do Star Kid, oh, I produce Star.
Well, now I do
short.
that stuff. Now I say Smosh.
You say Smosh
Yeah,
now?
now I say
that's,
Smosh.
Do you think that's like the biggest thing that you do now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because you came on to Smosh, I think you just celebrated 2 years, right?
Yeah. I had no idea what was going down.
Yeah, like did you know what you were getting yourself into?
No.
Did you
Not
know that there
one
would be
bit.
hundreds of thousands of people watching, millions of people watching and commenting about you?
No. And you could tell from my early videos, because I'm not dressed up. I think no one's watching it. I think it was because I didn't want to be nervous, so I didn't look up like how many people watch.
Maybe that's better, right?
Yeah.
Because then you get in your head and you start like anticipating the way that you're being perceived.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah.
So you feel like when you first got on Smosh, you were able to just be yourself.
Yeah.
To just exist.
Exactly. That's why I think I loved our like live streams and our live shows, like your funeral, where I was like, oh, there's no one here besides just our crew.
Mm-hmm.
And then we finished and I was like, oh my God, that many people were watching.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like that. It just feels intimate with
Yeah, you're like, that's just a camera. There's no one there.
Yeah, there's nobody
There's no
there.
one there. How do you juggle so many things at once? I feel like I've been seeing a lot more people talk about like the problems with having too many passions.
Yeah. And I think that's what I struggle with. I think
Yeah.
early in my like trying to be an artist in LA, I think the reason why I have so much is because I led with the word yes. And I think someone
Mhm.
told me that and it was great advice because it was like, hey, can you PA on my short film? And I'd be like, yes. Can you just take this weird clowning class with me? Yes. And I said yes to everything, which is why I think I have so many like just fun avenues to create and great groups of collaborators. But now someone told me that no is actually magnetic too.
Yes.
And that saying no actually will open other things up for you. But I'm not used to that. I'm used to just like having so much free time with nothing to do. So now it's a shift for me. It's like trying to curate what I'm doing.
Now you have the option to choose.
A little bit. It's still like a scarcity mindset, which I think is just like a young artist in LA trying to pay your living. Is like, oh, I have to do it all. I have to do it all. But now as I'm getting older, I do think I think everyone says to me, well, you have so much.
Yeah.
You do so much. And that's when I was like, I think I need to just like make it a little smaller.
Did you get started on Smosh as a freelance writer?
Yeah. They brought me in to like audition a little bit and then they wanted to see me write. And I just pitched a bunch of ideas. And then that was like my first day in the office when I met people.
So how long until you became a cast member?
It took a couple months, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I think it was after that, then I think they liked my ideas. And then I came in and then I played Super Mario Kart, like as an audition. After that, then I was like, okay, we're gonna have you do one video. And then it was like, okay, we're gonna have you do like another one video. And then that was like, I think for like 6 months, it was like one video every once in a while.
So you didn't even know if you had the position of cast member yet?
No.
When did you find out?
Sort of moments like this, when you say, you're on Smosh now, then it goes,
Wait, so you feel like you're not even a cast member now
no,
until someone says it?
I do, but it wasn't like I think it was during a live show. It might have been during Smosh, the sitcom.
Yeah.
Where they were making, for the crew, they were making like little cards with all of our names on it. And I saw my name with everybody and I went, oh, I'm a cast member.
That was literally like a year and a half after you had started.
I know, which is crazy. I think it's because no one really just goes, welcome to the cast.
There was no like, you're hired moment.
Yeah.
It was just
it
like.
was kind of just like, hey, now we're gonna bring you back for a whole week. And I was like, oh, you guys do this all the time. And it was kind of like that. And I think there was a lot of internal changes. You came and then I was just like, what is this? What's going on?
How do you feel about all this now that you know what Smosh is and how many viewers there are? And has that changed your life or your mindset at all?
Yeah, I think doing content that is based in who I am was very different and new to me. That was like just not something I'm used to at all. I think I was used to just sketches, which is why I was excited to do sketch and stuff like that and play characters. But like being myself boldly on camera and just like leading with that or not really having a script or what we're doing and we're just kind of going was very new. And
to be like a personality is just Angela.
Yes, and like talking about my interests on camera weren't a thing. Like that was just new for me because I was like, that's private. I do consider myself a private person,
right?
Which is why it was really hard for me to do the shift between like, oh no, I talk about yourself, and that's why like I'll talk about interests of mine on camera now because I'm getting better at it. But I don't know. I think weirdly I'm a little private.
Actually, I remember at the Smosh holiday party last December, we kind of had a heart-to-heart.
Yes,
and you mentioned how you noticed that the audience was now commenting on or connecting with you based on you as your personality and not just on the characters and bits that you were doing. You were saying that like it was a really weird feeling.
Because it was new for me to make your art who you are, right? Like I'm just used to like, I went to theater school. I'm used to like, this is something I prepared using myself as the instrument, but like whether I'm like singing or I'm like writing a song or anything, it's like, that's the art, not me. And I think like just being a personality is, for some reason, I don't know, I associated a little bit of an ick with it, being like, I'm the art.
You're kind of told like, be yourself. Just go, just be yourself. That's the job.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like, I don't know, I like grew up on like gross reality stars where it was like, I'm the artist. I'm Snooki, I'm the artist. And you're like, okay, there's like other people that are like creating and then that's when I started to like, I think this past 2 years, I've met so many creators who they are like joining their life, their blogs or their like, just their personal life, that's the art. And I think I just judged that on the outside. I didn't think there was anything being curated and given.
Yeah, because you were a performer. So I think it's kind of, like when you are used to performing as being the art, it's a little bit weird to see people just be themselves.
Yeah, and I think like, I didn't see a lot of hard work behind that because I had never seen it. And now I think it's just been like 2 years of watching people that I respect so much at Smosh and just all these creators that are like, no, this is, I'm inviting you in and it takes vulnerability and I am creating this. And I think that's been so cool to see, but hard for me to be comfortable with, especially with myself.
Yeah, you were saying if people say, oh, I love Angela, she's great. You're like, that felt weird, but people saying, I love that character she played, like that felt more comfortable.
Yeah, still to this day, I think that it makes me so happy when there's a character I worked really hard on and people love that character. That, for some reason, gets me so happy rather than someone just being like, you're crazy, I love it. Go with me on this. I think the art, at the end of the day, is the connecting with people. Because I thought, they loved this character I wrote or I performed. Oh, we're connecting. This person loved my character because I made them happy. Versus if I just like went on, so many people will say to me, like, I'll make stupid mistakes on games videos because it's always like wordplay and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm always like, oh, my brain, because my brain, I just have a learning disability. And I'll always be like, and I'll get so many messages and they're like, hey, that meant a lot to me. I can't think like that, and you had a great time figuring that out, and it was fun. And at the end of the day, I don't think that's art, but that's still connecting with someone and making them feel better, and making them feel like they're not alone, and that's what I want to do with my characters. So at the end of the day, it should be the same shit.
You're showing that it's okay to have a learning disability. You're showing that like you can be in a group dynamic, entertaining hundreds of thousands of people with a learning disability.
Yeah, and I think that's truly because of our cast. I think that's, I don't think I would have been leaning into more of the like actual parts of myself that are not beautiful, but just like kind of interesting and different, if those parts weren't elevated from people laughing and enjoying that. Like I think just every single person on our cast, if I make a mistake, they're never gonna say I'm stupid, or they're never gonna think that mistake was anything wrong. There's no wrong answer. And I think that's like a great collaborative environment. And that's why I think Smosh cast is it's just so cast perfectly. It's because I feel so safe being so ridiculously wrong. And no one's gonna be like, ha ha, you suck. Yeah. They're just gonna be like, what? And then somehow I feel like I was hugged. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what it is, but everyone is just, they just know that like to create momentum and to create good chemistry is to yes and it, and to not just be like, poo, that was dumb. It's so familial. It doesn't feel like you're like at some like LA party with a bunch of people playing board games.
Who are trying to be cool, like better than each other.
Literally, it's like everyone's in a hoodie, it's 9 a.m. and we're just tired and we're having a good time laughing. Now being with a bunch of people, and it feels very just like we're all besties or cousins, is bringing out some part of me that wanted that when I was a kid. That's like, okay, let's be super competitive and let's f- with each other, and it's gonna be so fun, and that's what I think is happening.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people associate you with that over-the-top, elevated personality, and not the more serious side of you.
Yeah.
Like, this might be the first time that a lot of people even see this serious side of you if you just talking.
I was honestly so excited to come on the show because that's what I do love about this show is like, you don't need to pull a crazy clip. We could just talk.
Just talk.
We could just freaking
It's
chill.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that kind of strange that there are so many people out there that do only know you as like Angela at 11?
Yeah, I think it's also just being comfortable. It's like what I said about before, and being comfortable with like putting myself on camera, and now it's knowing that I can be enough and not be like ridiculous. Like I can just sit and talk, and I'm not letting anyone down. It's not boring.
No.
That's like hard for me to adjust to, especially like doing content in the comedy space is hard for me to like not have a joke line every 5 seconds. Like, am I only making jokes so I don't lose someone because I'm worried I'm getting boring? And it's just sitting in that space going, if I am boring, let's just see. Will everyone walk out? Like, or will everyone hate me? I don't know. There's only one way to find out.
Where do you think that pressure came from? Is to always, almost like to always please the people around you in a sense, right?
Yeah, I've always had that. That's always been my thing, and I think it'll always be my thing. Like, you know, when you're like, oh, this is gonna be a lesson I'll talk to different therapists or different people about for the rest of my life. It's just like not pleasing people and feeling like I am enough will always be something I think I struggle with. I think I'm a people pleaser. I think it comes from like my family. It's very Italian, like just like very like smile and like be and like just have a good attitude. And when you're at the table with your family, be nice. Don't be cranky. Be good. And I don't know. It was like that's just a natural thing that. And I think somewhere deep down, I think I'm really, if we're being really honest, I think somewhere deep down, I think I am boring and not interesting, which is just something I have to. As I grow older, I notice it, and then I care less and less. I think the more I see people stick around for just who I am, makes me feel more comfortable. And like as I'm getting older, I feel more and more open and vulnerable with just like being myself.
I'm going through a similar thing actually, which is funny because I've been doing this for 19 years, and I'm just this year I feel realizing that I also have people-pleasing tendencies, and it's not just people pleasing the people that you're around, but I was also trying to please the audience. I was also anticipating the way the audience would see me.
Yeah.
And it's, like you said, like being around a big family, like be this way. It's draining. It's tiring to kind of like wear a mask and be something because people want you to be this way.
Yeah, 100%.
And yeah, there was a big period of time where I was afraid of people not liking me. So I was trying to just be as broadly appealing as possible. Like, I want everyone to like me.
Me too.
Oh, there's one commenter that didn't like me. How can I change to make sure that person likes me too?
Me too.
But I've come to realize, especially in the past like month or so specifically, like actually this is an awesome way to filter out shitty people that I don't even want to like me. If someone only likes me because I'm fake and I'm trying to be this person for them, actually I don't want them to like me.
Anthony, that's my whole last 5 years of my life.
What?
Has been that. It's exactly what you just said. Because I want every single person to like me. Because if every single person likes me, that means I'm valued. And that means I am of value and I'm not a piece of shit. But then you go, wow, I don't know if I'm genuinely connecting with anyone.
Exactly.
Because every single thing I'm doing is bullshit.
Yeah.
And I'm just like emulating what I think this person wants so they can approve of me. And that's just a lonely place to live. But it's like also just, I think as a kid, I think it was survival. I think like for some reason when you're a teenager, acceptance in school, besides outside of your parents, your siblings, is literally like, I don't know what it is. It's your everything. Seen by someone who isn't forced to love you. And they're like, I like you, you're fun. And that is just like a currency of you just being like, oh, okay, I'm worth something.
Yeah.
And I think somewhere deep down, like, so, I mean, we all get, like, I think I was like in middle school bullied a little bit and I was like, okay, I need to not be myself and be a version of myself that I think these people want, and that's how I'll survive. And somehow that's so deep down and it just takes unlearning. To do that and to make that a pattern for a long time, it fucks you up when you're like in your 30s and you're like, I actually don't think I want to do anything I'm doing right now.
And it's especially hard when you're in front of hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah, that's why it's really nice when it's just a camera.
Yeah.
And then you go, okay, well, look at the views later. But when there's a lot, you go, oh, there's a lot of different people to please. That might be why it's been fun to be on Smosh, because I'm getting closer to actually who I am, because it's the more people that are watching, the harder it is to please. So at some point you're like, all right, my hands are tied. I just have to be myself and that's it. I prided myself on being so flexible and malleable because I grew up with lots of strong personalities. So like there was a while in therapy where I was working so long on like, if someone asked me like, what do you want to do for dinner tonight? And having an opinion rather than just going,
whatever you want.
That was like, that took me so
That's people
long.
pleasing, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
I've been getting a lot better at setting boundaries and realizing, oh, I'm just people pleasing by doing whatever people want. And you know, first it was like realizing that I was people pleasing with my entire career and my perception of the audience. And I was trying to be what they wanted me to be. And then I realized I was people pleasing with my family by trying to be the support and have no issues of my own so I wasn't a burden to them. And then realizing, you know, in romantic relationships, I was trying to be what they wanted and trying to please them and like trying to make sure they liked me. And, you know, it's like a process. You get through it and then you realize that all that's left is to just be. To just be.
But then it was so hard because that's exactly it. Because I was learning that when I was in a relationship. I was like, oh, I am so like, whatever. And now it's so hard to like sit and go, I want to do this. And if you don't want that, that's okay.
Yeah.
That like takes some type of vulnerability. That's crazy.
I realize that there's a way to have opinions and set boundaries while also being respectful. Like, I thought that
and
if
respected.
Well, actually, you gain more respect for it.
Yes, I just have a history of just like, sometimes when you're around abusive friendships or relationships that like might not be good for you is when you don't feel like you can have an opinion. That's when you know, like something in you is thinking like, I'll do whatever you want because it'll be easier that way, is actually not. That's like a safety mechanism that you don't really need if you're feeling fully supported.
And then you're attracting friends that only like you for the fake version of you that is okay with everything when you're not actually okay with
100%.
everything.
Literally.
When you surround yourself with people that expect you to do whatever they want or they expect you not to have an opinion or whatever, in a sense, it's almost like you don't necessarily respect yourself fully, so you are allowing people who don't fully respect you into your life.
Oh. Yep, that's it. And then you don't realize it's so bad when that's the norm.
Becomes exactly when your self-worth is then attached to that as well.
Yeah, and then you have great people come into your life and you're like, wow, you're gonna love me no matter what if I don't wanna go out tonight or I do.
Yeah.
And you're gonna support me and it's okay. And it's hard to realize that like the way you've been doing connection and friendships and relationships is wrong for a long time when you realize how good it could be and how accepted and loved and safe you can feel in other areas.
Also, you were telling me a lot of people don't know that you were a caretaker for your uncle.
Yeah.
For a while.
Yeah.
And you really connected with him, and he kind of, you said he was one of the funniest people in your life.
Yeah, I think that might be also why I was so excited to start working at Smosh, because my uncle and I, it was like during the pandemic where it was just like, my brother was working, everyone was just really busy, so I started spending a lot of days really in a slow environment, just sitting with my uncle who was autistic and he was like 65, and it was just like quiet days, lots of quiet days that were like really rewarding now that I look back on them. But at the time I was just like, oh, I'm just so bored. We would go grocery shopping and then we'd come back. And at some point my grandmother couldn't take care of him anymore. So during the pandemic, I just didn't have anything to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't like, and this was a little bit before the pandemic too. It was like, I just was like not booking any jobs and it was just really rough. And I just started taking him out on like outings, just like we'd go to the grocery store, we'd go to the bookstore, and then that would make him happy. So I think that also might be why I'm like, I love working with so many people now, because it was a couple years of just like a lot of stillness. But I do miss those times too, because he was very funny and was wild. Yeah.
Do you feel like a part of you enjoyed that kind of nurturing aspect of caring for someone?
Yeah, I think it came out of feeling so insane, like in my early 20s, just crying about not auditioning felt so stupid. When I started
about not being like,
I can't get auditions. I just want to be an actor. And then just working and sitting with my uncle, who was just so like every morning was so happy to have toast. Yeah. He was just like, I need my toast. I need my toast. And then it was just like, okay, let's just make him toast. And then he would be obsessed with like watching baseball at night, and that would make him so happy. And I think it was just like getting a little bit of the Hollywood out and just sitting with just like the simple parts of life felt really great. That's all he did, was just live in the moment. So I think it was so fun to just be with him, and we would just like watch The Bachelor together, and he didn't understand it. He's like, I don't like this. And then it was just like that every day, and just being so simple and not being like, what am I gonna do tomorrow? What's my 5-year plan look like? There was none of that.
So he taught you to kind of slow down.
Yeah.
And how do you feel like that's carried over into what you do now?
I think it carried over to truly, I grew up in LA, and I think I have now found a way to really just eliminate so much of the business of it all and just be so okay with the fact that it's just about the simple stuff.
The culture really is like, do more, be more.
Yeah.
Like, you are not enough as you are.
Yeah.
You gotta do more. The only way that you're enough is if you have big goals and you're reaching those.
Literally, it's like a generation thing, and it's just like, if you're not, I don't know, freaking inventing Facebook, then what are you doing this afternoon? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's just so many people I think that like I grew up watching that are just constantly doing stuff, and he was just such a great guy that was just simple, and that was helpful to see.
Do you feel like you enjoy the simple more now?
Yeah, 100%. Once I slow down.
Yeah, even though you only have a lemon in your fridge.
Yeah, but it's different now. I have groceries, it's full now.
You are very well respected at Smosh, and the audience loves you.
Thanks.
And you know, you're hosting a new show, you're hosting Bit City. How has that been evolving into your role at Smosh? Like, finding what it is that you do best. Because you said that you were kind of nervous that first episode, like shit.
Oh, still very nervous.
Really now?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we've only released 3 episodes so far.
And I think it's like, because I feel like nervous because this is where it really happens, is like, now we're hearing things from the audience, and now we're zeroing in, like, you know what I mean? Like, we're starting to like figure out like, what is this, or how does it shift? What does it change to? I think it's been so cool. I think it's more collaborative in like the producing setting, which I'm used to on my own work. But this is like, okay, there's a lot of us here, and there's a lot of content. And I think what's been hard for me is the pressure, I think, of the main channel, and wanting to make it and want it to be as good as your guys' stuff, and make everyone a part of it too. It's just there's a lot going on.
Yeah, I guess there's a bit of pressure because the main channel has I mean, the main channel's been around for almost 20 years now, and it's had to evolve for over a generation. Like, obviously, the things that people are gonna wanna watch, the things that work on YouTube are changing.
Yeah.
And we're trying something that hasn't really been done like this before.
Yeah.
Like, we're trying a new thing entirely. But actually, I think that's the biggest blessing of doing something entirely new. Paving your own path, while it's scary because it's not been done and there's a lot of pressure, is actually really liberating because you get to invent it. You get to make it what you want.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need to, in my opinion, I don't think that you need to worry about what do people want, am I doing enough? You get to tell them, you get to show them who you are and what it's about.
Yeah, but it is so cool to have a space where we kind of are like making up what we want to do. It's cool to have like YouTube minds in the room and have like Ian or Shane be like, that's not gonna do well, or like this'll we'll follow a comedy bit sometimes too far down versus like what's good for the platform, and then mixing that has been really interesting and really fun to just learn from.
Do you have some kind of future goals that are like, I want to do this project, or are you just kind of feeling it out at this point?
I think it's like I'm in that shift. I'm like, you got me right where I'm in the shift of like not doing whatever I'm being asked to do and figuring out what I want to do. And that space is really scary. But I do want to do more stuff where, I don't know. I'm figuring it out. I want to slow down. So wherever my next like interests are following, it is slowing down in a sense, but like zeroing in. Like the first time we shot Bit City, I was like, had just finished something else, and I was like, I wish I was just like on it more. And like night before, I was though, but I think it's like focus is like the next thing I'm looking at.
Yeah, I feel like these transitional periods, there's so much uncertainty, and I feel like that's really scary when you're used to knowing what you're going to do. And sometimes, you find peace in having that North Star that's super obvious, but there's actually so much freedom in this time of uncertainty. Because if someone says, what are you gonna do? You're like, I don't know, I'll figure it out as it comes. Like as my day progresses, as my life progresses, I'll figure it out in the moment.
Yeah, and that's the best part with Smosh too. It's like, there's the viewers and then there's the producers. Everyone's coming in with different ideas on what is like what's next, and it's fun to just be there and be a part of it and be like, how can I help? How can I be a part of it? While also in my free time doing things like other shorts and things like that, where it's like, or writing, where it's like, I get to do both, which is fun.
Yeah, and I think that one of the most interesting parts of Smosh and what it's become is, at the end of the day, the thing that people really want to see is they want to see you have a good time.
Yeah.
Like if everyone on camera is having the best time, it doesn't even necessarily matter what's happening. Like our mission statement at Smosh is to make people laugh, and we defined our niche as comedy rooted in friendship. And if we deliver on those things, then none of the other stuff matters. It's all just a box, but otherwise, once you're in that box, just have fun, have a good time.
100%.
Like if a group of people die laughing together, if everyone just cracks up and there's like tears of laughter, success.
You're just cultivating a good time rather than a well-crafted joke.
Right.
Like somehow, like I think the algorithm and everybody's kind of liking just falling into it on accident rather than something that's like well-produced, given to you.
I've discovered that as YouTube has evolved, because it wasn't this way in the beginning of YouTube, people really wanted like the well-crafted joke, they wanted that. But now, audiences just want authenticity.
Yeah.
They just want to see you be authentic, and they want to have a good time relating to you, seeing how you deal with feeling silly or dumb in the moment. They want to see how the people around you deal with that. How do they support you through that? Like they just want, I feel like a lot of people turn YouTube on, and even if they are just listening passively, it's because they want to feel like there's a group of people there that are kind of hanging out. Like,
yes, that's energy rather than like a fourth, like people not breaking the fourth wall and like in the sketch. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like, was that joke good though? It was like, are they having fun? Do I feel the energy from them having a good time?
100%.
Early YouTube was like, hey guys, all right, we're doing this thing. Like it was super
Well, I was
phony.
like I was watching.
I know.
Whoa. You can really turn it on.
It was super phony, but back then I don't think people cared.
Yeah.
But I think now people like, just be real, just be yourself. Like, what are you doing?
Like, it's crazy. You just have the show and you could just sit here with people and talk.
So, you came from a background that wasn't so internet/audience oriented. You couldn't necessarily see all the comments from people. So what has it been like transitioning into being an internet personality and having that direct access to those comments, especially someone who has felt the need to be praised and has felt, your worthiness was in other people's opinions of you?
Yes. I mean, a lot of people are like, I don't know, I feel like half the people I work with are like read the comments people and half the people aren't.
Yeah.
Are you a read the comments person?
I used to be, but now I'm not. I'll read comments if I'm looking for feedback, like on Bit City. I'm like,
yes, me too.
What types of things can we do with the edit? How can we produce the show? Like, faster bits or a long bit cut up and spread out, and then it feels like there's more variation. Like those types of things I'm looking for to refine the projects. Yeah. But otherwise, no.
Yeah.
I used to, and I used to really care, but it used to affect me.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, actually, I don't care if that person likes me.
You've probably had like a 20+ year relationship with reading comments.
Yeah.
Like up and down and up and down.
And it's interesting because in the beginning, I didn't care at all. I was just myself. I was just some nerdy, introverted emo kid that liked to learn how to edit and program and make websites. I was just like, I didn't care. I was in my own bubble. But then it started to evolve, and then I started to care so much about what people thought about me because I felt like my entire sense of self-worth and also my career trajectory was entirely in the hands of these people's opinions of me.
Yes.
So then I started to transform myself, and actually I could go back and see just the way I physically look and the way that I would present myself was more like, do they like me?
Wow.
Am I right? Is this right? Am I looking okay? And then in the past year or so, I've been like, I don't care anymore.
That's wild. I think what you said about it being like with Bit City too is so interesting because I never find myself reading comments on like something like a Reddit stories or like a Smosh Games video because it's just like us being ourselves, and I'm not like really dying to know
what they think about you.
Trying not to be dying to know about it.
Yeah.
But then with Bit City, it's interesting. Reading the comments is helping me do what I do in live comedy, which is I really think, and a lot of my friends, my favorite performers, you're listening to the audience and what they like, right? If I'm like doing something, I'm doing a character or something, and I hear them like one thing I just did a lot, I'm gonna do it again in a second. Because I know they liked that, right? And like hearing that and being on my toes, like Amanda's this way too, where like all my characters, if I'm doing them live, they're not like super written. There's like beats, but it's me just like following what I know they want me to do. Like where it's hitting more is where I'm gonna go. And that's so hard with YouTube because I don't have like a live, I mean, it's nice when we have live people in the audience because then when they laugh at that one thing, I go, oh, go there, go there, go there.
Yeah.
But with YouTube, it's hard because I don't know what they're gonna like. So that is why I have a different relationship with the comment section with those things. And it's also interesting. What I think they're gonna love is sometimes so different than what they love.
Yeah.
That's been wild for me. Sometimes I'm like, oh my God, this Try Not to Laugh character is gonna hit. Versus they end up loving some other character that was
There's
just
a Pope in the road.
Yeah, it was just meant to support somebody.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Yeah, I feel like the way that how you have this character, this acting background has really showed up in a way that brings such a unique voice and perspective to Smosh. I feel like, like the Dread episodes, for example, like it's about improv, it's about acting, it's about also raising the tension and like really playing into it and taking it seriously.
Yes.
It's almost like these Dread episodes are a perfect culmination of everything that you do
my God, thank you.
well.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's honestly, I'm acting just like I think I am like when I'm doing like actual like hired work or like a short that I'm
when I
working on.
watch it, I'm like, it's so authentic, but also acting. I'm like, sometimes I can't tell if you're saying this thing or if your character is saying this thing. I was like,
if I get to play somebody for more than 10 minutes, then I get to get really lost in it.
It feels like it literally becomes you.
Yes, yes. And then I think like I have to find something that like grounds me in it. And for the Dread characters, it was like this girl breathing deeply. And it was like, and then if I get to do that for more, because we're like filming those for like a couple hours, then I get to get really lost in it. It feels so good. And but it's also just like, checking yourself, because I remember right before we filmed that Dread series, I said something that was so alarming to myself that I keep thinking about.
What?
We were about to start and I go, I can't wait to lose sense of my reality and go into a different one. And I was like, oh, that's the escapism. That is the like, oh, I can't wait for 4 hours to just like be a teenager who wants to survive and not be myself for a little bit.
Do you really feel like you forget yourself?
A little bit. Or like there was a Try Not to Laugh bit where someone wanted me to come out and I was like, let me grab a wig so I don't feel like myself. And I think that's just, it's freeing. It's like, I don't know, it's like a form of escapism. I think a lot of people like sports and different things where you just like get out of your head and you feel like somebody else for a second. It feels really fun and liberating.
Yeah, and you were saying that there was a moment when you were on Smosh Games that you realized, like, despite not being a real gamer, that you actually loved it.
If you would have told me before Smosh, like all the character stuff we're doing, all that fun stuff, I've seen, I enjoy and have been doing for years. The gaming stuff, never really ever in my entire life would have thought that would be fun for me or fun for anyone watching, because I do get worried sometimes I'm just a bad gamer, that it's not fun to watch.
But that's so not what it's about.
Exactly, and it's also not about people teaching me games, because I think we've been conscious of, like, Spencer's really conscious of, like, not just talking at me about a game. It's so supportive and, like, how, like showing a kid this. There's so much part of, I think, culture that was so gendered when I grew up. There's so many games where I'm like, what is this? And just because I was, like, raised to be just, like, a girly girl and play dress up, there's so much fun in just, like, the simple games that are, like, super immersive.
That's what makes it so interesting, is a lot of people get to feel like they're playing it for the first time through you.
Yeah.
You know, so I feel like you might have felt pressure at some point to be like, I gotta know this game. I can't look like I don't know this game.
Yeah.
But the audience actually likes that you don't know it.
Yeah, and I think it's also having a respect for it. Like, it's also knowing that, like, I'm not being like, what is this?
Yeah.
Like, sometimes I make fun of people for being nerds, but, like, it's also, like, it's knowing there's so many people that love this and going, whoa, teach me about, like, whoa. This is a whole world I didn't know about. And there's so many corners of the internet and content that are like that. That's just cool to experience.
I feel like the more that you are comfortable being yourself, and the more the less that you do worry about what people think of you, it's surprising. It's actually the opposite effect. You know, I feel like it's natural to think that if you care about what people think about you, that you'll be more entertaining. But what's interesting is it's the opposite effect, I've realized. The less you care about what they think about you, the more that it will actually attract them to be like, wait, what's going on? She doesn't care. Oh, she's just being herself. And it makes it so much more interesting. I think it's the authenticity.
I think what's so hard is I have only made art thinking about what other people think, which is, it's just so backwards. And you have to go back to just like when kids just like make art by themselves.
Yeah.
And they're not trying to get anyone's approval. They're just having a good time.
It's about the process then instead of the outcome.
Yeah.
I feel like our entire culture is centered around the outcome of everything that we do. And that's why we're so future oriented. We're never in the present, just enjoying it. It's like turning on a song just to get to the end of it.
Literally.
It's like doing a dance just to do the final pose. It's like that's not not the point. It's
100%.
about the process.
Yes, and it's about just like doing it and feeling that instead of like thinking about someone else looking at you doing it. It's so ridiculous. But it's crazy because we're saying this and there's cameras on us. So then I'm also thinking about somebody watching it. It's so backwards.
So do you feel like being open to these things has allowed you to be where you are now?
Yeah, being comfortable with just myself. And I think shifting my life to an abundance attitude rather than a scarcity mindset is like what I want for my next. You're asking like what I'm doing next? That's what I want.
That's your next chapter?
That's my next chapter. And not thinking and not being scared of that, because I still believe I'll be hurt less in the scarcity mindset.
Mm-hmm. And that's because it's familiar. And it's natural. We all want what's familiar, even if it's hurtful, because it's like, I know I can deal with that pain. I know I can deal with that uncomfortable feeling.
Yes.
Like, that's a lot of discomfort, but I know I can handle that. This, it's like higher risk, higher reward, in a sense.
Like, not thinking about myself as a member of the Smosh cast till like a year in was me just being like, just in case they take it away, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not calling myself this because just in case it doesn't work out, I'll be okay. Instead of just being like, no, I'm gonna work here and I'm gonna host a show here.
Yeah.
Would never come to my brain.
You know what I realize is that is preemptively feeling less than, just in case you have to feel less than in the future.
Because I'd rather feel less than on my terms than someone making me do that.
Exactly.
Because it hurts more.
Exactly. But when you do it on your terms, you almost invite it.
100%!
Because people will treat you and you will be treated in the way that you perceive yourself. And if you perceive yourself as less than because you preemptively want to feel that feeling, you are inviting that to happen.
And it's crazy that I'm always always, half of me is doing that, and the other half is trying to get me to not do that.
In Ian and I reconnecting and buying Smosh back, that was one of the biggest things that I practiced, was kind of having the abundance mindset. Like, I already had this channel, this was already doing well. And I feel like because this channel was doing well, it allowed me to handle all of the stuff that went into now being a co-owner of this company with a little bit less worry. I guess it was an abundance mindset. And a thing that I was constantly saying to people that were helping this acquisition happen, I kept saying, remember, we don't need this, we just want this.
We just want.
And it's okay. We just want it, it's okay. So when things started to come through and it was like, it almost felt like it gave us the freedom to be like, no, this is the way that we need things to happen in order for it to be okay. Because otherwise, if I had the scarcity mindset, like, no, I need this thing or else things aren't gonna be okay, then I would say yes to all these weird deal points and who knows what. Like, who knows what I would have said yes to.
I didn't even think about like the fear of like all of the things that could have gone wrong. I mean, obviously I thought that, but like the abundance mindset that you did walk in with like.
Yeah, it just feeling like it's okay if it doesn't happen. In fact, I kind of was like, it's gonna be a lot of work if this happens, so it's gonna save me some work if it doesn't happen, actually. It's gonna be very stressful. I'll have a lot of anxiety. I'm gonna have to get to know, I think Smosh had like 30 or 40 employees. I was like, I'm gonna have to get to know all these people. I'm very introverted.
Oh my God.
It's gonna be a lot. So, it's okay if it doesn't happen, actually. It's okay.
Yeah.
But I want it and I'm okay with it. If it does happen, that'd be awesome. We're gonna work toward it. We're gonna prepare ourselves for it.
Oh, that's really special to hear that from the outside. That's because I can't even imagine like going into that being like, just thinking of all the things that you just want. You guys, even the way you walked in was like, we're doing this. And it was like, not like we need approval or like, hi, it was like, because I remember I didn't even have my glasses. I will never forget, I was a little late and you and Allie were walking up. I thought I recognized you, but I didn't really know you.
Yeah, because we didn't know you either.
I didn't know, yeah. And the energy you two walked in with, I was like, whoa, these lawyers are walking in. And I thought you guys were like big time lawyers. And it was this like abundance, like we're about to blow shit up.
Yeah.
And then I think just that energy, you're right. It's less than like, love me, love me. It was just like, hey, we're about to do this and it's gonna be abundant for everyone involved and it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, and I think because we showed up knowing like, we genuinely care about this. We genuinely care about the people. Like, we wanna we wanna hear everyone. We wanna like make this good for everyone.
Yeah.
I don't know, we had it was the abundance mindset, but also just knowing that we really wanted to do well. I think just made us super confident, so. Yeah, it all played
Good to see, good to be around, good to learn from.
Well, thank you so much,
Thank
Angela.
you for having me.
Appreciate you.
I am caffeinated up. If I'm
Good.
talking too fast, slow me down.
I'll just tell people to put it on 0.75 speed.
Yeah, I'm zooted right now.
Yeah, if Angela's talking too fast, just click down there, the little gear icon,
Yes.
click speed, and change it to 0.75 so you could actually understand what the
Yes.
this
And then-
deranged guinea pig is
Yes,
saying.
and every time Anthony talks, turn it back up to normal speed.
Yeah, and I talk very slow, so turn it to 1.25 speed.
A perfect interview, if you ask me.
It's interactive in that way. Very engaging content.
From a mental perspective, like I think that there are people that are like built to be in the spotlight. I think there are people that are built for that. I don't think it's me at all.
Not saying that you should do this or that it'll work, you shoot your shot, but
But it works 100% of the time for you.
Yeah, 100% of the time for me it worked. People were like trying to be encouraging, but it actually like really was like making me not feel good. Growing up, like one of my biggest kind of fears was that I'm not like enough. That fear would carry over into the thousands, millions of people watching videos.
Trevor Everts. He started his career as a pastry chef in a world-renowned bakery before taking a leap of faith and landing a role on Rhett and Link's Mythical Kitchen. Now he's the newest addition to the Smosh cast, but he doesn't always feel like he's earned his place. How does he deal with imposter syndrome and the criticism from rabid fans? I spent a day with Trevor to find out. Hello, Trevor.
Oh my God.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Anthony.
You are
the newest cast member at Smosh.
That is correct.
And also the youngest cast member at Smosh. We haven't quite passed the threshold of someone being born past 2000. You're a 99 baby.
Yeah, 99. July 99, so.
There we go. The reason I bring that up is because you grew up as a fan of YouTube and YouTubers when you were young, and you were just telling me how you realized like this could be a career that someone could have. That would be my dream job. And now you have it.
Yeah, no, literally watching like you and Ian, like OG PewDiePie, we were talking about it, like Slenderman, Amnesia, watching like Gary's mod videos, like me watching that was like, I would love to do this.
That's so well. Yeah, I remember actually having that thought when I was younger, like if YouTube is around for as long as I think it's gonna be around, the people who are like children watching this are going to have this as an aspiration and they might eventually be doing it, and here you are.
Yeah.
Is that wild to know that your life kind of panned out in the way that you like maybe like dreamed it would, but like never thought it would actually culminate in?
Yeah, it's like what I've wanted forever. And I never thought that I would actually be able to do it. And so I never even really pursued it, which is even funnier because I sort of fell into it.
How do you fall into that?
I was working at a bakery and I was realizing that I really loved baking, but I didn't love making no money. And so I was kind of at a point where I was like, I am either gonna find a new job that pays more or I'm gonna move out of LA. And I was watching like a GMM video. I was like, they do a lot of food on the show, you know, Rhett and Link, they eat a lot of stuff. I was like, surely they have someone that cooks that food. And so I went to the website and I just found the business email and I sent not saying that you should do this or that it'll work, you know, you shoot your shot, but you know.
But it worked 100% of the time for you.
Yeah, 100% of the time for me it worked. But yeah, I just sent an email. I was like, here's my resume, here's a little bit about me. And I got an email like a month and a half later that was like, hey, we have a spot open. Would you like to come in and interview? And I was like, I forgot that I even sent that email, but yes, I'd love to come in.
You'd be surprised how much that works actually. There's, I think, 4 of the people that work at Press like the exact same thing.
Really?
I'm not saying it always works.
No, yeah.
But like to show that you're excited, passionate, maybe even a fan.
Yeah.
Like were you a fan of Rhett and Link up to that point?
I think that was one of the reasons actually that Josh Mythical Kitchen like wanted to hire me was because I grew up on YouTube and because I had so much knowledge of just like YouTube in general and like the digital media space, and it's just been like such a big part of my life. Sitting on YouTube for hours a day watching videos actually helped me get a really awesome job, mom and dad. So yeah, get out.
In your words, what was that like getting that email back after forgetting you'd even sent it?
It was crazy. I mean, because I wasn't getting a lot of emails at that point in my life, you know? And so I got an email from like Mythical, and it's like, hello Trevor, we have an opening for a culinary associate producer here at Mythical and we'd love for you to come in and interview. And I just was like, I think I literally screamed. I was just like, oh my God.
So what was that like going in there? Like you're a fan and you're like, oh, I'm here.
It was weird, man. It was weird. I had it was Halloween. I interviewed on Halloween, and so everybody was dressed up in costumes, and then Josh and Nicole were both dressed as Guy Fieri, and I got interviewed by both of them.
By 2 Guy Fieris?
Guy and girl Fieri.
What do you think it was that got you the job? And did you know right away?
No, I didn't know right away. It did take like a bit to get back. I know they interviewed a lot of people. I mean, Josh has told me that like the reason partly was literally that I was young. Just like that I was like, you know, a fresh like kind of set of eyes, someone like new to the space, someone who'd like spent a lot of time on YouTube and like had cooking experience, but wasn't necessarily someone that was just their cooking was the only thing that they did.
So you start working and you're doing behind the scenes stuff, or what are you doing on Mythical?
The Mythical Kitchen channel launched like at the start of 2020. So I got hired November 22nd was my first day. So I literally had like 3 weeks of work before we went on holiday break of just like my first day. Josh was trying to beat the world record for most baby food eaten in a minute. So I was like doing my HR like training on my laptop while he was like beer bonging baby food, which was awesome.
Great environment.
Yeah, super awesome, fun work environment. But yeah, kind of from the get-go, they just started putting like me in videos. I mean, at the time it was just me, Josh, and Nicole. And so we would do videos where it was like the 3 of us doing something. And I was so bad.
Bad at what?
Just being on camera, like being entertaining. I don't know. It was like, if you go back and watch those videos, it was such, I've come a long way.
Yeah, what was it? You just felt weird? What?
I was like just very monotone, I think. I think I was trying to be like very like cool and like not like just very chill. And it just came across as me being like no personality. It was weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like, especially coming onto a channel that's already established, it already has a fan base, you're kind of trying to give the audience what they want, right? You're like, the audience probably wants this, and you're not even able to be in the moment because you're thinking about what the audience wants from you.
Yeah, I was just trying so hard not to be weird. I was like, I can't be weird. I can't be weird.
But then it came off as, you're saying it came off as weird.
Came off as very weird. Yeah. But yeah, no, it was terrifying at first. And I remember like watching those videos after they came out, and God, I mean, the first time you read a YouTube comment as someone who isn't on YouTube, I was like sitting there just refreshing the comments. I was going in like Control R or whatever, searching my name in the comments, like trying to see what people are saying, which is just, that was so healthy.
I feel like that's a thing that anyone would do. I think some people might try to deny that they would do that, but of course, like you're in something new, you want to see if you're kind of delivering on what the audience wants from you. Because you didn't come from a space where you were used to having so many thousands of people commenting about you.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. I was definitely like kind of just thrown to the wolves a little bit. This was just like, all right, here's a channel with millions of subscribers, like jump in. Growing up, like one of my biggest kind of fears and like worries like was that I'm not like enough. That I wouldn't be enough. And I'm very grateful to have like an amazing family, amazing parents that like tell me how proud they are of me, and just an amazing girlfriend, Raven, who like is constantly like reassuring me, and like people in my life that just do let me know how much they love me. And I guess I didn't consider that when I got on the internet that fear would carry over into the thousands, millions of people watching the videos, that I would stress if I was enough to them. That like now I have that fear in the back of my head of like, am I enough for the viewers? Am I enough for the audience? Like, am I giving enough? Am I funny enough? Am I good enough? Or are they going to, dislike me or want more from me or wish that I was different and not myself? And so that was like a big adjustment of like, God, that, almost 5 years later, I'm still like dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be, a relationship that you have to have with yourself, where you have to remind yourself that these people don't necessarily matter to you.
Yeah.
And when I first got started, there wasn't really an audience. And when people were commenting about me, it was like really frivolous things, and it was mostly about the content itself. So it felt like I was able to just continue being myself, and the comments didn't matter as much. But eventually, as YouTube started evolving to be a little bit more personality based, I wasn't playing characters. Like, they were commenting about me as an individual, and they were saying, Anthony does this thing, I wish he did this thing, or just all these judgments from all these different angles. And that's where that fear of not being enough really showed up, because I wasn't just trying to be enough for the people around me, and that's when it really starts to hit you. And especially if they comment about your insecurities, you're like, oh, they noticed that thing that I'm so insecure about? Okay, I guess everyone notices that thing, and you start trying to change yourself.
Have you noticed, like, and God, now over 20 years of being on YouTube, like, have commenters sort of always been the same, or has there been like a pretty large shift of like how people on the internet act towards like you or other creators?
I think there's been like a fork in the road where half has gotten worse and half has gotten better. So half, they're so into every minute detail, like it's very parasocial. They think they know everything about you, and they think they have authority to be like, he should do this, or why is he doing this? He's not like that. And like, they think they know so much about you. And then there's the other half that are like, hey, they're real people. Like, there will be people that'll show up in the comments and reply and be like, that's not cool. That's really weird of you to say that.
Yeah.
There are more people like that, but it has at the same time gotten worse as well, because people, especially, I think people see people on the internet sometimes as like part of their friend group. So they think that they know you enough to say stuff that like a really close friend would say to you.
Yeah.
But yet they don't.
Yeah, no, that's like definitely a weird thing. I've like, where I've seen comments from people or things, even like just like tweets at me, like someone replying to my tweet, and I'm like, if someone that I really know and was close with said that'd be really funny. But from you, it's just like, that like was really icky. Like that was just kind of gross. Even like going from Mythical to Smosh, like I've noticed such a crazy difference in how Mythical fans and Smosh fans interact. I kind of thought that after 4 years of being on Mythical Kitchen, that I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go Smosh, and it's just gonna be fun because I've been in videos there, and nothing's really gonna change other than that I'm in more videos. But I almost kind of felt like I went back to like square one of feeling insecure about the things that people say online.
How was it different coming back? Like, why do you feel like you had to start at square one?
I was on the Mythical Kitchen channel from the get-go. So I was able to establish myself over time. Like you said, when you start from zero, like obviously we were getting lots of views, but I was able to sort of build kind of my voice and a relationship with the fans because it was a new channel. Joining kind of an ensemble cast that people already really love, it was hard, It's like being the new person in a friend group. You're going in and you don't know all the inside jokes. And so it was kind of like being sort of on the outside and like joining like a group of people, but just I couldn't get over that feeling of being sort of on the outside. I kind of got past reading comments on GMM and Mythical Kitchen. Like I was like, I don't need to read them. And then once I joined Smosh, I was like, all right, I'm gonna go read all the comments again. But feeling some of that sentiment of like people being like, oh, Trevor like doesn't really mesh well, or Trevor, doesn't like it feels like he's not, part of the group, and coming from a different background than everyone else, like being the youngest cast member, not coming from like a theater or like acting background. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer cook, chef. And so yeah, there definitely was just a really big feeling of like, I don't know that I quite fit in. And that scared me because like I want to fit in, and it's a really hard balance to find of like, I want to fit in and be a part of this group, but I also want to still be myself. I don't want to change who I am because I think that it's going to make people on the internet like me more. It's a weird balance that I'm still figuring out. It's a weird kind of feeling that I'm still working through. But again, not to the fault of anyone at Smosh. It's really just this internal thing of like, I'm just trying to figure out my place and my voice and where I'm at.
I feel like it's easy to forget, but you were brought onto the cast because you have a unique perspective, personality, like because you are different. If you were the same as everyone else, it wouldn't be additive in the same way. You want a wide range of different opinions and backgrounds and interests. And like that's how you bounce off each other. That's how you introduce and show each other new things. I think, being part of an ensemble cast, you want to fit in, but the fact that you're different is actually what makes an ensemble feel like an ensemble. If there were 15 people that were all exactly the same, it wouldn't feel like an enensemble. It would just be like, what the is this weird clone world?
No, this is turning into a therapy with Anthony. Anthony's like, hey, I've been on YouTube for 2 decades. Like, let me help you through some of these issues.
I'll tell you about the shit that matters and the shit that doesn't matter. The comments do not matter. I don't read the comments anymore. Comment anything I want in this video. I'm not gonna read it.
I'm gonna read it, so don't be too
I'm not gonna read it. But like, you don't have to throw yourself out into the firing squad just because you feel like I gotta. In fact, I feel like the less you care, the more people actually are into you. There's like this magnetic trait of just being authentic, and people can tell when you're worried if you like them. And the thing is, you're worried if they like you and you're trying to appeal to them because you're like, I want you to respect me. But people respect you less if they could tell that all you want is their respect.
God, no, that's a really good perspective to have. I never thought about it that way. Thank you. That's awesome. Speaking of mean comments, when I made this switch over to being like full time, I was like, okay, maybe I can like, start working on my own YouTube channel, doing some videos if I want. And my first ever YouTube video that I made earlier this year, I was reading mean comments.
Oh, that's fun.
I went and picked out funny ones because that was always something that I did appreciate from the get-go, is if a mean comment was really funny, I didn't care about it. It was like, if there was something that was just like, I don't think Trevor fits in, like I think that we need less of Trevor on the channel, then I'm like, oh. But then if there's something really funny, like someone said, Trevor has a really punchable face, that's hilarious.
Right.
It's crazy how no matter how long you're doing videos for, as soon as you do something new, it's still so awkward. Like I made that video earlier this year and it's just so bad.
That was this year?
Yeah, it was this year. It was so like not good because like I didn't know how to do it. It was just me in front of a camera, which I've been alone in front of a camera plenty of times, but it now being like my own video and me doing it, I was very awkward. I've only made 3 videos now at this point. I think I'll make more. Even though I've done a ton of content, I don't know what I love to do on my own. I've sort of made a few videos. I'm like, I don't know if I'm like love this style. Like, I don't know what I would be passionate about to make and find that like what would scratch my own creative itch. So we'll see. You know, stick around. There will be some new videos at some point.
I feel like that's kind of a fun part about being part of Smosh, and you're also part of Mythical, but having that going on, and then you're like, oh, but I also get to create my own videos, and if they don't do well, whatever, because I already have this other thing going on. So that kind of takes away the pressure.
Yeah, no, I really can just like throw anything at the wall. The big change this year was me going sort of freelance. Not having that security, I think, has also led me to be a lot more stressed about what people think. Because in the past, it's like I get a mean comment, it's like, okay, it doesn't matter. Like, I have my full-time job. I'm not gonna get like fired because, someone said something mean about me in the comments. But now I perceive them so much differently as like, oh, if people aren't satisfied and happy with what I'm doing, like, they're the consumer, and if enough people don't like me, then I'll be gone.
That's not the case. I can tell you that's not the case.
He's the boss.
That's not the case. That's not the case. We're not caring about commenters saying that wasn't funny enough or something. If there is a moment in a video where people are just dying of laughter, that's all that matters. It's about that. It's not even like, were they good at the game? Did they appeal to the audience? It's like, it's about the group dynamic. That's one of the magical parts about Smosh, especially coming back in and seeing the way things have changed and seeing the way things continue to change, is it's about the dynamic of the friendship. And like being supportive with each other. One person doesn't know something or they say something wrong, and it's not like, wow, idiot. It's like I get it. And there's like a supportive element there. And it's about the dynamics. You with any one specific person, or you with any two specific people or beyond, it brings an entirely different dynamic. It brings something else out of the group. And I think that's what's so fun, just looking in from the outside and seeing how one person can completely change the dynamic to something really special.
And yeah, I mean, even I see it, like if I watch videos, or when I'm recording videos, like I totally feel that and see that. Yeah, there's just, I think lesson learned, I just need to go to therapy.
You've also said that you've kind of felt this sense of imposter syndrome because the rest of the cast did an audition process and were hired because of their audition. You auditioned for Mythical, but you didn't necessarily audition for Smosh because you just started making cameos.
Yeah.
And they were like, Trevor, you in?
Yeah.
And you were like, yeah, I'm in. But also, in a sense, it almost feels like it has led to some insecurity of like, do I deserve this?
That was a big thing. I really did. I don't know what, I think that really was just nobody even said anything like that. Like I didn't even see, like there weren't even comments about that. That really was just me from the get-go being like, am I like good enough to be here? Because everyone is so funny and so talented. And I remember like going into kind of my first videos and I was like, I don't know if I am good enough. Like, do I deserve to be here? And I think I do. Again, like having, people in my life that are very encouraging, all the other cast members, that was kind of a hump I had to get over because it did sort of feel like a Nepo baby situation of like, oh, he's at Red and Link and he's been around and he's kind of friends with everyone already. So sure, we'll throw him in. I felt imposter syndrome about everything that I've done in my life, career-wise, like even starting out at Mythical, like I was like, I don't know if I deserve to be here. But then, you look down the resume of things and it's like, no, I do. I've worked really, really hard to get to where I am. Like I've worked my ass off and I've like really put in so much effort. So like I do, and I'm getting better.
What do you think it would take for you to feel like you deserve it?
I don't know if there's something.
So nothing. So you'll never.
I genuinely, I don't know. I think that this really is, a lot of these things are just inside me issues. I don't know if there's a thing that could happen that would make me fully get over that. I think it's just and over time, I think it's a process. I think it's gonna be me just doing it over and over and over again and continuing to like, do as good as I can. I mean, there were even like, after the live show was a tough.
The sitcom?
Yeah, the sitcom. Like a lot of the sentiment around that afterward was like, it was very like weirdly, I think people were like trying to be encouraging, but it actually like really was like making me not feel good.
Wait, why?
When they were talking, cause like, I was doing The Chosen and I was laughing at everything because Spencer's the funniest person. So I was just like laughing at everything and breaking at everything. So many people afterward were like, oh, Trevor's breaking so much. And everyone was like, well, no, it's okay. He's just not like, he's not like trained, he's not like traditionally trained like the rest of the cast is, And I was like, well, no, that doesn't actually make me
The rest of the cast isn't traditionally trained, by the way. Spencer Spencer was an editor.
Yeah, Spencer was an editor, and I'm like, I know. Yeah, I was just like, I don't know, that doesn't make me feel good. I was like, no, you can. I thought it was really funny. I got to the end of the show feeling like that was amazing. That was so funny, and I felt really good. And then afterward, someone like is going being like, oh, there's like a Reddit thread about like just Trevor appreciation because everyone was being so mean to him during the live stream, and I was like, I felt so good about everything until literally like afterwards.
Spark something uncommon this holiday with just the right gift from Uncommon Goods. The busy holiday season is here, so let Uncommon Goods ease your worries. They scour the globe for original, handmade, and remarkable things. Like this Zen Garden Grow Kit. It's the perfect gift for that friend who needs a moment of relaxation while working at their desk. Or these cute little gnome massagers. You could gift these to that special someone and help relieve their back pain or tight muscles. When you shop at Uncommon Goods, you're supporting artists and small independent businesses. Many of their handcrafted products are made in small batches, so make sure you get them now before they sell out. Uncommon Goods looks for products that are high quality and unique. There are even gifts that you can personalize. From book lovers to diehard sports fans, Uncommon Goods has something for everyone. Forget about the same old selections that you can find anywhere. And with every purchase you make at Uncommon Goods, they give back $1 to a nonprofit partner of your choice. They've donated more than $3 million to date. To get 15% off your next gift, go to uncommongoods.com/Padilla. That's uncommongoods.com/PADILLA for 15% off. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Uncommon Goods. We're all out of the ordinary. How many transactions do you make each month? I couldn't even take a guess. I was shocked to learn that the average US consumer makes an average of 70 payments per month. Keeping track of your spending these days can be overwhelming to say the least, unless you have Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that empowers you to save more, spend less, and take control of your financial life. With Rocket Money, you can see all your checking, savings, credit cards, and investments all in one convenient place, allowing you to understand your spending trends. Rocket Money can help you set up a custom budget by identifying top spending categories and suggesting areas where you can adjust your spending habits. They'll calculate your monthly spending allowance and alert you when you're close to going over budget so you can save more and spend less on things like travel, entertainment, and groceries. They also have a goals feature that automatically saves money for you so you don't even have to think about it. Whether your goal is to pay off your credit card debt, set away money for a house, or simply save your money, Rocket Money makes it easy. Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you, sometimes by up to 20%. Saving money on a cell phone or cable bill and not having to deal with customer service yourself, a dream come true. Rocket Money has over 5 million happy members and has saved its users over $1 billion across all of the app's features. Let Rocket Money help you reach your financial goals faster. Get Rocket Money today at rocketmoney.com/Padilla. That's rocketmoney.com/Padilla. rocketmoney.com/Padilla.
You were also saying something really interesting about sometimes feeling like the punching bag, which is like very interesting.
Dude, that's so
a very
funny.
interesting term to use.
No, and it's funny because I've been that way since I can remember. I have a group of friends that I've known since I was literally in kindergarten. And I don't know, maybe it's like little brother syndrome. It never bothered me with my friends. But yeah, just kind of like being the butt of a joke, or being someone that people can kind of like poke fun at. And I feel the same way, you know, about like Smosh. I don't know, maybe it's just like a disposition that I have. Maybe it's the way that I act or something about me that like makes it easy to be like, oh, Trevor, you know, he's the goofball. Like maybe it's that
like he can take it kind of.
Yeah, he can take it. Just kind of a dynamic thing. Maybe it is just because I'm younger. But yeah, I punching bag isn't a good word because that makes it sound like it hurts.
Yeah.
And I think,
or like it's malicious.
Yeah, or it's malicious. I think it's all in good fun. And I also think that I can play off of it very well. I think maybe because I do so well with it, people want to, it's just like something that works.
It also encourages it though, because you're so good at taking it.
Yeah, which again, I'm fine with. Like, I don't mind it. I think that maybe if it's been a long day, like there will be some times where I'm like, for the most part, like I don't really care. I think it's something that honestly I've seen the fans stress more over it, where they're just like, oh, they're being mean to Trevor again. Like, why is everybody being so mean to Trevor? It's okay. Like, I feel super comfortable if anything actually really got to me, or if anyone was piling on too much, I would feel very comfortable just like going to them and being like, hey, that was like, you know, maybe a little bit too much, or like if you could lay off, you that would be great. But there hasn't been a moment where anyone's said anything or done anything that I've been like, wow, that like really hurt.
I think it's really interesting because it's actually the opposite with me.
Really?
Where people don't make me the butt of the joke.
Well, that's because you're the boss.
A little bit, but also like in my friend groups too. And sometimes I'm like, why don't they joke around with me like they do with the other people? I mean, there's two things. I've been historically very sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
Other times I just don't entertain it. Like someone will say something to me and I'm like, I literally no response. Like, like I don't know what it is, but if there's an interaction and I don't love it, I just don't pay any attention to it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't encourage it.
Okay. No, see, I think now that you mentioned that, I think I encourage it. I think my reactions alone, the way I react to things, probably encourages it.
Well, it's kind of like what they say about what you would say to someone in high school getting bullied or something. You'd be like, well, don't play into it. Like, don't give a reaction. Bullies want a reaction. They that's what they thrive on. Not to say that anyone's bullying you, but like
no, everyone at Smosh is bullied.
but there is an element of you showing that it's okay and that dynamic's totally fine, which I don't know if it
No, it is. And it's funny because I actually am a very sensitive person.
I think it's interesting how setting boundaries like that actually demands more respect.
Yeah.
Right? So you think that by not setting those boundaries, you're like, I care about these people. I want them all to be happy. I don't want to tell them to stop doing what they're doing. I don't want them to not do what naturally feels right.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting how setting those boundaries actually makes them think about you a little bit more, or like respect you a little bit more.
Yeah.
I realize that I'm a people pleaser, and that's something that I'm dealing with, like learning how to set boundaries with my work or even with the audience. That's why I don't read the comments, because that's a boundary that I have with myself now, or like with families or with my family or relationships and things like that. And once you start realizing that you maybe are trying to please people by being like, everything's fine, it's fine, I'm not an issue, everything's fine, then people start respecting you more and treating you the way that you demand to be treated. It's almost like you attract people to treat you in the way that you think about yourself in a weird way.
Do you think that you were a people pleaser before you were on the internet and got famous on the internet? Or do you think that some of like your big like sort of insecurities or quote unquote problems came from being on the internet?
I think 80% came from the internet. They f***ed me up. But like there was no example of how to deal with that.
Yeah.
I think the 20% was me wanting to make sure I'm not a burden to people in my life. And then beyond that, the other 80% was me feeling like my fate was in everyone else's hands. Like the audience was choosing my fate, so I had to really care and please them. And or like higher ups at Defy when they owned Smosh, like I wanted to say yes to everything so that my position wouldn't be diminished, and I was scared about that. My mindset transformed to a scarcity mindset of like, I had fear about losing everything because I thought I didn't have anything really and everything felt really fragile. But now I've shifted my mindset to abundance, and I've realized that when I feel like I have enough of everything, maybe it's because I found a way to feel that love for myself within. I don't need the love and approval from other people. Now I'm just appreciative whenever it comes my way, instead of being like, it's kind of like what you were saying about like the 99% of comments that are positive. Now, if I do decide to read comments and someone says something nice, I'm like, oh, cool, that was great. And then the comments that are negative, I'm like, that's not true. That's not how I feel about myself. But when you have those insecurities yourself, it's almost like giving a thumbs up to the insecurity you have about yourself. And you're like, oh, it is true, that thing that I thought about myself. But if you're not thinking those things about yourself, then the things that the people are saying hold no weight. It's like if a person in the comment was like, I hate your green hair. You're like, what? I don't, what? But if they're saying like, I hate the way you do that thing with your face, you're like, oh, that always was my insecurity. And then it just grows and festers in that way.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm very grateful for the people in my life that are like affirming and have given me sort of like confidence about things. I mean, Raven, my girlfriend who I've talked about a lot, she was a streamer for a while, but she isn't in content anymore. And God, I wish I had her confidence and approach to some things where I'm like, wow, this is so healthy the way that you deal with these things. But yeah, I mean, she always is saying the same stuff to me, just like, don't like, so much of it is projection. And so much of it also in a weird way, like, I don't know, I think some of it is jealousy. It's never coming from a place of like, objectivity.
No.
Like that no one's ever commenting anything because it's like, oh, that's like, you know, an objectively true thing. It's like, it's always coming from this place of like, they don't know who you are. They don't know really anything about you except what they see on the screen, which really is God. Like, it's me, but it is not me.
No.
Josh always says, he's like, those aren't real people. He's like, they're not real people. Like as far as like our lives are concerned, like they might as well just be NPCs. I feel like I'm not trying to like rag on the fans or anything. Like, we love
But if
you,
they're leaving a negative comment,
yeah,
it helps to see that perspective.
I think that's a funny thing of like when I talk about how I fell into it, like I actually really don't think I'm built for the internet.
Really?
I think I love doing what we do. I think I love doing what I do. I love being entertaining. I love being able to make people laugh. I love being able to make people smile.
Sounds like what you do.
Yeah. But from a mental perspective, like I think that there are people that are like built to be in the spotlight. I think there are people that are built for that. I don't think it's me at all.
What is it about it that is not for you?
I have this like love-hate relationship with having attention. I think it's like in the same way that like I am sort of like when people talk about how they're extroverted introverts or whatever, like I like being able to make people laugh. I like being able to make people smile. I love that side of it, but I do not like attention in that way.
I relate.
And so it's just this weird balance that I find myself having to strike of like, well, you have to have attention on you to do the thing that you love to do. So you got to figure out how to deal with that. I got to figure those things out if I want to keep doing what I love doing.
It sounds to me like you're doing exactly what you want to do, but you don't like your fate in someone else's hands.
It's scary. I mean, it really is when you talk about like how you have that worry that like, yeah, your fate, your livelihood is in someone else's hands. You know, if you're an accountant, like, and you lose your job accounting, there's, you know, other accountant jobs. Like people are always going to need accountants. For us, it's like, it really is, you know, it comes and goes. It ebbs and flows. Like people are always going to need Smosh. But it is a scary thing. Like you don't always, you don't have, God, when I think about like how I don't have transferable skills, I do, like I know how to cook, but as far as like YouTube goes, like the resume that I've built up, like it's scary, you know?
Everything is a transferable skill. Everything is a transferable skill.
No, I guess it's just a harder thing to see on a resume. You know, it's a harder thing for me to be confident about, like knowing that if I had to go, if Smosh blew up tomorrow and, you know, and YouTube banned Smosh forever or whatever happened, that for whatever reason, if all this dissipated, which it won't. So obviously, you know, this should be a non-starter.
That mindset is what led me to agreeing to sell Smosh in 2011.
Oh, God. All right, you know what? Never mind then.
As unsure of this time period in your life as you might be, I feel like people watching are actually vicariously learning through you how it's okay to be in a transitional period in your life and not really be sure, and to kind of have that imposter syndrome and all the things that you talked about. I feel like you might not know it, but there's so many people watching that will feel a sense of safety or something in knowing that there are other people going through these same things, people that they look up to, people that are in the environments doing the things that they wish they could do, like in the same way that when you were younger, you were watching PewDiePie and Smosh. And there are people out there who 20 years from now, you know, will be talking to you because they were fans when they were younger and you were an example of someone that got through it. Yeah. And people are going to want to learn how to do that. And here you are living it right now.
Some of the most I've ever felt fulfilled, I guess, like in the content and like doing things was when I was doing my podcast over at Mythical. Trevor Talks Too Much. Check it out. No, don't actually. I did a few episodes talking about some of like, I kind of touched a little bit on the mental health and some of the things that I dealt with. And some of the most like fulfilled I've ever felt was getting messages about that and being like, it's like people being like, I feel the exact same way. And it really makes me feel better knowing that someone I look up to on the internet like feels the same way, or someone who I perceive as a very like happy and fun person feels the same way. Like getting those messages about people just feeling comforted, that even though it was something that was really painful for me and something like really rough that I was going through, God, it makes that thing so much easier to deal with. You know, it feels like, oh, there's good that can come of this. That can come of this really difficult point in my life.
Your growth is indirectly transferring to people who are learning through you. You were also saying that you enjoyed hosting an Assumptions or a few Assumptions episodes, tapped into something that you didn't quite know that you loved doing. And I mean, we're developing new shows for this channel, so.
Oh, Mike and I have been cooking. We got some really terrible ideas.
So that could be a really cool way for you to tap into some of those things as well.
No, I love hosting, and I love being on like shows like this on Assumptions and stuff. I think that I'm generally perceived as I'm perceived as a goofball and young and immature in general, and I like being able to show that there is another side to me, that's not all that I am. I like being able to get more serious. I like being able to talk about more serious topics, because I think there are so many things that, you and I go through that everyone goes through, and I love being able to make people laugh, and I think that making people laugh can make people feel a lot better. But I also think that people can feel a lot better if they know that, hey, we're not perfect. Like we're normal, and we go through the same things that you're going through, and it gets better, and you can power through those things, and you can still find the things that you love to do despite those struggles, that you're going through.
There's something just so comforting about knowing we're all dealing with this stuff.
I mean, even me growing up and seeing people on YouTube, I felt the same way. About the creators that I would watch growing up, when they would get a little bit more serious, when they would talk about those things that they were going through. Even just watching them as a comfort. I know that that was something that was really cool to me, was knowing that there were people that I watched growing up that when I was having a really bad day, when I was going through, some of the more difficult times of my life, being able to watch someone on YouTube watch a video and have that brighten up my day a little bit, and make me smile, and an otherwise difficult period of time, being able to be that for someone else is so fulfilling.
Thank you so much,
Dude,
man.
that's
Appreciate
awesome.
it. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Imagine if I just stopped being on my phone, how good I could be at Valorant. Valorant's such a healthy alternative to being on Twitter.
Legit, I do think it's healthy. That is not a joke.
There are video games that I believe are a waste of time, but when the majority of the gaming that I'm doing is either with Raven or with my friends, it's me hanging out with my friends.
It's socializing, yeah.
Yeah, it's socializing. When the majority of gaming that I'm doing is because I want to hang out with my friend who lives in Indiana, who I can't, I don't get to see in person, or Mike, wherever he is behind one of those walls, who refuses to hang out with me in person. And he says, I don't like the way your face looks. I'd rather just keep this to a voice call. It's nice, to hang out with him. That's my short little video game soapbox. You can leave it in, or you can take it out.
Is he getting up to hit you or punch you or?
No, you just flipped me off.
Oh, okay. Spencer Agnew, a fan favorite Smosh cast member known for his dry wit, his deep cut references, and his ability to provoke the rest of the cast in just the right way to get the absolute funniest reactions.
Movies with a female lead.
Ew.
Sorry.
He was initially hired as an editor and never expected to be in front of the camera at all. I spent a day with Spencer to dig into his notoriously private life and find out how he gained the confidence to perform for millions of viewers. Hello, Spencer.
Whoa, hey.
Hello, my good man.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Merry Christmas. It's
Merry
Christmas today.
Is it really?
It's Christmas today as this is released.
No way. So viewers are going to wake up to the best present ever.
I feel like you are one of the most chill people that I know. Usually I feel very nervous going into an interview, no matter who it is, but I'm like, it's Spencer. Yeah, things are gonna be chill. Have you always just been chill? Is that you just came out of the box like that?
Came out of the box like that? That's my mom, bro.
No offense to Mrs. Agnew.
I think it was a very active, there's a lot of shit happening around me, so I kind of had to be chill.
Did you have siblings?
Yeah, I got 2 younger siblings, and they're always, siblings are always crazy.
Did you have that older brother?
I was a to them.
You were a
I was really mean.
I couldn't be mean. My mom would break us up the moment that I was mean. So I never even got to tease my brother. I'm bummed. I didn't get to tease him about anything.
That's crazy. To me, I'm surprised I got away with how much, we were straight up hitting each other.
Hitting each other?
Yeah.
Were they brothers or?
2 younger sisters, and I was wailing on them.
You were hitting your younger sisters,
yes,
bro?
Dude, it sounds bad now. But that was the meta.
So flashback 25 years ago, you're on
I'm wailing,
Christmas Day, you're wailing on them?
I'm throwing them at the wall.
Suplexes and shit?
No, I didn't get too technical. Nothing too technical.
Is it true that Shane based his chosen character off of you?
My name is Spencer Agnew.
Some parts of it, yes. It started off, I think, as impressions of a couple other people.
Yeah.
And then it slowly narrowed down to
you.
It did. There was kind of a convergence onto me, and I based mine other people too.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, I think it's someone we all like knew growing up.
Mhm.
It's like a little like Napoleon Dynamite where it's like, you know, they think they can do anything. Well, they know they can do anything.
In the assumptions episode that you just did with Tommy, Ian brought up the assumption that if you work at Smosh, you immediately get to be on camera. Maybe some people think that because, you know, we do a lot of crew gauntlet style, try not to laughs, and crew things where the crew behind camera gets to be on camera, that is what happened with you because you are now officially a cast member, but yet you are also directing. You had to be working behind the scenes and kind of working to get yourself to this position for a long time.
If you do a really good job at something,
Yeah.
then that will open the door to do other things that maybe you're not good at.
Yeah.
But then people will allow you the space to not be good at something. It's like for me, it was like editing. Like I edited for so long and I got really good at it.
Yeah, you started as an editor for a bunch of Clever TV. Were you a full-time editor for Clever?
Yeah.
And that was during the Defy era. So this
Yeah.
was like a sister company to Smosh at the time. I
Yeah.
don't think I ever met you.
Yeah, I wasn't doing anything but editing. And so they were super nice and they kind of let me tag along to all kinds of shit back then. And it wasn't like a super conscious like effort, but you know, I would finish my edit, then I'd be bored, so I just walk over to the Smosh Games team or like the Clever side of things, and just kind of be like, "Hey, what's up?"
Was it kind of that schmoozing that got you on camera?
I got the first stuff on Smosh Games just by asking. Then they were kind of just pulling random guys from the office on the Clever side. That was, I think they were trying to figure things out, and so they were like, "Oh, what if we talk to guys around the office about like things they like and what they don't like?" And I was one of the people they polled. I think it was because I was the only person who wasn't like, "I hate women." That was like the vibe. It wasn't like I hate women, but it was more of like a
throw everyone in the company under the bus.
No, it was like everyone else was like, "Oh, I don't like when girls wear that," or whatever.
Well, let's watch the first video. You were in this beauty break video, and there were a couple other guys in the video too, right? I want to, because you really stood out, and there were so many comments, so many top comments are all about.
I think I just look like, it's like because I'm the most child looking.
Well, you think that's why?
So yeah, asked male coworkers for their opinion on girls' style trends. Look at that Babus new font. We still use that to this very day.
What do you think about brightly colored hair?
Yes.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that.
Yeah, I think it's a great look.
Love it.
Were you the only guy that said you're down?
You're a troll.
Ooh. Or My Little Pony.
Exactly.
See Kevin immediately calling women trolls?
Yeah.
Not me. Not me, chat.
Yeah, you woke up before this.
Yeah, I was woke before society was.
Hey, thanks for having
Isn't
me.
he so cute? He's on a smaller chair to be fair, but he's a star.
I'm
You're
also,
a star.
Yeah, I am also sitting on a pillow to help.
I love you. Never leave. Do you want to host this with me every week?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean that
So
was
very
just
chill,
like
though.
it was. You know, I think it was just small. I think that
You
was
think
the vibe.
that was it?
I
You
think
think
was the
that you
vibe.
were small?
Yeah, I was non-threatening.
I think you were just chill, you know? And the top comment says moral of the video is if you want to get ladies, just be Spencer. Has that worked out for you?
It's worked for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I know how to do.
You just be you when you get the ladies.
Sometimes.
Yeah, at that time it was very expected to be loud and over the
Yeah.
top and have controversial takes, and you were just kind of chill. Just the chill presence that you bring has definitely brought something unique to the cast, and kind of I think helped everyone realize like, oh, we don't need to be just like crazy and over the top at all times. We could be a little bit more real.
That is something I was kind of conscious of when it clicked with me that I did want to be on camera was we can yell sometimes. We don't always have to yell. Like there's
Yeah.
so much joy and humor and just like kind of saying things with a straight face or you know, I mean, because that's how my friends and I would joke or do bits or whatever.
Mhm.
It's like, you know, who can get the other person to crack by like playing it as straight as you can. So I asked if I could be in some videos. I was like, well, okay, we'll try it out. And then like almost as soon as I was in the videos, I was like, oh, this is hard. This is really hard and really scary.
What were you scared of?
Just not being funny. Just not like deserving it. You know, it's like, damn, I asked to be here and then I'm just gonna sit here and not do anything funny or not really contribute.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Did we talk about Spencer being allegedly uncancelable?
That scares me, dude. I've said some f***ed up shit in my life. People are like, oh, he's so like, blah, like the shit I have like not said is crazy. The idea of actually being canceled, it's like, dude, I would grovel. The shit I would do to like apologize. I will say, if canceled, I think I could do a really good apology.
What would make it so good?
I think I would mean it.
That's all that you have to do? That's
I
the
I
secret
don't get the
recipe?
sense in a lot of these apology videos, I don't think they really, like, there's a kind of insincerity. Like, I feel like I would be, like, blubbering on camera, you know, because I do, like, you know, for all my chillness, like, I care a lot about, like, what people think of me. And because, like, you know, I don't want to upset people. That's, like, the last thing I want. And so if I, like, actually hurt someone with my words, like, that would really upset me.
No, yeah. No, that's so real, though, because there are, I'm like, just speak from the heart.
Yeah.
Like,
are you sorry or not?
Are you
and
sorry?
It's like, dude, I'm fucking sorry. Like,
Yeah.
and I have, like, you know, who among us hasn't said, like, you know, fucked up shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something special that you bring is that you can say some fucked up shit with a straight face, and everyone just knows you're joking.
Yeah, that feels like a skill of mine, but I don't know where it comes from. I think that's just kind of the humor that my friends and I had growing up.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, who can say the most fucked up thing with a straight face, and then just like kind of act like you didn't say it. And I kind of thrive off in the same way Ian does, where it's like you almost thrive off getting a rise out of people in that way. Where it's like, dude, I can't believe you said that. It's like,
I think it's also partially you have to know the person to know they don't actually mean it, or that they actually care, that they're actually empathetic.
I think, yeah, you have
There's
to
layers.
demonstrate that you are capable of like loving and caring for other people to be able to do things like that. Like if I just came in and was doing that, like I hope everyone would just fucking beat me up, throw me out.
Yeah, you'd be gone. I think it's the authenticity. You know, I think that audience now wants to watch people be authentic on camera, and they want to see people who are authentic in general. And I think that is something that you do very well. You're able to be just so authentic, even with a straight face, where they know that from the outside, I feel like you just know who Spencer is. To a certain degree, like, even though you're really private, you don't really share a ton of details about your personal life, but you still get a sense of who you are through that authenticity. So you know that when you say something that is clearly a joke. Is clearly a joke.
That was /J.
/J.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that is something that helped me be on camera, was realizing that I could be authentic. It's easiest when what you are on camera is just like a more caffeinated version of yourself. And I think that is what I have cultivate for myself, where it's like, I don't really turn stuff on. I just get a little more talkative.
I feel like you found such a clever way of being so authentically you on camera that people feel like they totally know you, but yet withholding certain things so that you can remain private. Like people can't look at you and know everything about you. And for many different eras on YouTube, it was so popular. There was a vlogging era that I was a part of, where it's like everything is out there, like me proposing to someone is on the internet, you know?
I think that always really scared me, and I've never liked sharing too much of myself in that way. I saw it happen to so many people, like Shane and Courtney. Like, you know, I don't want to be like, I knew their whole truth and I knew everything that was happening always, but I would see fans talk about it like as if they knew anything. And that frustrated me. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, it frustrates me when I see people talk about celebrities or, you know, people on YouTube as if they know them, because it's like, you know, in the case of people on Smosh, I'm like, those are my friends. And like, I don't think it's as that simple, or that, like, you know, I don't think they like being pigeonholed into that way. You know, there's so much more dimensional, and to me, you know, it just kind of becomes like, I also don't have much like interesting to share about my life.
When they are a fan of someone, everything is interesting, though, you know, even the mundane.
The more of your actual self you put out online, the more that goes to like, the less it becomes like of yourself. Yeah. Like if I'm putting out my actual opinions or my actual like takes in depth, like that leaves people open to like, you know, counter my opinions. And it's like, you know, then it's like, am I the person who like argues with people online?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I could very easily be that. Mm-hmm. I love arguing with people about like dumb shit, but I know that it's like an all-consuming path. And then the other part is like, I frankly just don't like posting.
I think it's just the trap of getting caught up in numbers, because the more personal you get, the more that your numbers raise.
I have always been a little like obsessed. Like those numbers always kind of, I remember like MySpace, like on, you know, you'd have your profile picture. I don't know if it was called likes or like thumbs up or
favorites.
Yeah, like, you know, people would like your profile picture or like, you know, comment on it, and like that always felt really good. I like seeing numbers go up. That's why I like my idle games, because numbers go up.
That's interesting that you have been focused on numbers and analytics, because feel like the way that you approach things doesn't
It's not
make it
as,
seem
it's
that
not
way.
like, I don't think of it as analytics. It's more like, I like big numbers. I like seeing, like, and I'll like, look, bank account, I like big numbers.
10,000?
Yeah, 10,000.
Sound good?
Sound good.
You like that one?
I like that one.
What
That's a
about
good number.
100,000? You like that
I
one?
like that number.
More? Bigger?
Bigger.
Million?
Let's keep going.
200 million.
200 million.
You like that number?
That's a good cap.
What do you really like that one?
And that's, I think, what's scary about like the social media stuff, where I'm like, if I post, then I'll get caught up in this rat race of like, oh, what if my last picture doesn't get as many likes as the picture before?
I definitely have dealt with that. I feel like I'm going through a little bit of a reset right now. I'm not wanting to post about myself, or I'm wanting to really disconnect, be on camera less, because I've got so trapped in it that I feel like I've spent so much of my life not even being able to be myself and grow and look how I want, be how I want, because I'm thinking about the way people perceive me from the outside.
You know, it's hard to tie your self-worth to anything until you see this like very tangible number.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, this picture of me got X amount of likes.
Yeah.
Whereas this picture of me got this amount of likes. It's like,
And that's the new bar now.
and
It's
it's
not
like,
even.
how do you ignore that information once you have it? That's hard for me. So it's like, well, I'd rather just not post any of it. And it's like, and almost not put myself out there as like the center of a video, because it's like, well, then I'm more likely to tie my self-worth to, you know, this very concrete, like, you know, metric. And that's just not a healthy way to live, I don't think.
Yeah, and I feel like I've spent so much of my life not allowing myself to grow or be or look or act the way that I actually feel, because so many numbers and so many opinions and comments and thoughts have been directed my way, that I feel like, yeah, right now I'm like, I need a moment to just be, to find who I am without so much of this. I mean, I still enjoy doing all this stuff, but I feel like I've been able to actually grow and be myself a bit more because I'm not so caught up in the numbers.
Yeah, and it's really hard to get, I mean, because, I mean, frankly, a lot of my job is the numbers, where it's like,
Especially
hey,
being director too.
It's like, hey, if this video doesn't get views, that looks bad on my part.
Do you still look at each individual video and you're like, I feel good, I feel bad?
Yeah, I'm not like checking them religiously, but like when a video goes up, like I'll definitely check a couple times throughout the day.
Yeah.
And that's like what you were saying, like that's the hard part, where it's like, how do you balance like work and life? It's like when especially you tie your worth to these numbers, but it's scary.
I want all the channels to take risks and not necessarily care if the numbers are low for a video or 2 or 10. Like, if you're taking risks, you'll learn something, as long as there's always a takeaway. There's always something to be learned from it, even if the video doesn't perform well.
Yeah.
Well, shit, how did you go from editing to directing? Even that was a kind of a crazy jump.
Well, I always wanted to direct movies. So when I came out here, I was like, how do you start? I had the internship and I was editing for that. And then I got the gig editing at Defy for Clever. I was just trying to figure out what to do after editing for so long. And, you know, they're like, well, you can direct or produce these videos too. So I was like, sure, I'll do it. It feels close enough to directing something. I would direct like videos, but I was not like the director of the channel. I was not like deciding creative. And then years later, I guess it was like 2022, some maybe, they're like, hey, we're gonna look for like a director of the actual channel to oversee everything. I was like, shit, good luck to whoever that is. And I just didn't feel qualified for that. And then I realized that like kind of no one's ever really qualified for anything when they first do it.
That's true.
And so I was like, F it. And I threw my hat in the ring, and then I had to fight for it, which was hard for me because I wasn't used to like fighting for myself in that way. And I'm still not always used to it.
There was this weird gray area where you weren't sure if you were going to get the position or not. And it was this really chaotic time where it was like that it probably wasn't going to be you, but you were very chill about it. You're like, okay, cool. And I think you were even helping them like look for a director to some degree. After there was all this chaos and all the dust settled, they were like, wait, Spencer was so chill during all of that. He can work under pressure. All eyes were on you as a potential director because you were so chill and like you were able to come up with a plan on the spot under such pressure.
It was a little surreal. And even then, I was like, shit, well, I really hope I don't fuck this up. You know, there was definitely a lot of like, I don't want to say sleepless nights, but like, you know, I would lay in bed and be like, what do I even do? Like, I don't know anything about like, you know, like following trends or running a YouTube channel or like, you know, like the back end stuff, like all those like graphs and shit. I was like, that's all like, you know, all I can do is, you know, kind of follow a vibe.
Because the thing with Smosh, I feel like that really stands out from so many other channels on YouTube is it's about the vibes. It's about it feeling like it's fun and playful. There's no rush. We're just hanging out. We're having a good time. Like as long as we get laughs. If there is a moment where everyone just dies laughing, that's a major successful video. It's not about the video going according to plan. In fact, that will throw off the vibes too.
It's almost better
when it does go off.
If they are enjoying something more that's not part of the real game, it's like you got to just kind of make it a part of the game. And in a way, I don't want to talk about them like they're toddlers because it's like it's the same way for me. Like if I'm like, if I'm in like a Reddit stories and there's like some like part of a story, it's like I want to pick apart that part and like it's about finding that balance of like letting the cast kind of pick apart at whatever thing grabs their attention. Because otherwise, if you're just like on like guardrails the whole time, it's like, oh, I want to talk about this. It's like, well, we're running low on time. It's like, oh, like I was getting excited.
When you're directing and you're performing, your brain is almost split and you can't give full attention to either. And I feel like that really makes it hard because I'm listening, but then I'll be thinking about the next 10 things and then the time and how much,
the time is a big one because that's
always time. So how do you manage that to be present on camera? Because that really is what Smosh is about. Seeing people not just performing together, but being present together.
As long as you're engaging with either the game or the people in the video or like the story that's being told, then it's like, that's kind of what it's all about. And it's like, if the vibe's not there for everyone to want to be present, because you're trying to keep the cast's attention, because it's like, if you don't keep their attention with like, if the game's not good or if like the rules are confusing, like they're going to wander like any normal person. And it's not like a privileged cast thing. It's just like that's like, look, I'm worse than cast, I bet, when it comes to learning games. Like as soon as someone starts explaining a game to me, my eyes glaze over. I can't do it.
Going back to the assumptions video with Tommy, you mentioned you don't doubt that you deserve where you're at. You don't doubt that you deserve the position that you're in. Because, it's kind of brought up that a lot of people might sit with that anxiety of, I don't deserve what I'm doing, I don't deserve this. And a lot of creators on YouTube that I've spoken to, especially on this show, have talked about imposter syndrome being one of the biggest things, where they're just constantly feeling like they need to fight to prove that they deserve where they're at or what they have.
I think if I was more of like a solo creator, because I get that, like if I had a huge amount of success alone, like if I was entirely self-made, maybe I would feel that. But it's like, I've worked with so many like super talented people over such like a long period of time, whereas like my success feels like the whole group's success, where it's like, it's directly equivalent to that. It's like, and I wouldn't have any of my funny jokes if I weren't like sitting across from like Shane or whoever. It's such a group effort that like, if I were to have like imposter syndrome myself, it would almost feel like a disservice to everyone else, because like they can elevate like anyone. Everyone's so good at like teeing people up for success, really. Like I think it's kind of hard to fail when you're surrounded by those people.
I feel like it's common, I don't know if it's in our culture, our society or what, but I feel like it's very common to kind of beat yourself up and say, I don't deserve this. It's almost expected. It's like, oh, that's humble. You're being humble, and that's what's expected. You be humble, don't feel like you deserve what you have, talk negatively about yourself in your head constantly, like keep yourself down. In some sense, you talked about how you need to have that delusion that you can be successful, that you can do well in order to, I guess, go where you've gone.
Yeah, and I mean, I think time has been a huge part of it. Like if this had happened to me, like back then, like, 10 or whatever years ago, if I became like part of a well-known comedy troupe, like overnight, I'd be like, oh shit, like this is crazy. Like I probably don't deserve this. But I learned so much from everybody. I got to talk to, so many generations of like people at Smosh. Since I persevered through all that, it does feel a little earned.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't exactly easy.
Yeah, it was not easy. And I had to work really hard. So I think that knowing that I worked really hard makes it a little easier.
I think it's cool to see someone in the position that you're in not say, oh, I have imposter syndrome, I don't think I deserve this. To say, no, I did put in the work, I believed in myself, and this is where it got me. If you believe that you can accomplish something, you are so much more likely to accomplish it than not.
Oh yeah, but it takes belief, because like the other thing was, You know, I learned in that process of like becoming the director was like, you can have like all the allies you want, but like nobody's gonna, such a corny piece of advice, but like nobody's gonna fight for you harder than you fight for yourself. And that was a scary realization.
In fact, people will fight for you closer to how much you fight for yourself. If you don't fight for yourself at all, like people will treat you how you think you deserve to be treated.
Yeah. So for me, it was like, it was really scary to ask for things that I wanted.
Like getting on camera and directing.
Getting on camera and direct, yeah. And I mean, and most of the time, the only way, like the stuff does not fall into your lap unless you're really lucky. And I won't lie, like things have fallen into my lap. Like I would say like that first clever stuff, like absolutely like fell into my lap.
That was the luck, but then you had to
yeah, and
to
then like, but I didn't push for it back then. Like I wonder if there was like almost a whole different trajectory where it's like I had continued down the path of like being on those kinds of shows, but I didn't push to be on any more. It was never like I wasn't going to like, hey, I want to be in more. Hey, I want to be in more. I would sit there and be like, I wonder why they're not having me on more.
Would you doubt yourself? Would that come in?
There was doubt, and then there was also just like maybe I said something weird in the last one.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not like the journey they want to go down with that channel. Like they don't want any more talent on there. And then I think my headcanon that helped me believe was like, oh, they probably don't want to pay me as a on-screen talent. Because like how long would it be until I'm asked, or until I ask like, hey, I've been on these videos. They're getting, some of those have like millions of views. And I'm like, I'm not getting anything for them. You know, I'm getting my $200 a day for editing, which was great money for the time. But still, like, you know, I'm like, when do you start asking for money to be on camera?
When did you know you were officially on camera talent?
I don't think there was ever really like an official moment.
Yeah,
where,
I don't think we ever like announced or
I don't think they ever, I think there were just a couple times when like something would happen, they'd be like, well, Spencer, you're basically talent, so get in there. I was in a couple photo shoots, and they'd be like, and put Spencer in it. I'm like, that's crazy, but okay. Because even back then, I didn't feel like, there's some photo shoots from like forever ago. There's one we have like eyeliner on.
It was like unspoken that you were cast, but.
Yeah, but like I had so many other responsibilities that just felt like, it didn't feel like it. I don't know if it'll ever feel like I'm cast. Like for me right now, it just feels like I'm very close to the cast, and I have an excuse to hang out with them. Because I'm like, well, I'm directing the video, I gotta hang out with them. Like I gotta keep up the good vibes.
Yeah, you're saying like it feels like a dream come true, but yet you didn't know this was your dream.
I mean, right now I'm like fulfilling a weird dream. It was like, oh, my job, like I hang out with my friend. I joke about it in that Resident Evil video, but it's like, or I show Angela and Amanda Resident Evil. I'm like, oh, like my job, like I get to show them like video games.
You get to fulfill your big brother duties.
Yeah, and it's just like, it kind of feels like, you know, it's like when you show someone a movie, and it's like that feeling. It's like, dude, imagine getting paid to do that.
And people love it. It's great.
It's
fun to watch.
It's fun to watch. I mean, they're so fucking good at like reacting.
Yeah.
So like Angela and Amanda are, whenever I try and describe it to people, I'm like, you know, when you show someone a movie and you're like watching for their reaction, it's like, they better fucking freak out at this part.
Yeah.
It's like, imagine if you had that and they do freak out at every part.
Mm-hmm.
And they almost act like, it almost feels like you made the thing, you know? Because I think people watching, you know, it's like they would love to be able to show Angela and Amanda like a movie or a game they like. And
again, there's like people get to live vicariously through you.
Yeah, a word we were kind of working with, kind of trying to go up with like the tone and stuff was like aspirational, where it's like, hey, like, yeah, I aspire to be part of a group like this that, you know, has the rapport and has the camaraderie and interactivity that the Smosh games, like, you know, people on the channel have, the space that they play in and things like that, for it to all feel like, oh, I want to play in that space. And I think we've come far to in accomplishing that, and you know, I think we can go even further.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like you and Alex and everyone brought the Smosh Games channel to a place that it feels like it is in its gold. It feels like it's in its platinum era. Like it truly feels like it's just like, I always know I'm gonna get to have a good time. I think the channel wasn't always like that.
And that's another advantage I had to being there for so long, was I saw so many eras that was just like, okay, you're gonna come in, we're gonna kick you in the penis, and then we're gonna flick you really hard, and then you eat a hot pepper, and then we're just gonna spit on you.
Yeah.
And we're gonna take turns spitting on you. And I was like, okay. And
the punishment era.
Yeah, the punishment era, and you know, like,
dude, I dreaded being in videos when it was the punishment era.
And that was like every,
feel that.
You know, every summer games, like the mouse traps and stuff like that. Yeah. And it's like, it's funny. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there's some funny. I mean, it's funny to watch.
It's funny to watch.
Yeah, but it's like once you get to know the cast, it's almost like, no, I can't imagine. Like, and don't get me wrong, we think of like pranks all the time, but they're always like, oh, and then like you come in and you're wearing a silly hat and no one else is wearing a silly hat.
Yeah.
That's kind of the vibe where it's like, how do we make them laugh? Like, I think I just became so averse to the punishment kind of content.
Yeah, it's weird that became so trendy. I think it was because YouTube at the time, there was a lot of prank videos. There was like crazy vlogs.
It fucking worked, and that's the problem.
It did work.
Like,
yeah.
you know, you look at those old like hot pepper videos, and it's like millions of views. It's like, how can you argue with that?
Sure, but I feel like it took that special place of, I guess, like being a fan of the content, being a fan of the people in the videos, and then appearing in the videos yourself and directing the videos, that like you get that new perspective. And I think that it's actually brought a fresher perspective of what the audience actually wants. I don't think the audience actually wants to see people eat hot peppers all day.
So I just thought of a really funny analogy. It's almost like, have you seen Monsters, Inc.?
Yeah.
You know how they're bottling the screams?
Yeah.
For so long, and they find out that if you bottle the laughter, it provides more energy. It's kind of like that, and it's like, but look, I would never deny that the screams power. Like, you know, I love Shane and Amanda in the fucking Five Nights at Freddy's shit.
Yeah.
With them like pissing their pants, like that's really funny to me. But like, you know, there has to be more of like them having fun to earn that, like those little, like you really gotta pick your battles.
I feel like that's also a thing that this era of the games channel that you and Alex and everyone is doing so well, is you're creating these series and you're evolving them and you're finding ways to create new fan favorite moments that feel like tent poles, that feel bigger than just like video, which is, I feel like in the past it used to feel like you were just like kind of churning stuff out.
Something that scares me, sorry, I was getting a little too, something
just lay down.
Yeah, because sometimes we'll have like a really funny video and then it's like, how do we top that? Like I'll use like the Chosen thing as like an example. There'll be a Chosen video and I'll be like, that was so funny. That was like the funniest thing ever. And I'll be like, I don't remember anything from that. And then like, you know, it'll take off and you're like, shit, I don't know how to like be that funny again. I don't know how to like top whatever we did in the past one.
It sets the bar higher.
It sets the bar higher and higher. It's like, you know, like, oh, like they all went crazy when we played this board game. It's like, well, how do we top this? It's like, well, you don't try. And that's the interesting thing.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what the Defy era did, is like, that worked, do it bigger, but bigger and louder and crazier. It's a unique position to be in where it's not just like, do it bigger, do more. Like, for example, the Darts series, it was like characters. In the third episode, it's like real people, but then the characters are the commentators.
And that was, you know, that was another instance of like, hey, we don't want it to go too big, so what if they just played themselves and let kind of the commentators be like the color commentary. But yeah, that was like a very conscious where it's like, hey, we're not trying to top what we did, we're just trying to change it.
Yeah, I feel like that comes from the perspective of being a fan of the content. Like, you can tell that you are a fan of the content and the people in these videos that you're directing. And I think that's also a big shift since we have gone fully independent, is that we can fully lean into that. And it's not just like, analytics, baby, we got to get the views up. It's like, let's bring that heart. So let's highlight the connection and the dynamics between all the cast. And what's interesting is that the views do go hand in hand.
I think they detect that a little because
the viewers can sense when there's that love put into it.
I hate to say, like, we're just trying to make each other laugh, but it's like, you know, if we have a really funny video, you know, then it's like, it's easier for us to rewatch to give notes or something like that, or we're like excited to watch it. So it's just like, it's like, hey, how can we make ourselves laugh the most? Like, what's funniest to us? It comes from both of us, like, you know, and I think a lot of us just like not loving the traditional concept of work. So it's like, how can we make work as fun as possible for us?
No, I love that.
And it's just like, and it's awesome to be rewarded for that. I want us to have fun. I want everyone in the room to have fun and to be laughing. And if that's not happening, then it's like, I don't really like, then we're all bored. Like, then it sucks.
I'm really excited going into next year because I feel like it feels like this year was a transitional year. Next year will be as well, because we have really, really big plans, and next year will be transitional as well. But I feel like Smosh Games is finding its stride, and I hope you feel the liberty to, really make it what your vision is. I know you have a lot of ideas for the branding and the way that it'll all look, and we're gonna switch that up going into next year, and I'm so excited for that. But I hope you feel empowered, because you're doing such, you and Alex and everyone else, you're doing such a phenomenal job. I think everyone just like wants to see the channel continue to grow and evolve and be, you know, what it authentically is. You know, Smosh Games, something you turn on and you feel like you have family in the room with you. You feel like you're with your friends.
It's gonna be the best year yet. Hey.
Yeah, you know.
Thank you.
Thank you. You just drink more Kickstarter.
I drink more caffeine. Yeah. I've been in a yerba era.
Ooh.
Which is bad because it's way more caffeine.
Way more caffeinated, but now
Like
you're-
today, I just had a kickstart, and I'm feeling it. I'm like, shit. I need the yerba.
Oh yeah.
Because it's 2 kickstarts. One
Yeah.
yerba equals 2 kickstarts.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's where I'm on my caffeine intake journey.
You need more caffeine. Huh?
I do. I really do. I've been
Yeah.
thinking my throat is calling out for it.
Yeah, I see that hand is already ready to grip some yerba mate.